Microsoft has retired few of the exams and they made the new version of the exams available. Let's see, you have the earlier exam 103 which is replaced with AZ104, but the name of the certification remains same, but the content has been added. That's the reason the new updated enhanced exam will measure more skills within Microsoft Azure world so that you get more knowledge will be tested. So similarly, AZ203 got updated with 204. So 203 is fully retired, and AZ300 retired with AZ303. So if you look at here 301, which is retired with 304. So if you want to get a good certification, let me show you the path of that. So when you start with Microsoft Azure World, you may have to look for AZ900 exam, which is a fundamental exam, but this is not a mandatory exam. What it means is you can go back any of the exams starts from associate to expert level. So if a person learn the fundamental exam or fundamental concepts that he has on Azure, he can jump into Microsoft associated targeted exams, especially like AC104 or 500, especially the core security, or for the DevOps side 204. And now we are going to talk about 303 and 304. So these two exams, if you write these two exams, you're gonna get awarded as the Azure Solutions Architect Expert. So you have to pass two of the certificates. As I said, you have the two exams that needs to be passed, then you would be getting a title called Expert Certification. So what are the skills are measured within these two exams? One would be the first 5 would be from the 303, that's a 303 exam specific, which will implement and monitor Azure infrastructure, implement management and security solutions. Also implement solutions for your applications and implement and manage data platforms. What it means is most of the time if you look at, we are actually talking about the implementation and then we are talking about the planning and designing side. So this implementation and design will give you expert level of the certification with the Azure Solutions Expert, so that you can create any Azure solutions. Either it can be any of the Azure solutions or Azure services. And also we will be touching a little bit only the security solutions, because if you look at here, AZ500 exam will target most of the security in-depth concepts. So let's jump into how the exam AZ303 has been designed. It is basically designed into 5 core skills, started with the close to 50 to 55% of the exam content or the course syllabus would be implement and monitor an Azure infrastructure, and followed by the 25 to 30% which is implement, manage and security solutions, and implement solutions for your applications, and implement and manage data for your SQL data or any other data or like a storage. All that data comes into the picture. So these are the 5 core areas. If you see here, as per the Microsoft documentation, they talk about 50 to 55, but when I put on a pie chart and see the average, it comes as a 48, 26, 13 and 13. So it's not that exact that percentage of the content you will be expected in the exams. It could be, sometimes go up and down a little bit. So that's why we can't say exact number of the questions you get it on a specific area of the skills method. So we will begin with the implementation side and then we will move further. Now if you look at the core infrastructure fundamentals, we are going to learn about Azure AD and virtual network storage, and also we learn about the implementation side for the advanced topics like high availability, automated deployments, integrations with other Azure services. And coming back to the security, we do touch a little bit, even though if you look at here, the AZ500 is a core exam for the security, but we do have here a little bit of the security comes into the picture within the AZ303. So we would touch a little bit of Azure security in terms of the identity management and security fundamentals, so that you know when you're trying to implement and design these concepts, you should know the security concepts. So we are going to touch that a little bit. And for the monitoring, so when you design and implement, you should know how to use the monitoring for reporting or diagnostics, specific logs, or maybe for that matter alerts. So you get some alerts on a specific metrics changes. All that can be measured within this exam. So we're going to learn all these things. I hope this is useful for you. Thank you for watching this. Hi there. Let's try to understand what is Azure Active Directory, and we're going to focus in this lecture more about Azure Active Directory, the components of the Azure Active Directory, and what it is and why it's so important to understand Azure Active Directory as a solution architect perspective. So I would put it into three different key components. The first one would be the identity management. I'm going to explain in a minute. And the second one would be the enterprise access management. And the third one would be the identity and access security management. So let's begin with what exactly this technical terms and why does this really mean to us. And let's take some of the common scenarios to understand better within these three components or within these three key component areas. If you take one of the example, like you may be working in an organization that has a number of users across a number of departments like marketing, HR, sales. So within your organization, you need to manage access for those staff members to a range of different solutions. So maybe finance application just for the finance team members to have the access, and similarly HR applications for just for the HR team members. Even modern cloud solutions like Office 365 or so on, just to grant access for a specific persons or maybe team members. Now, to help manage the access for our staff members to these different systems, this is where we need a solution like Azure Active Directory. So that's where it's going to use the Azure Active Directory. We have just taken one simple basic example, but let's also try to understand in the future within the upcoming, maybe within this lecture or the upcoming lectures, more about the Azure Active Directory. Let's see these three components and we'll start to understand about the identity management. So identity management as one of the key responsibilities of Azure Active Directory, and it's like a repository. So when I say repository, it's going to store your all user information, maybe for all of your systems and applications. All that will be stored. The key information needs to be stored somewhere, right? So that's where you're gonna use the Azure Active Directory. That's where it's gonna help you to do. So let's say for all of your staff members, you might need to store information about your mobile phone numbers, first name, last name, the staff members, department, and so on. And the behind the scenes Azure Active Directory, that's where it's going to store. So here you're gonna manage some of that other important information like credentials, also actual username and password that is being used, along with the things like the domain name that is being used by the staff members to access. So I can say all about identity management is like your repository for now, right? So let's understand about the enterprise access management. So let's take one more example to understand about enterprise access management. So let's say you have a finance application, and that needs to be only granted access for your finance team. So that's where you're going to use these enterprise access management features. Similarly, HR application for only HR team, and your application should automatically log in if the user is already logged into his machine with the single sign-on option. So that's where you're going to use the enterprise access management. And now also we can say that enterprise access management is a control access. So if you look at the identity and access security management, I would put this into the completely, you can secure your user accounts or your identities with the access. So you are going to give the proper access for your resources. And apart from that, it's really important to us these days, especially, that we do all that we can to secure the identity for our users by enabling the multi-factor authentication, or maybe just to access your specific VMs with the help of just-in-time access. It means that if a VM needs to be accessed within that specific time only, we will be enabling for the end users to grant the access. That's fully automated. Post to that, it gets automatically taken out the access. So it's fully automated. So all these things, even the identity protection, makes our risk management solutions that are available from Azure Active Directory. So these all are we're going to learn within the Azure Active Directory, and this is where it's going to very important, Azure Active Directory. Let's also talk about other important information to understand about traditional type of environment that you might have or they might be working currently, and you wanted to move to the modern management solution. So before we jump into the modern management solution, let's try to understand for the legacy or the current management how we are doing with the Active Directory. I'm not talking about Azure Active Directory, I'm talking about Windows Active Directory, just the legacy Active Directory. So you might manage your resources in your users access to different solutions. No one would really consider how an enterprise might traditionally architect their environments. We're gonna see something like this, just the high level. I'm not going to go in depth how the legacy architecture is designed, but you may have a single office in this example. Within that office, we may have a range of different infrastructure, like we can have some of the application servers, or maybe we can have some of the web servers or database servers, and a range of other things. And typically that we would do this, we would host that within our single location or maybe a multiple locations, and we connect internally from one data center to another data center, and we trust them. So when we say we trust, we are going to really trust all the employees who are accessing within that boundary or within that infrastructure. So this can be a single room or single hosted environment, or maybe a private environment where you are hosting your servers. So it's traditional architecture model. This is you trust your own environment. So you say everyone within the office is trusted. You might have to split your infrastructure to use your users. For example, two different networks. We might have to maybe isolate within the DMZ or within your client network within this, but at the end you are going to trust it actually either DMZ or a users coming from the over the internet, again with the help of maybe a site-to-site VPN or some kind of VPN solution. At the end you are actually trusting them because the user accounts are coming from one location or from one legacy identity management solution as your Active Directory. So this could be a traditional design, I can say. But what happens if you wanted to trust additional identity management, maybe which is maybe Dropbox modern application, or maybe Office 365 or Salesforce? You cannot go and trust them. So that's where modern design comes into the picture. So let's jump into that. So when we look at the modern design, now let's think about the modern solution. When you look at this specific diagram, you're already thinking about solutions like Office 365 or maybe Salesforce or other software that's as a service solutions that are outside of your office, and you can use with the single identity. If at all you have a single identity, you can manage all of them by trusting. So this is where Azure Active Directory comes into a key role as an identity server, where it can work for your cloud infrastructure and it can work with your software as a service, like as we just talked about Office 365 or Salesforce or Dropbox, all other kind of applications where a platform as a service model also it can work, or it can integrate with the identity management. And also the managed devices, let's think about the devices. It could be a mobile device or any other device which is purely on a cloud enabled device. You can manage them, and you can also manage your on-premises resources which you used to manage with your legacy infrastructure. That also can be managed with the help of other integrations, so you can fully manage your on-premises resources. So if you go for end of the course, you might understand very similar infrastructure, at least for the Azure Active Directory. If you go in depth, let's say this is the Azure Active Directory, this side, the right side, and in the left side you might have your on-premises legacy infrastructure, where you might have a web server, file server, all of that. What if you want to access them from a user from the Azure Active Directory? So you need to have some kind of tools integration. Let's say here you have the Azure, let's say here you have the Windows Active Directory service, and this is connected with Azure Active Directory AD Connect tool, AD Connect we call. So this tool will sync up all the identities or the user objects that are on your on-premises network, and it gets syncs with your cloud tool. So here the cloud identity management solution is Azure Active Directory. So the objects that are in your on-premises gets appear here, and you can manage, you can grant the access, and you take the power of your Azure Active Directory. So what kind of power you have with the Azure Active Directory? Like you can go for multi-factor authentication, or you can enable OAuth tokens, or web applications fully managed, or Graph API based authentication. Enable applications can be accessed for your on-premises users. So you get all the advantages directly even on your on-premises identity management solution. Also, when you integrate or when you use the AD Connect tool, Azure AD Connect tool, and then you have that option. So we're going to talk on that topic in a minute or so. Let's just stick for the modern solutions to understand more. And if you look at this diagram, you might be thinking about solutions like Office 365, Dropbox, or Salesforce. All these are the software as a service solutions that are outside of your office, and that you would think that how to control the people granting access for those resources. Let's say if a user coming from home and people working from home, or maybe people coming from an internet cave and they are trying to work, and you need to provide the access for them, and at the same time you have to secure your resources. So these days of age, it's very important to trust the users. At the same time, we have to secure and minimize the risk. So these things are offered within the modern solutions. So we need to change how we look at the things, and we need to think about how we can secure our environment when users are outside of our network, when you might be using different devices. Let's say the user coming from home device, or from office solutions, or from on-premises solutions, that are completely, we have to look into a different perspective. So that's called a identity centric security. So something we refer always this word as identity centric security. This is where we now say that really the identity is now what is really paramount in driving security, and we cannot really control the network security perimeter as much as we used to do. So now let's do all that we can secure the identity, and that is why Azure Active Directory has become such a really key solution. And as you move throughout the lessons within this course, you are going to see all the different ways that we can go about securing our services that are outside of our office and solutions that are on premises. Even things like device management and access to Azure resources is as well. And this is something that is provided through Azure Active Directory. In order to achieve this, Azure Active Directory has a range of different features that are available, and we're going to talk all these features that I'm going to talk now. So you see here you have total 6 different key features that I can put on this slide. So these are the 6 key different features that are offered by Azure Active Directory. So let's begin with the identity platform. So as we talked earlier, identity platform is I can refer this as a complete repository. So when we talk about the repository, it's going to store all your identities like username, maybe passwords or user phone number, or such things are going to store as identity platform. And when we look at identity security, things like you can secure with the help of Azure Active Directory privileged identity management. That's another additional feature within the Azure Active Directory. As I said, these are the key features. So definitely privileged identity, PIM, we call sometime PIM, so which will also secure your identity. So no user will have the administrative privileges, but they can grant themselves as the admin privileges on a specific change request based, or such things like a time bounded access will be granted. Otherwise they are the normal users. So you are going to secure, and this is going to be fully automated by the way, and you're going to secure in this way all the access. Even think about the multi-factor authentication, so MFA. So MFA where the users will be asked to prove themselves. If the user is coming from internet based location, or maybe internet cave, or maybe a new location altogether, he will be challenged to prove himself he's a valid genuine user by sending an SMS code to input that code, or maybe a app based password, or tap the password that is popping up on a phone, a mobile phone. So such things are proved with the help of multi-factor authentication. And let's also talk about the B2C, which is used into the development. So development to your applications and other such things. And let's also talk about the monitoring as one of the key features. If we look at the monitoring, we can talk about identity protection again here, where you can actually think in other way of risk management. Let's say you can check for the audit logs. By doing audit logs, you can minimize the risk management and security monitoring, and such things completely comes under monitoring. So any kind of log specific to the Azure Active Directory or different monitoring things can be considered under the monitoring, especially logs and risk minimizing things. And coming back to the integration, yes, you can do the integration with your hybrid Active Directory as we talked in the previous slide, like where you can go for hybrid identity. So if you have on-premises Active Directory and you're trying to integrate with your Azure Active Directory, so both identities get synced. That means a user in on-premises also take the advantage of Azure Active Directory, let's say for MFA or privileged identity management. So what happens is that's called hybrid AD. So you can sync up your Windows Active Directory with Azure Active Directory, so that you get the benefits of Azure Active Directory. And also you can enable single sign-on, and as we talked about Azure AAD Connect tool which will be useful for the syncing purpose, and also domain services can be used. And coming back to the enterprise access, which is useful for the managing security and applications and devices, and collaborate with your Azure Active Directory with the help of B2B, that's a business to business. So if you have the enterprise business to business deals or business to business integration of the identity management, that's where it's going to use the Azure Active Directory. So these are the key features that I can put it in this slide. So I hope this is useful for you. Let's do a quick review on what we have learned so far. Firstly, we discussed Azure Active Directory, what it is and how it is useful, and the key features of Azure Active Directory. Thank you for your time. I'll catch you in the next lecture. Hello all and welcome back. In this lecture, we are going to learn about implementing Azure Active Directory, and we are going to have a look on key components that are required in terms of the architecture of Azure Active Directory. And then we are going to jump into the Azure portal to create our own Azure Active Directory tenant. I didn't talk about the tenant, what it means, so I'm going to talk in this lecture what exactly tenant means and the relationship, and how you can actually associate your Azure tenant with your actual domain name by registering by creating within your GoDaddy or whatever the public DNS the required MX or TXT records, so that you prove yourself that you really own that specific tenant. So let's think about what are the basic component vocabulary that you need to know with the help of this lecture. So the first one would be definitely a tenant. Without using a tenant word, you cannot learn the Azure Active Directory, definitely. So what exactly is tenant? Tenant is actually representation of your entire organization within the Azure Active Directory terms. So let's try to understand more about this tenant. Let's say you have maybe a user account, or maybe computers, or maybe applications, so that needs to be managed, or that needs to be registered somewhere for the access management. That's where we have the tenant comes into the picture. So tenant will host all the access management or identity specific information can be managed. So all about the Azure Active Directory will be in the backend. It's called the tenant. So you have the tenant. So let's take some of the examples of the tenant. So when you create a tenant, you actually get you need to fulfill with a unique name. For example, if your company name, so your company name dot on Microsoft.com. So that's the first domain, on Microsoft.com, which is created by Microsoft. On top of it, you are actually creating a unique ID. For example, if I give my company name, let's say pavan.onmicrosoft.com, I can create as this a tenant. So post to that, I can add, or I can create users or groups or register applications with specific to this tenant. You may be having a question that do I need to end with the same name format? No. So when you own your own domain name, let's say you have your company name.com, so you can actually map from your existing tenant name, that's pavan.onmicrosoft.com, to your company name.com. So for that, what you have to do is you have to create a DNS records to prove that you really own this domain, so that you can use the company .com or your company.com domain name. And the next thing is the word called association. This also sometimes referred as the trust relationship within the Azure Active Directory world. Let's say you have multiple subscriptions. Let's say one for the production, one for the development, one for maybe a specific team who's working on a sales or maybe a marketing department, and they have different servers. And all these servers are required to be managed for the billing, different billing purpose. So you need to integrate your Azure Active Directory with those subscriptions, so that you can actually apply all the conditions, all the access policies or all the user accounts can be configured for granting the access for your Azure resources. So that's where the association comes into the picture. So you can do the association. That's nothing but a linking between your Azure tenant. This is a tenant, right? We talked about the on Microsoft.com with Azure subscriptions. That can be done. I wanted to highlight one very important point here that's related to the subscriptions and tenants limitation. You can have one Azure Active Directory tenant can be associated with multiple subscriptions, but you cannot have the same subscription can be associated with multiple tenants. That's not possible. So each subscription can only associate with only one tenant. That's the outcome, and that's very important point here, so that you can easily understand further when it comes to the actual implementation within the Azure Active Directory architecture. Let's try to recap, and then we try to understand by jumping into the Azure portal, by creating all these components that we have so far learned. So the first thing is we try to learn about in the previous lecture about Azure Active Directory, what it is, how it does or works. And within this lecture, we do understand that Azure Active Directory will have your users and groups and your registered application, and also you will have your registered devices, and that can be actually when you try to create Azure Active Directory, you have to create one tenant ID. So like a domain.onmicrosoft.com, and this must be a unique. So domain name is always changes here in your company name. Unique, definitely, right? So it can't be the same thing for somebody else. Let's say I work in IBM, so if I give as ibm.onmicrosoft.com, and you try with the same name ibm.onmicrosoft.com, it doesn't work. It says that it must be a unique. So you might go with IBM 01, even though your company name remains same. You might go for a multiple different unique tenant IDs. And finally, what also we learned within this lecture is we can actually, whatever we have the tenant ID, that can be mapped to your custom domain name by creating either a text record or MX record just to verify your domain name. That's your custom domain name.com by logging into your GoDaddy or maybe wherever you have your domain name. There you simply have to create some of the DNS records so that you own that domain, and you prove that so that the users can log in with like username at customdomain.com. Let's say if the domain is IBM, so I can log in with my username at ibm.com. And similarly, if you don't verify, what would happen is you will log in with your username at the rate domain.onmicrosoft.com. Let's say if my domain or tenant ID is Pavan, so I give here as a Pavan like username Paddy as a username example, Paddy at pavan.onmicrosoft.com. So it's better to always validate your custom domain. Definitely in the real world, it's going to be validated with not just one domain. You might have more than one domain. So you can definitely do more than one domain verification for the same tenant. Let's say maybe you have a company called Tata. They're into maybe a software or hardware, or maybe Tata Motors, or maybe electronics, or maybe computers. So you have maybe 10 domains, but you can actually verify these 10 domains with a single tenant ID. So that's very much possible. And for that, all you have to do is you have to create that domain specific TXT or MX specific records to be created with the value that was given in the Azure portal. Let's jump into association part. So as I said earlier, if you understand as till this point of time, subscriptions are completely different, and there is no relation between the subscription and Azure Active Directory. So both are completely different. There's no relation by default. All you have to do is you have to relate your subscription with one of the tenant. Let's say, as we talked earlier, we have talked about a keyword here. If you can remember, the Azure Active Directory tenant can be associated with multiple subscriptions, but every subscription will have only one tenant. Let's say what it means is here, as we talked earlier, you have onboarded maybe a production and development different environments. So one for the production subscription you may have, and other one for the development subscription, but you will have only one tenant where your users are from this specific tenant as your Active Directory, and these users are registered the applications in production as well as in the development, and you can test with that as your subscription all the applications, and then if working everything fine, maybe you have a different mechanism to onboard them to production subscription. That's a different story. But here what you're trying to do is you are actually depending on a single Azure Active Directory tenant to manage multiple subscriptions. So you need to associate in such a way. So once I have associated, what would happen is I have maybe different subscription different resources. Let's say I may have Office 365 or maybe Dropbox or maybe different resources within my Azure subscription, all that can be used in order to grant the access for my different Azure resources. That's how it's going to work. Let's switch to Azure portal. Within the portal you can click to Azure Active Directory, and if you see here I have already a tenant. This is my tenant name, primary domain name. If you see Paddy Maddy Lab on Microsoft.com, this is my tenant ID. So how would I create? So what you have to do is you have to click on Azure Active Directory. So when you don't have any tenant, simply go for Azure Active Directory and then click on tenant resource creation and then create a tenant. So this is a resource wizard which you need to follow. So within this you can give here name. So this is how, for example, here Paddy Lab is showing. So this is because the name of my organization as given as this. So let's say if I give here as my company representation, let's say I can give here IBM Demo Lab example, and I give here an initial domain name. If I try to give here as explained earlier IBM, and it's going to actually validate. If you see tick mark, similar tick mark, it's going to come if I just as soon as I move. So it's verifying here, and it says that already in use by another directory. So somebody has already taken, definitely. So if I just give has 01, it might be already in use. If I just click on somewhere else, it's going to validate, and it says that it's already in use. So I can give here maybe my demo lab IBM 01 or something like that. It might be available because this name nobody takes, I guess. So you see it's available now. So now the next thing is the governance policies. So all these identity management solution specific data, where do you want to store? So if you are specific to your company is based on US, so it's always recommended you to put in the US. If it's from the European Union, so choose the relevant EU region. So in my case, I'll just stick to United States, and I'm going to review and then click on create. So it's going to create the Azure Active Directory tenant ID with this. So in a minute, I'm going to get this specific tenant. So until then, I'll just pause this video. Now we have successfully created tenant. And if you see here Paddy Lab, I'm still on a Paddy Lab. I need to switch back, so either I can click here so that it will take me to that specific resource. So I'll just click on that. So it's going to take me in a new tab to that specific tenant, and I should be able to get it here as that IBM Demo Lab or whatever the description I have given so far. So this the tenant. You can check out here. I got a different tenant ID, and this is the tenant ID as you call it as, you can call it as the unique identity for your tenant. So in a Microsoft terms, they actually don't look at on Microsoft.com. This is maybe a unique. Of course, this is unique, but in terms of the core, they always look for tenant ID in the backend. So they track based on the tenant ID, not on the primary domain name. But for us, primary domain name is very important here, or the tenant ID is very important here. And now let's see, if I want to create a user account, I can simply create a new user account. So the first account that we have created within this tenant is a Microsoft account, which is my Microsoft Hotmail account, which will be a by default the global administrator. That means I have a full rights. That's where I logged in with this account. Now if you try to create, you can choose your creation part. For example, I can go for maybe like, as I said, Craze, and I can choose here the tenant ID so that users will always log in with a username. That's a Chris at the rate demolab IBM01 dot on Microsoft.com. Yes, it's very lengthy. That's where it comes that you to verify your domain. So if you could have already verified your tenant with a company domain name, you don't get that option. So you simply switch back with a username at the rate your company.com. Let's say if it's a company's IBM.com simply, and you can go for the full name and all that and auto registered. That would actually generate the password, and it also you can also choose the user's location where you want to store. For example, this is United States, the specific user, and create is going to create a user account in a minute. Once the user account is created, you can see here the source of the user account is from Azure Active Directory this time. So that's how it's going to work. So now we talked about the tenant and the domain. We didn't talk about. Now let's also look at the association part. So how do you associate? Simply you go to your Azure Active Directory and simply go to your subscription. So I'm just going to my subscriptions. I do have multiple subscriptions. So if you see here, I don't have any subscription for this specific tenant. So why is like this? Because you haven't yet associated anything with your tenant, so you need to associate. Similarly, if I just go back to my Azure portal and try to create a virtual machine, it says that hey, you don't have any subscription, so you cannot create any Azure resources. So all you have to do is, as I said, earlier, Azure subscription is completely different and Azure Active Directory is completely different. Both are two different entities within Microsoft Azure world. So you need to associate in order to get benefited with your subscription and Azure tenant ID. So as a next step, I have to switch it. So how do you switch is, you have here the global filter. This is a global filter. This is where you can switch with all your directories. If you just click on all directories, it will list all the directories that you have within this ID which is associated. So you have here my tenant ID, or my directory is this demo lab in IBM01, which is currently we are working, and also lab in my lab. So different tenants I do have here. So that's the global filter. That's where you can filter, and you can also set when you log into Azure portal, by default it can point to a specific tenant directory by default. So for that you need to go to, from the default directory you can set as a default directory from your filter actually. And in my case I have already configured this. So as a next step I need to go and associate. So for that what I'm going to do is I'm actually switching back to my actual subscription. So this is where I have a subscription and also a tenant configured. So I'll just switch back here, and you can see it's opening in a new tab. And this is where we went earlier for creating a tenant. So let me go back to here and search for something called subscription. So if you try to search for the subscriptions, you might list here a different subscription. So I do have here an active subscription. So what I can do is I need to associate with this subscription with the account or with the tenant ID which we have just created. So we created earlier a different tenant, so that's where I'm going to associate. So to do that, just go to your select subscription. Maybe you have created your marketing subscription or sales subscription that you wanted to associate with tenant. So what I'm going to do is I'm actually in this phase now, tenant and tenant to be associated with one other subscription. So let's say this is a development subscription what I have currently logged in example. So what I'm going to do is I'll just go to my subscription overview and change directly. So what would happen is whatever the subscription you have here, this subscription, specific subscription, is going to be associated with a directory called a different directory. So in this case it's currently paramedi lab .onmicrosoft.com. So I don't want to associate with this. Instead, I want to associate with my current, which I have just created as part of this demo. For example, demo lab for the IBM specific tenant which I have created. So all you have to do is just click on to select directory and select the desired tenant. So in my case, IBM demo lab, this is the tenant ID. So I'll simply select and click on change. So that would take approximately 10 to 15 minutes in the backend to finish the entire mapping or association or the relationship to happen in the background. That's where you can use. Then you can use by creating any of the resources because in your subscription you might have the billing details, so you have different resources, but it was not have associated with any of the tenant. So the users are in your tenant and they can grant access on your Azure resources. So that's how it's going to work. I'm not going to click on change because I'm going to work with a subscription which I have already within this entire lab. I'm going to use the subscription mostly paddymadylab.onmicrosoft.com. This has already all the credits which I need to use for this lab. So I'm going to use within this lab this specific tenant. As a next step, we are going to verify our tenant with our proper domain name. So how I'm going to do is I'm going to my Azure Active Directory, and then if you see here, custom domain name. So from the custom domain name under from manage, you have an option called custom domain name. This is where I have to input by adding a custom domain name. So currently if you see here, it is configured as a primary. That means whatever user accounts I'm going to create, that's going to be with the username as the username @paddymadylab.onmicrosoft.com. Instead of that, you need to log in with your own domain name. So for doing that, what I'm going to do is I'll simply click on add domain name. So I'll just enter here my custom domain name. So this is my custom domain name. leninmylab.com is my custom domain name. So I'll just input this name here. And once it's added, it's going to ask me to either create a TXT record or MX record. So either one of them. So I'm going to actually create a TXT record with these values. So I just already logged into Azure, into the GoDaddy portal where I can manage my DNS management for this domain name, just to prove that this actually belongs to me, this domain. So I'm going to create a text record with the host as alias as @ and destination going to point with this value and TTL 360. So simple value. So I'll just click on add from records. Simply click on add. This record type is TXT, host is @ it's going to point to MS equivalent, the value what it is showing there, and TTL default save. So that's it. Once you have done this, the steps almost the similar if you're not using GoDaddy or some other cheap name or whatever the DNS management console you're trying to use. It would be the similar fashion. What you have to do, once you have created, you can simply click on verify. Remember that these settings might take some time. Maybe it might take a hour or so sometimes, but since it's a GoDaddy, if you see here, it's just got failed to verify for now because I just clicked on an immediate basis. So it might take maybe as I said, 72 hours is the right time, what Microsoft or what Google Daddy or other DNS provider says. But these days, yes, it's just like 5-10 minutes work. So post to that, it would normally verify. Otherwise, you need to check with your DNS provider. I'm going to try one more time to verify since I waited some time. So this time it is successful, if you see here. And if I click here as the make primary, what would happen is the user accounts what we have tried to configure, that can be logged in with username @ on instead of the onmicrosoft.com, it will log in with the domain which we have verified just now as leninmylab.com. So I can click this button later point also, but let's click on
make as a primary, click on yes. So this might take some time. After post to the verify, simply click on close. So you see here now the leninmylab.com is verified and it has been added as the primary. So if I just go back to the users and try to create any user account like we created earlier, like in another tenant ID we created Chris, so let's try to create the same Chris, and you see here when I try to create, I get an option here as the leninmylab.com as the primary because the domain name is verified. Otherwise you can also configure if the user want to just log in with on Microsoft.com tenant, so you can use this also. So either way it works, and this is how you're gonna actually create the user accounts and post to the verification of your domain. So what we have learned so far is we understand about the tenant and domain verification and association of the trust between your tenant and your subscription, so that you can manage your subscriptions by granting some of the permissions from your tenant users like Chris we just created. So that concludes this lecture. I will see you in the next lecture. Thank you for watching this specific lecture. I hope you really enjoyed. Please take a minute to rate the course. Thank you. Hello and welcome to this lesson on Azure Active Directory for user management as well as the group management. Before I begin, I wanted to tell you that this is going to be a very basic lesson on Active Directory for user or group management, probably the most very basic in this course. If you have already experience with Azure Active Directory, or maybe you have already taken some other courses on Azure AD specific topics, or you're already working on Azure Active Directory, maybe this lecture is not for you. If not, I welcome, and let's start jumping into the Azure Active Directory. Before we work with Azure Active Directory, so this Azure Active Directory is very similar to, think for now as very similar to your identity management that you have on premises for Active Directory, but this is a cloud native, so it can understand the cloud specific protocols that are capable of Azure Active Directory can do for you. So Azure Active Directory or Azure AD is the Microsoft cloud-based identity and access management service which helps your employees to sign in and access external resources. For example, let's take example as the Microsoft Office 365 or maybe Azure Portal for this example. Or maybe thousands of the softwares which are hosted within the Azure portal. As a service application, for example, let's take Salesforce or maybe Dropbox or a Box, kind of different applications also can be accessed, which are internal resources like your applications which are in your corporate network or maybe on internet. These things can be accessed when you grant or when you create your user account for your employees, and they can access when you grant the access for them. And if you're the developer, for example, and you're trying to develop some kind of application, you have enough flexibility to code it the single sign-on mechanism for your application so that you are allowing the end users to automatically log in with their existing credentials. In short, we can say that it's going to minimize your entire administrative overhead. Back in the olden days, we used to have each application ending up with their own identity directory access, but now with the cloud-enabled native application, it's a completely single sign-on. It means that the users have to remember only one Active Directory or one directory login credentials or the domain credentials that would actually help them to use wherever they wanted to use it for their applications. In this lesson, we are going to discuss users. Who are they? Why are they? What are they? And why do we care about those users? A user account is an account that's required to access your Azure resources. We also sometimes called as if you see here, if I just go to the accounts, I can say here sometimes it's a work account or maybe school account sometime. So in other words, if a user account was created in Microsoft Azure Active Directory sometimes, or maybe in your on-premises Active Directory, and that got synced with the Azure AD Connect, and then in that situation we also called as the user account. Sometimes we also invite guest users. So when I say guest users, just to collaborate from business to business, that's a B2B collaboration. Let's say you have a client and he's working on your infrastructure. You, instead of maintain their identity management like the first name, last name, all that, you can simply invite them so that they can use their own identity management. Let's say they use their own email ID, but they can log into our Active Directory and they can access the granted resources. So that's called the business to business collaboration, and we would be learning that in the upcoming lectures or maybe in this lecture. And when it comes back to the managing or creating user accounts, you have the three possible options. The first one would be the Azure portal. It means a graphical user interface like we just have tried to access from the Azure portal. That's a portal.azure.com. So that's where you can access. That means these are the three different interfaces you can use to manage your Azure for creating user accounts also. So let's say you can create a user account from Azure portal or from PowerShell or Azure CLI. To create user account in Azure Active Directory, click on Azure Active Directory. Make sure that you selected your required directory name. So in my case, this is on Microsoft.com tenant ID, which I wanted to create within the account. If you see here, this is not yet configured with any of the domain names. I will be doing this with another domain name so that the users will log in with my registered domain name. But for now, I would be using the existing default tenant ID. That means username @ this domain name would be used. That is the bpavan26hotmail.onmicrosoft.com will be used. So let's jump into the creation of the user account. Go to all users, click on new user and try to fill all these details. So I will be giving here James Taylor's ID. So like I wanted to create james.taylor at bpavan26hotmail.onmicrosoft.com. And if you see here, the tick mark was accepted. That means the user account can be created. And the first name and last name and other details I can fill up here, like the first name and other things. So in this case, I can give here James and Taylor. So that's how I wanted to create. And I can create here auto-generate a password, or let me choose my own password. So in my case, I wanted to automatically let it create a random password, and I would like to copy this and give it to the user. And if you see here, I'm not assigning any other groups for this user. So we do have different groups where we can create, which is in the next lecture we would be creating different groups. If you have multiple groups, you can assign. So the groups are the easy way to grouping the users. And also you can assign different roles. So since this user is a normal user, I would be happy to go with only normal user account. However, if you wanted to create maybe global admin, this user account to be part of James Taylor should be part of global admin, you can choose that. Similarly, there are multiple AD groups are available. You can choose the required permissions or the group memberships or the roles based on the requirement. So in my case, I'm leaving as a default with the user account. And also I don't want to block my users sign in option. So let it user to be allowed. And user's location, I would be selecting the country based. So in my case, the user belongs to United States, so I would be selecting United States. And you can give the more information like job title and department. Let's say this user is a system administrator. Example, I can give has here, and also the department belongs to IT. So it's going to create a user account when I click on create. So now in a minute, you can see here without a refresh, you are able to see here James Taylor. And if you refresh also, it will be available in a sorting option. And if you want to edit, you can go back to the profile by selecting that user and click on edit, and you can do the changes. For example, you can add the photograph of that specific user, or maybe the location and the street address or the phone numbers can be added as additional information. Once you have done, for example, I wanted to add here city name as Redmond and click on save. That would actually save the user profile. If you have assigned any of the applications, you would be able to see here any of the application assignments in this properties. And also if you assign any of the licenses, you can check out here. And the user, if he is using any of the devices, maybe he may sign in into iOS devices or Android or Windows 10 devices, then it would be listed here the number of devices that user is performing activities. And here, if you're the global admin, you should be able to see if the user is logged in, any of this sign-in information. This will be very helpful when you're trying to troubleshoot. For example, if the user sign-in getting failed or any of the errors, you can filter out and you can find out what is going on. And now, as a next step, we can create from the Azure PowerShell. So to create the Azure PowerShell, either you can open from your machine PowerShell and get it connected, but I would recommend you to work directly from the Cloud Shell. If you see here, Cloud Shell is a new feature within the Microsoft Azure portal. Right from here, you can create and run all the PowerShell specific commands. So if I want to run for the PowerShell, I simply have to select here PowerShell, and my subscription is pay as you go model, so I can create a cloud storage. That means whatever the activities I'm performing will be stored in the background. By the way, this is just for the first time you would be able to getting these information, and it might take 1 or 2 minutes or so. Otherwise, it would directly get connected to that shell. Once it's connected, you can see here the complete PowerShell. And if you want to switch back to Bash, you can always switch to Bash also. That's a CLI mode if you want to do it. So it all depends what command line or what interface you wanted to use it. So let's begin with PowerShell first. So you see here it's quickly connecting post to the first time configuration. So I want to create a user account. So here is the documentation. If you're quite new, you can go always and reference here all the commands that are specific to Azure AD. So in my case, I wanted to create a user account. So here you can get it just to create specific, and you would be able to get a lot of other things specific to the create. Otherwise, what you can do is create a new user account. So if you see here, I have a user account creation called new easy AD user. So if I click on that, this is the information for the help specific. So here also gave the examples. The first step would be to creating and storing a normal password, which was typed here as the string as a password. So this password might needs to be adjusted with a more complex word, otherwise it might fail. So I'm just going to change here the word called password to something else, and I'll try to paste that. So if you see here, I'll just paste it, but I'm not going to hit enter, because if you use only the password, it might throw you an error. So I'll just give you here some other value. So I'm just using this complex password, so a long lengthy password, so that this would be accepted easily, and I'm just hitting enter so that it gonna actually save. And next thing would be to create the account with this name. So if you see here the display name, whatever the user display name you wanted, you can give here, and your UPN name of that user, and the password is which was stored in this variable. So I'm just modifying that accordingly and copy pasting in the shell. So if you see here, there's a new easy AD user with a display name called Williams. If you see here, I think I need to give here double quotes, which is missing display name and UPN name and the password, and hit enter. This is going to create a user account. If I just go here to my Azure portal, and if it's refresh, it should create David Williams user account. It has been created with this specific password. So if I want to log in, I can log in with this user account as a guest. So I'm just using a guest browser to log in to show you. The user account is this. So I'll simply sign in with the user account, and this is the password which I used to log in, and it's gonna ask me to remember. No, I don't want to remember the password. So I'm able to log in to this Azure portal. That means the user access is granted, and I'm able to access if any of the resources are assigned to me. As a next step, we will be trying with Azure Client Tools or CLI. For the CLI, you have all the references with all the commands. I would be pasting this URL along with this lecture. You can check out that. And Azure AD specific, you have all the commands are available here. So you can use all these commands to achieve your Azure Active Directory specific commands. And if you want to start using the bash, what you can do is you can simply click on here Cloud Shell. That would actually gives you an option to either choose PowerShell or to bash. So if it is opening for you PowerShell, you can click on bash. That would actually open this CLI. So by using these Cloud Shell, by this time you would be understanding that this would be the easiest way to work directly from the browser. So to begin with that, to create Azure AD account with the help of CLI commands, you can check out here the commands that are available. Let's see, create an Azure Active Directory user account, which is mentioned here. You can use the CLI commands to create it. So if you see here, the display name is the display name that needs to be provided, and the password, and also the user principal name, that's the UPN of the user. That's a username at whatever the on Microsoft.com or your domain name if you have verified your domain. So I need to modify here this command with the display name I have to give, and the password and the UPN name. So I'm just entering here the values. If I can paste here, so I can explain here the command like AD user create, and the display name with Daniel Craig, and the password which is a secure password, and the UPN name is daniel.craig@mydomainname.com, and hit enter. So now a long lengthy one would be now coming up as the output. You can see here this has been created successfully and there's no errors. And if I just go here and refresh, I'm able to see here daniel.craig at UPN name of my domain as a username. So this has created successfully. So far we try to create a user account within our Azure Active Directory. But what about if a user wanted to work within our company, but just for limited to a scope of a project, like you are inviting other business person to work
or access your resources. So that's called the business to business collaboration, or B2B. In that situation, what we do is we would invite the users to log in. So it can be a guest user. That means the user account is not going to be managed by you. That means the identity management is not done by yourself. Or when I say yourself, not from Azure AD, or not from your specific tenant. That means the user account might be there in Azure AD but not managed by you, maybe other business person, or maybe the user account can be in google.com, like a Gmail, or maybe in Hotmail ID, or it can be any other account, but it's not just the Azure AD account. If you see here all users, now the source is showing as the Azure Active Directory for all of them, but for the new guest users it would be completely different. Let's create by inviting any of the user account so that the user can log in. I want to invite here a guest user who can log in into my Azure AD. To do that, I'll just type here one of the user account which I own in Gmail. So first name, please access, and I can choose the location here, whatever the country he's coming from. Let's say if he's coming from United States, I can choose that, and he's a developer example, and invite. That's actually going to send a user to this user account one email. So I just logged in here, and let's see if I get any email by refreshing my Gmail account. You see here I got an invitation email just now 0 minutes ago, and says that, hey, default directory by your organization by Patty Maddy is sent an invite, get started. So if I just started with this, I just wanted to start in a private mode so that there will not be any conflict with my current session. So I'm able to log in, and I need to give here a new password. So this is not my Gmail password, this can be a new password. So I will be giving here a specific password so that user can log in. So I'm just creating entry code. So it's just trying to verify my email IDs really exist, and it sent an email to my ID. So if I just go back here to my inbox, under updates, I got an email with the verification code. So that's a 6354 is the verification code which I got it. So I simply copy this code and I would enter that code. So this is the code which I wanted to enter, 6354. So it's asking for me to verify characters to be entered, and finally I'm able to log in, and it's just requesting you to you're signing into this directory and make sure that you're accepting all these terms and conditions which were coming from my domain. Now if you see here, there's no applications after I log in. In any case, if I have granted any of the applications for this specific user, he should be able to log in and able to access those applications. So we're going to set the application access in the upcoming lectures. For now, we know that there are three different methods where you can create the user accounts. The first one is you can create from the Azure portal. Also you can create from PowerShell, and also from the Bash. You can switch back here, either PowerShell or the Bash. And also there's another type of account called guest account. Sometimes we also call it B2B specific, for the business to business collaboration purpose. And if you see here, if I just refresh, the B2B user account should be visible here. And that's an account which is coming as a guest, as a source. Microsoft account, and the type of the account is guest. I hope this is useful for you. Thank you for watching this. I'll catch you in the next lecture. Hello and welcome to this lecture. In this lecture, we will be learning about Azure Active Directory Group Management. Groups works very similar as they do in our on-premises directory environment such as Active Directory. These groups were populated with user accounts, and then these groups could be granted access for our data or maybe for our applications. So in Microsoft Azure Active Directory, groups can be created mostly two different types. One would be the static group, other one would be the dynamic group. But these two are security groups, the first one and the last one, and the middle one is the Office 365 specific groups. So to grant any of the Office 365 specific access, we would be creating this type of group, but normally we would be ending up with security AD group or dynamic based group. So when I say dynamic group based, that is nothing but, let's say you have a user account and the user is part of United States, example as the location, we can create a dynamic group based on a dynamic location. That's the, if a user is tagged with United States, automatically that user will be part of that dynamic group. So you no need to add that specific user manually or statically. So this static group is very similar to our on-premises groups where we normally add manually the user account to this group. So in short, assigned group membership types are static in nature. The administrator determines the group membership, and it's up to the administrator or the group owner who can add or remove the group from the group any of the members. Whereas a dynamic type, we could determine the group membership based on a specific attribute value or set of attribute values that exist on a user or maybe a device. So we can then build queries inside Active Directory group that determines who becomes a member of that AD group. If a user or a device matches that specific attribute when it was querying, it would automatically part of that dynamic group, or it would be automatically removed if that specific attribute is no longer, then it would automatically remove. So that's where the dynamic groups works. But remember that dynamic group creation is not for everyone. You need to have at least Azure Active Directory Premium 1 licensing. Otherwise, you cannot create this type of group. In my Azure Active Directory, I do not have a P1 license. That's Azure AD P1 license. It's a default one. I'm going to take it in a minute or so, but I wanted to show you here how to create a static group. So click on new group, and that would actually select your Office 365 or security. Remember, for both of the things you can actually select your membership type, but it is completely grayed out because I do not have a license. Let's create here a security specific group, like you can give the group name, maybe they are from sales team, and you can give the description, a proper description, so that they know that what is the specific group, and I can create. So it's going to create a sales team specific security group, and you can assign any of the members by going as an administrator. Let's say I have Daniel Craig's account, I can add here. So now Daniel is part of sales team. But if I want to create a dynamic AD group, I need to have licensing. So let's go back to Azure Active Directory and purchase licensing. As you know that licenses also can be purchased directly from Azure portal. So all I have to do is I have to go to licensing, and under all products I should be able to see here if I have any of the licenses, but still I don't have anything, so I'm gonna buy. So before I do a purchase, I would like to give a try for enterprise mobility management or maybe ADP2. So I'm just going to buy a specific license called ADP2 license. If you see the costing for Azure Active Directory pricing, The free account which we just created with our tenant is completely free, and we just created a object also. But we're going to purchase premium too, so that we would be getting all other benefits which are explicitly coming from like vulnerability, risk account, all that, because our course is also required to have these licenses so that we can explore as much as we can do. For example, privileged identity management is part of P2 license, and we would be need this license. So we would be actually giving a try, and it would be costing close to $9 per month per user. And P1 license cost close to $6. And Office 365 would give you the licenses automatically for E1 and E3 and E5 and F1. So let's jump into Active Directory and give a try for P2 license. Since I also get P2 in EMS, I also get other benefits. I would be going with this activating. In fact, I did already activated this in the past, so I don't want to go for another trial. So I wanted to give a try for EMS. If you see here, it has completed successfully, and in a minute or so, it would actually come up here. I need to wait for 5 to 10 minutes to properly allocate the licenses that are provisioned in my Azure AD tenant. If you see here, the licenses are already provisioned, and if you're trying to purchase, you can click on here to purchase in case if you don't have the trial. But in my case, I have the trial option, but if you see here, I have activated in the past a P2 license, so I cannot reactivate. Instead, I need to go and purchase. So what I've done is P2 is already covered under EMS license, so I activated EMS license here. Unless I purchase, it's not going to affect for me. So I can see here now the 250 licenses are available, and I have not assigned any of the license. Let's try to create another group, or we can even edit the sales group also. If you want to change the group membership, or maybe we wanted to change the properties of this from a assigned to dynamic, now this option is enabled for us. Now let's go back and create a dynamic group based on some attribute value. Let's try to create all USA users as a dynamic group. So if you see here the membership type, so you want to go for a dynamic user based or device based. So when we talk about the device, a device means if a machine is, for example, Windows 10 devices registered with Azure AD, it will be visible under your directory. Let me show you here. Devices, you would be able to see here the required devices. Let's say if your iPad is already enrolled in your EMS or mobile device management, it will show you here. Your mobile devices will show you here. Your all Windows 10 machines and Mac machines will be showing up here under devices. So we can query and we can create a type of query. For example, all Mac, iPad machines can be created, or all Surface machines, or maybe all laptop, all desktops, or all the machines from a specific location or that has some specific attribute can be created as a dynamic group. So now I would be creating here as a dynamic user specific, and here I need to build a query tool. So this is a query tool. This would actually build a query for us. So let's say if my location of that specific user belongs to country, if this property I'm defining like country belongs to operator equals, or maybe you can apply here a lot of other options like not match or matching, all that, but I'm just applying equals to United States. So in case if a user belongs to United States as a value as a country, that automatically becomes as the query for us. So you see here, this has been already built. Now when I click on here, user dot country equals to United States. So if I save here and that would actually create in the backend the query, and click on create, this time it actually creates the AD group. That's a dynamic. If you see here, type is dynamic. If you just click on this AD group,
which we just created as a dynamic, if you see here, 2 user accounts are populated. Remember this. Straightforward, or it took for me to show this user accounts after 3 to 4 minutes. So it's not direct, immediate. So if I just go to the members, I could see here 2 different user accounts are automatically added based on the dynamic membership. If I just go to the dynamic of these groups, you see here the country or a region of that Craig account properties, or the profile properties. You see here country is specified as United States. That's the reason Craig is part of this. Similarly, you should be able to see for Williams, David Williams. Country and region is part of United States. And similarly, you can create with multiple attribute values that are part of your AD user attributes, for example, contact info or job title or any other values. Also, you can include. Based on that, it can be created as a dynamic. Similarly, you can also create a new group for devices. Let's say I can choose here display name starts with, maybe for example starts with USA. So if a device all are joined in Azure AD, or maybe on your on-premises, later point it got synced, such information can be directly pulled up. And you see here it's matching all that options you have. So whatever the attributes you have, you can take them based on the properties, and you can create similar dynamic group membership even for the devices. So I can say here all devices. So far we tried to create a user accounts. In the previous lecture we talked about static groups like sales team, and we also worked with the dynamic groups, one for the users, other one for the devices. Now the last one would be the working with the Office 365 specific group. So in this exam, this is not specific, but it's more about the email. Mostly this group will be used or will be created with the portal.office.com by going there, because the Exchange admins will work on this type of the group. And this group is not scoped much in our learning as part of AZ 500 exam. So I will be ignoring, but the major difference would be you can set the email for that specific group. That's the advantage for the group. Other than that, everything remains same, like including your dynamic or static group membership assignment. There are a few other important points that needs to be talked within the Azure Active Directory groups creation. The first point is you can add for a security group another security group. That means, for example, all Redmond users can be part of all United States users group. Similarly, California users can be part of United States group. But there are few limitations when you add this kind of in a group within one more group, that's called nested groups. So there are few rules that limit the ability of nested groups. So when we take a look of these rules, you need to follow that you cannot add a groups to groups that has been synchronizing from your on-premises. We didn't talk about on-premises AD Connect yet, but definitely we would be talking in the upcoming lectures for how to set up AD Connect and sync up your on-premises Active Directory. So for now, you cannot add any of those groups as a nested group for your which are coming from your on-premises Active Directory environment. And you cannot add security groups to Office 365 groups. And you cannot add even Office 365 specific groups to security groups or other 365 groups. You cannot assign applications to nested groups, and also they have to be assigned to each individual group so that you can apply the proper licenses. Otherwise, nested groups are not supported assigning the licenses. So you need to assign the licenses directly.
to individual groups, either dynamic or static. Like we have done in the previous lecture, the three different management tools what we have tried to use to create the user accounts, one from the Cloud Shell, for the PowerShell, and the Bash. So we did create it now with the groups from Azure. Now it's time to demonstrate how to create groups from PowerShell. So I would start with the PowerShell first, and then I'll switch back to Bash. So to create that, there's a PowerShell command that needs to be entered, which is a new AD group. That's a display name as my sales team, and the main nickname as my sales. So it's going to create in a minute. So it's just created. If I just refresh here, I should be able to see here that specific group name. Oops, I need to go to users, not to the users group. So if I see here, my sales team has been created now. Similarly, if I just create my another group, maybe like USC sales, USC hyphen my sales, it's going to create in a minute. Simply refresh my sales team, and this is a sales team, and now in a minute USC specific group also would be created, which has just created. If we go back to this specific group, and I can assign the members, since it is a static group, if you can see here, it's a static assigned group, and I can also check the licenses, or I can assign the licenses from here, or if any of the applications granted to access for this group, it will be listed here, which we will be exploring in the upcoming lectures. Now I wanted to change this from assigned to dynamic user with a dynamic query. For example, add here department as any of this, or maybe equals IT. So if I give the department as IT for any of the users, so they are going to be automatically part of our dynamic group. So I'll just click on save. That's gonna remove if any of the users are part of dynamic the static, and it would be adding dynamically all the users. And if you see here my list of users, there are at least 2 users should be from dynamic, if I'm correct. This is IT department for David, also for James. IT. At least the 2 users should come. So for that, it would take some time to populate these values, as it takes some time to process this query in the backend, and it will list out the required users. Until then, I'll just pause. If I just go to the group, now I should be able to see the members. So there are 3 different groups, 3 different users has been added dynamically. And if at all I remove, for example, from this user James Taylor, the IT department, to remove and put it to HR, for example, so this would automatically taken out from that dynamic group. So all I have to do is just wait for some time to process this automatically, and then do a refresh. It takes out James Taylor. So let's do the refresh, and you see here the user account has been taken out from the user group. So the group dynamic group is working fine. Now let's also give it a try for working on Bash. So from here I would switch back to Bash script, confirm, and I would see how best I can create. I would like to create here a marketing group. So I framed already syntax. The syntax is easy for Azure AD group create with a display name called USC marketing, and mail nickname is the USC marketing. So if I just go back here and see my all users, all groups in this case, so there's nothing called USC marketing, which I'm going to create now in a minute. So hit enter. That would actually create a group called USC marketing. So if I do a quick refresh, it will come in a minute or so. Now if I refresh, the group should be there. So now the group is created called USC marketing. This is how you use the commands. You can check out the documentation for AZAT group
from here for the creation and also for deletion, and other parameters or other commands can be learned from this web link. Also for the PowerShell, I did add it, so you can use these mechanism or the command syntaxes for creation. You can check out more help from this web link. To summarize this lecture, we did created Azure AD groups, static and dynamic, and also Office 365 group types. And also there are nested groups, which a group can be part of different multiple groups that we didn't talk, but I can talk now. Like this, USC marketing can be a member by another group. I can add here another AD group, for example, all USC dynamic users can be part of here, or other groups like this you can add it. But there are a few of the pros and cons that we talked about in this lecture for the licensing and application assignment, which will not work properly if you go for the nested groups. So we talked about static, dynamic query and nested groups within this lecture. I hope this is a great refresh for you. I'll see you in the next lecture. Thank you for watching this. Hello and welcome back. In this short lecture, we will be working with one of the greatest feature which is most weighted within Microsoft Azure. So if you are the Windows admin or Active Directory admin, you would love to work with your organization unit. For example, you see here I have a multiple OUs, and the structure was very classically it was designed. And now you can work very similar kind of structure within Microsoft Azure. All these days, when we try to compare what's the difference between your Windows Active Directory and Azure Active Directory, we used to say that, hey, you don't have a organization unit kind of structure. That's the first word we used to say. Of course, we also talk about cloud native and the protocols that are supported completely different than Azure or the cloud native, as well as the Windows environment. Now, either way, the one of the greatest feature which is very useful for the IT admins to manage their objects, especially for the user objects and the group objects, you have an option now within Microsoft Azure very similar to organization unit, that's called administrative unit. So again, they continued the similar naming format so that it's so easy for us. So to do that, I'll just go to my Microsoft Azure portal and go to Microsoft Azure Active Directory, and then you see here you have administrative units, which is a preview. So this is where you can create multiple units. Let's say the structure I want to create may be a country based like USA, and I can give here a meaningful description. For example, all user accounts from USA, and then click add. That would actually add the one of the similar to OU, or in other words, actually we call it here as the administrative units. So like that, you can create multiple units, like for example India. Here I created, and inside this you have actually, you can't go for the nested at this point of time, but who knows, in the future you may get it. But for now there's no nested administrative units which you cannot create here, but you can add the members. You see here, if I just go to USA and then I can add members, it's simply I can find any of the objects, like let's say Sims or Maxi or Evans. These accounts I want to add it to this OU, or in other way, in Azure words, it's administrative unit. So now I have units here. So the same thing, it's an easy way to manage. So let's go back to the one of these administrative units, in this case USA, and see here the members are available. And you can also perform some kind of actions as a bulk remove, bulk add. Also you can perform some certain kind of actions here within this. So whatever the options you are performing, that also can be tracked from here. So these things you can definitely manage from your PowerShell, as well as the CLI, and also from the GUI. I hope this is useful for you. Thank you for watching this.
Hello and welcome back. In this lecture, we will be learning about how Microsoft Azure multi-factor authentication can provide hardened security for your identities or user identities or for your applications. So what exactly multi-factor authentication is? It's a simply to put your multi-factor authentication is going to logging into Azure AD using more than one form of authentication. So it can be either a PIN or maybe a hardware token or a certificate or maybe a smart card or maybe a phone, or within the phone it could be some kind of application that can pop up, so that what happens is it makes it very hard for the hackers to breach this kind of second layer of security or identity compromises. So when we talk about authentication, what exactly authentication is? Authentication is typically known as a password. That is simply you put as a typically for most common authentication method. But when you log into a website, you simply try to access that application, you will be putting your username in the password. But multi-factor authentication takes us further by requiring that we have something additional or something that we might own. For example, a trusted device that cannot be duplicated easily, or a mobile phone, or maybe a hardware token, or it could be something that we own. For example, a biometric prime example of this could be a fingerprint scan or retina scan, etc. Azure Active Directory provides several authentication methods for us, so that users can select the MFA challenges so that they can access their own resources by clearing these multi-factor authentication challenges. That way they can securely access the application. The most common method is a phone call or a text message, but that has been almost replacing by an application which can be installed on your phone, a call maybe authenticated application. If you can take an example to explain on this, how this works is like you might have a mobile application that might show you a number to challenge or to enter the number, or maybe a phone call or text message. But if you look at the architectural diagram, what happens is this can be either from your on-premises or maybe from your cloud base. So the users can access from any of the devices. It can be a laptop or mobile devices. What happens is when they try to come from the on-premises or within the on-premises or from the outside, either way they would reach when they enter the user ID and password. Post to that multi-factor authentication server will request them to enter any of these information, so that the users will be validating as a second layer, and then it will be enable the accessing the required applications. So similar case with any of the other devices also. So this is so convenient, and we can scale and we can securely access for our employees as well as our partners or customers. So this way we know that the identity which are coming to our identity server or to our applications, either it can be employees or partners or customers, we are validating them and their details. That way they are not so easy to breach the security breach. So now let's see the convenience. If you see here, no devices or no certificates to be purchased or to be provision or maintained. So it's purely cloud based, so no end user training is needed. However, when you're trying to enable this, we do have some of the templates which are offered by Microsoft. You can engage or you can communicate with your end users so that they are aware that they are going to be registered their devices for the multi-factor authentication, so that it will not be a big surprise for them. And user replace their own or lost broken phones in the easiest way, and users manage their own authentication methods as well as the phone numbers, integrates with existing Active Directory, and also you can have this
central user management for automated enrollment process. So you simply have to just click on a checkbox to enable for the enrollment, and it's user responsibility to enable automatically, and without that enrollment he cannot access further. And now if you're trying to scale, you can scale for up to your ADFs or SAM based applications, or with your Azure Active Directory, your built-in Active Directory, Windows Active Directory. And also you can develop your own applications, and you can integrate with the help of SDK also. So it's so reliable and scalable, and you get this support from high volume mission critical scenarios. And coming back to the security, so when you enable the multi-factor authentication, you are getting strongest support, real-time fraud alert information for your end users, and the pinning option, so that user can enter that specific pin, and you can report logging for auditing purpose, so that users, if they are entering wrong, that means it could be something wrong, or you can get that fraud related alerts or reporting easily. And also most of the compliances like HIPAA or PCI DSS or other regulatory requirements, or the at least the multi-factor authentication, and these are built in now. And by getting that compliance, you can get it by enabling this multi-factor authentication. With Microsoft, you have the two possible options for the multi-factor authentication. For cloud-only based, you can use the Azure cloud-based MFA server. So this is like a PaaS kind of thing. You can this actually integrates with the Microsoft Azure Active Directory. That means all your identities can be enabled MFA, but again the pricing we will be discussing in a later point. But yes, you can enable multi-factor authentication on top of your users to so that they can enroll into the registering their second layer of multi-factor authentication. And this, for your on-premises solutions, you do have MFA server, or you can also install you can set the MFA server so that it can integrate with your on-premises applications. Now let's have a look on your pricing side. That would make so easy. So multi-factor authentication is part of your Azure Active Directory pricing. So when I say within Azure AD, you get this as a free for your admins. That means if you're the global admin, multi-factor authentication is by default enable, or you can enable, you can configure so that you are actually securing your global admins identities, which are coming for free for us. When you see other pricing here, either for the free, it has condition 3, and for other things you see here for the which are coming from the Office 365, and as well as the premium and premium 1 and P2. So this is where you have the full-fledged multi-factor authentication option. So if you see the condition, authentication methods or configure capabilities may vary based on your subscription. So if you're just go into this specific article, you get more information actually here. And if you see here the more authentication, you get it for the Azure AD basic or the free users. As we discussed earlier, for the global admins it's almost free. That means we can be enable MFA, and we can set it our mobile app or the second factor authentication for getting the SMS code. But whereas for the AD P1 and P2, you are getting other MFA reports and fraud alert and other advantages you would be getting from here, like a trusted IP and the device location also. It can be remembered so that it doesn't ask for the next time. So to enjoy all other benefits, you have to go for P1 or P2 based licensing. I will be sharing those two of the links with you in the resource lecture. Please do check out this for further information on this. There's another topic also which needs to discuss along with the multi-factor authentication, which is related to the conditional access. So we would learning more about the conditional access in the upcoming lectures, where we can enable conditional access for a few of the risky users. For example, enabling multi-factor authentication is useless if you're trying to enable when the user is already coming from your on-premises again and again. If you try to enable multi-factor authentication, there's no point that your device or your users already gets overloaded for these kind of authentication. Instead, if it is actually coming, if a user from a different location or non-trusted device or non-trusted location, it's good to enable automatically multi-factor authentication. That means there should be source and destination, and that's nothing but your conditional. So you can set such kind of a condition where if a user comes from a trusted location, you can allow them. If the user comes from a different location, that goes as a conditional access, so it will require a multi-factor authentication, and then only it can grant the access for the applications. Another way, MFA is really good thing if you want to implement within your organization, but you have to do it in a right way. First thing is to communicate with your users. So you need to send some kind of communication emails with users to knowing that you are enabling multi-factor authentication, so that it will not be a big surprise for them to prompting for again and again for the password. So they can register their devices or their tokens, and they can access seamlessly without any issues. And there's no question about Microsoft giving us some great communication templates to the end users to make this process much easier for us. So feel free to use those and distribute those to your end users. It's going to be make our job a little point easy. Otherwise, we get most of the help desk calls saying that, hey, my account is not working, and other repeated calls. So make sure that you send the communication to when you're trying to enable that. And you can use the conditional access as we talked earlier. Conditional access is the best way to roll out along with the multi-factor authentication. Now in this lesson we are not going to do that, because we are going to discuss conditional access at a full length of another upcoming lecture along with the multi-factor authentication, and how it's going to be a big part that about the conditional access, where you can prefer way to deploy MFA. So we can execute this complete process oriented by doing with the conditional access with the combination of multi-factor authentication. We will be doing that in the upcoming lectures, and this is just for the presentation purpose. I hope you understand in this lecture about the design of the multi-factor authentication and the advantages of the authentication. So it's not just the multi-factor authentication, not just for only the web applications. You can also configure for the VPN and also for the RDP, or for your VDI environment or your applications. You can enable the multi-factor authentication, so that it's a simple plugin which can integrate with your applications. For example, VPN servers or the radius specific configuration, you can simply install that specific plugin, so that it doesn't need additional investment, and you can get that benefit of your multi-factor authentication can be enabled for any of the users. I hope this is useful for you. Thank you for watching this. We'll continue in the next lecture more about the multi-factor authentication with the demo. Hello and welcome back. In this lecture we will be learning about multi-factor authentication with the demo. So let's jump into that. If you just go to Microsoft Azure portal and Azure Active Directory, within this you have multi-factor authentication specific configurations which can be configured from the portal as for the server-side configuration. Let's jump into that. One would be the security, and you have here the options for configuring the multi-factor authentication as well as the conditional access. For now we are working with multi-factor authentication. In the upcoming demos we will be working with conditional access. So click on multi-factor authentication. So when you click on it, the new blade will be opening up here. In this you have two different settings. One is the settings that are offered from Microsoft, Azure portal side MFA service, and other one would be the MFA server specific. Let's understand more about the server side configuration or portal side configuration. The first one would be the lockout. So this specific setting is related to the MFA server specific, not the MFA as a service. So when I say that, this should actually join in this blade inside the manage MFA server, but it was added here either way. So if a user account is trying to locked out multiple times with a temporary failed pin attempts with the pin only configuration, then this gets locked out. So we can configure that specific configuration here with respect to manage MFA server specific. And coming back to the block or unblock users, if you want to add any of the user to be blocked for some time, mostly it would be 90 days, then you can add user accounts with the UPN ID. And the reason for that also, for example, the user lost the phone and he might be traveling, and he might need to go and get a new corporate approved device. Till that time we can block the access. So in that situations we can enable this. Again, except the account lockout, all these settings are MFA service specific from Microsoft Azure portal, and these are MFA service specific. And fraud alerts, if you are trying to configure the specific configuration, it will allow users to report a fraud phone call or maybe a trigger event automatically to us, so that we can check on that and we can automatically block if you want. For example, a user might be traveling and he got some authentication call, automated call from Microsoft multi-factor authentication, and when he left the call, it is asking him to press pound key to authenticate, whereas the user itself, he or she itself not actually initiated any of the action. So that could be a fraud. So it has an option to report with a specific number by entering. Let's say by default it is 0, but if you want to enter any other number, you can initiate that number here. But mostly these configuration we don't do it because sometimes users might respond as a accidentally also. So we need to make sure that when we configure automatically block the users for the reported fraud issues, we should be very sure. Otherwise we don't need to configure this specific setting. At the same time, if the users are fully educated on this specific multi-factor authentication, we can enable this. And for the notifications part, here you can send an email notifications for all these configurations. And OAuth tokens we can configure here, or you can upload those specific tokens if at all you have any of the hardware tokens that needs to be integrated with your MFA, you can do that. And phone call settings also can be configured within this. When you enable phone call settings, you have an option to enter the user specific number where the users will receive the phone call from that number, so that that number will be displayed for the users, so that users knows that, hey, this number is coming from my multi-factor authentication number. Instead of every time users receive a different phone number, you can configure the specific setting from the MFA caller ID option. And also you can configure your greetings in a different methods. Let's say for the retry or fraud report or extension prompt or authentication successful, for all that you can apply a different greetings on your own format. That way the users will be more familiar and they know that this specific multi-factor authentication request is coming from your own company. That way they would be knowing that. So these files are MP3 for your customized language and customized settings. For example, authentication successful, as I said, greeting pin or retry pin. For all that, you can record your own voice so that users knows that these voices are coming from their own MFA server, and that way here it will be listed all that values. So coming back to the providers, these providers are no more used within Microsoft Azure as part of the licensing they have already disabled in 2018. Now let's jump into the other configuration that is very critical and important. You see here we talked about the server level, that is the Azure service level configuration. Now it's a time to understand about user specific or specific settings as well as the additional settings that we can configure for multi-factor authentication for end users challenges. So the first one would be the, if you just go to the getting started, click on additional cloud-based MFA settings. This will take to another web page where you have two options. If you see here, this will if you just click on here users, that will show all your users where you can enable or you can reforce the users to use the MFA, or you can disable or enable the MFA configurations. And other one would be the service specific settings. So I would like to first go to the service settings and then come back to the users. So under service settings here within this, you have the app passwords. App passwords are a kind of 16 digit lengthy random password which will generate only one time. When I say one time, if you don't save it, you don't get that password what was that old password. Okay, so once the password was generated, that password can be used for older version of applications. So we call it as a non-native application, let's say Office 2010 or some other applications which are not compatible for the multi-factor authentications. So basically the app passwords are for not supported applications. When I say not supported, for the multi-factor authentication mechanism, not supported applications, we can use the app passwords. So which are mostly nobody wants to use these app passwords. But if you are interested to enable for the all the users, you would be having option here to create or enable the configuration for the app passwords. But normally you can generate, when I say you can, and users can generate on their own the app passwords. But if you want to disable them for everyone, you can use this specific setting. So that's the server level setting. And also for the trusted IPs, so these IPs, it doesn't ask your sub within these provided subnets. It's not going to ask for the trusted, it's a whitelisted one, so it's not going to ask you multi-factor authentication request for any of these. So it can be your intranet or maybe users which you trust, maybe from your customer network or from your client network. These are the trusted IP subnets. And next thing is the verification options for the end users. So as I said earlier, when you're trying to enable here under users, for any of these users, you have an option to configure whether these configuration for the enabling the multi-factor for end users or the cell phone to call. That means they are going to receive a phone call from Microsoft multi-factor authentication server, or you want to send a text message from the multi-factor authentication server. So we talked about two methods now. Other one would be the notification through mobile app. So authenticated application, a application that must be installed on your mobile, then you get a notification. Other one would be a verification code, that is every 30 seconds it's going to change for you a random code. A 6-digit code would be randomly generated on your app. So you need to install authenticated app, and that app will generate random code every time, very similar to your RSA token. If at all you worked with RSA tokens, similar one, it would be coming up this. So that would be generated from the mobile app. Or if you are using any third-party hardware token, that also supported. And also the last one is remembering multi-factor authentication. Let's say you have it's challenged for the end users to accept or validate their multi-factor authentication as the second layer and on a device, let's say on an iPad device, and and you want to remember that um, challenge maybe for 14 days. That means within that 14 days it's not going to ask you again and again to validate multi-factor authentication, so users not going to be frustrated more. So if you want that kind of configuration to be done, you have here. So these are the global settings. So we talked about two things in the global. The one would be the here the settings under Azure portal within the Active Directory security MFA. Under settings we did talk about the Azure service custom settings. And also from the getting started, we also talked about additional cloud MFA settings, where we talked about service settings, which are the global actually. Right now, I'm going to talk about user specific, how to enable for the users multi-factor authentication. As we talked, for the global admins, it's by default enable. You can also enable from here. We also have an option to filter with the specific user sign-in. For example, you can filter based on the billing admins or global admins or password admins, including the service admins. So for example, if I try to search for the global admins, I can look at here two different user accounts or the global admins. I can straightforward from here, I can either enable or I can do the similar settings um, to the configuration for required selected users to provide contact details again, or maybe deleting the existing application passwords and regenerate that, and also restoring the multi-factor authentication on all remembered devices. So all these options I can do it. So you have here one more filter that can be used, enable or disable the specific set of Active Directory groups. So let's take one of the user. You see here, you can search for the users from here, like maybe Dan example. There is a user called Dan, so it's coming like Dan specific users who wherever we have the display name or somewhere DN word. So you see here multi-factor authentication is currently disabled. Let's say if I want to enable, I'll simply have to select and click on enable, or you can go and choose the manage user settings, and here you can say that required selected users to provide contact methods again. That means if the user is already enabled multi-factor authentication, that means when we enable the multi-factor authentication, he's going to register with maybe a phone number to get the phone call or a SMS code on his mobile number. So technically we are asking user to register. So if you want to reinforce that number to be again validate or to re-register or supply that mobile number or contact details, we are going to ask here. And the second option is delete all existing app passwords generated by selected users. So this is like when, as I said, when we sign up with the multi-factor authentication from the end user point of view, is going to actually get a automated app password also will be generated for him. If we don't save it, that's lost. But if that user was saved that specific app password, and he might be using maybe in a script or maybe in a Outlook 10 kind of old legacy applications which doesn't support multi-factor authentication, in that situation we can delete those users because we don't know those are compromised, these passwords or something like that. You can delete all that existing passwords, so that it's gonna ask for the users to regenerate since that password is not working. So users can regenerate that password. And other one would be the restore multi-factor authentication on all remembered devices. So this is just for the restoration purpose. But these are the three settings you have when you click on manage user setting. So let's enable for a user called Daniel Craig as the enable. So think that when I click on enable, it's gonna ask me to enable multi-factor authentication for the user. So I clicked on OK, so it got successful. and close. You see here the status is changed for Daniel Craig as enabled. So now as a next step, if that specific user log in to access any of the information, he will be challenged to register multi-factor authentication. You don't simply enable like this. You do the communication with your end users, and so that they know and they are aware of that, hey, we are going to enable the multi-factor authentication and they have to supply these information. When I say these information, these are the challenging information which we have given here, right? These are the methods which we enable for the end users to validate. So let's jump into as a login as a Craig account and see what happens. I'll just try to log in to in a private mode with that user account, which is portal.azure.com with Daniel Craig account, and see what happens. Click on next with the user ID. You see here it says that more information is required. Once I enter the user ID and password, it is asking me to me to supply more information. You see here your organization needs more information to keep your account secure. So all I have to do is I don't have any other option other than clicking next. So if I click on next, I get this window as the end user. So this is the end user experience, and it says that, hey, authentication is you're gonna use your phone mobile authentication or mobile app authentication. If you're using mobile app, that means you need to install an application within your mobile, and then you need to choose the receive notification verification or use verification code. So this is nothing but you get a code, random code, every time it changes on your on your authenticated application, and this is a push notification comes from authenticated application. So any of them we need to use it. Other one would be the over the phone. So you need to enter here that specific user's phone number. For example, if it is coming from US, US number to be entered so that the users can log in with that specific number. That means they are going to get a phone call to that specific number. See, send me a code by text, so they're going to get the code. So the reason being, you see here we did actually did not select the call to phone. If we have selected this, we could have get here even another method as the phone call also. So these are the options. So let me show you how to install and configure these specific settings. So I'm going to mirror my phone. I will be mirroring my phone here so that you can see what I'm trying to do here. I'll just go to Play Store and try to install an application called Microsoft Authenticator, and this application is will help us to get that codes and notifications within this app. So I'm just opening this app now. When you open the Authenticator app, it will ask you to choose to click on add account. So that means you would get the options when you click on add account. Let me click on here. You get here option for personal account or the office or the school account. So in my case, it's definitely the work account or school account. So we click on that. It's gonna scan with the work or school account. So once a scanning is success, it's randomly added this code here as well as the link. If you see in the background of the link which provides, either you can enter manually also if you have a problem with the camera to scan it, and post to that it will automatically add Daniel Craig account here. You see here Daniel Craig account has been added, and this circles with 30 seconds timeline of every time this 6-digit code will change all the time. So I need to enter that code when the user prompts for the multi-factor authentication. So that's how it's going to work for us. So I'm going to enter the code to log in further by looking into here.
Once in my phone it is showing as the Daniel Craig account, I can click on next button so that it will actually validate in the background to check out. It's gonna checking basically with the Azure multi-factor service in the background, and later point gonna ask one more time the code to be entered. You see here it has been set it up now. As a next step, if I click on next, it's gonna ask me to enter the code which is visible on my mobile phone um, in the Microsoft Authenticator application. So let me click on next button. That would actually take it to for the verification code, and it's gonna ask me to enter the code as we discussed. So I'm gonna enter here the code. Once I enter the code, I can click on verify. That's gonna verify my identity. And the last step would be to, in case if I lose my app, it's gonna give me an option to call on my phone, or maybe just to text that message. So I can choose my country and the phone number here, so that I would be getting, in case if I failed in my attempt, or I lost, maybe I have lost somehow my phone example, or something like that. In that situation, I can enter here mobile number and click on next. That would actually validate. These are the application password. This is where it's gonna ask us to save the password. If you want to create a password, you can just go to this specific window or to this tab. I'll just go here to create a password, app password. It's going to just sign in, and a code I need to enter on my phone. So once I enter the code, it's going to verify, and it's going to sign in. Once it is signed in, this is where the initial password it got created, and I don't know the password because it was not shown. So you can delete this password, initial password, that's app password, and you can click on create. This will create a new password. So this is just to identify, for example, if you're configured for Apple Mail specific this password. So click on next. That would actually create the specific password. So this password becomes a application password. That means when you're configuring Apple Mail on your device, you can give this password, and the username remains our daniel.craig at whatever the domain name. So in this case, I'll just have to save and post to the saving. I cannot see this password one more time. I can't see that. See, all I have to do is either have to delete and recreate or regenerate the password. I don't have any other option. This is where the app specific passwords can be generated. You see here, this is for Daniel Craig account. And once this is done, you can click on done button. That would take to the actual URL. So in this case, portal.azure.com. So you see here, I'm able to access my applications. Similarly, if I have any of the applications were published, I should be able to open and see my applications that are listed on my user account. In this case, Azure applications has been published, looks like, which is not working. Maybe it's not published properly, all that, but that's how it's going to work. So this specific demo is more on MFA specific, and we have completed almost all the configuration. Let's jump to the server specific configuration and see what we have tried so far. So I'm just going back to the page where we have configured. So we understood that these are the settings can be configured for MFA service specific, and these are for the MFA server specific. However, MFA server specific are no more used because they are almost depreciated, and they are offering specific plugins to use even for on-premises to integrate one solution as the MFA service. I hope this entire session is useful for you. Thank you for watching this.
Hello and welcome back. In this lecture, we will be learning about conditional access within this lecture. In the previous lecture, we learned about multi-factor authentication, and now it's time to learn about the conditional access. So what exactly conditional access? So this conditional access is nothing but it's an automated access control that strengthens your user lock-on, and it will grant the access for your cloud applications. So
to get this conditional access benefits, you need to have the at least Azure AD Premium P1 license, and if you have the P2, that's really good, so that you can use most of the other Azure AD Premium features also. So in my entire demo, which is coming up in the next lectures, we will be working with P2 license so that I can show you all the features that are part of conditional access as well as the part of Azure AD. Now, so what exactly this conditional access? As we talked about, the conditional access is an automated access control that strengthens your users sign in and access to your cloud application. So in this lecture, what we do is we will begin with overview, which talks about what exactly conditional access. So, and at a later point, we will be jumping into the policies which are specific to the conditional access. And then we also talk about within the policy how, what, where, and who's gonna do. So 3 W's and 1 H we will be talking about Azure policies. Later we talk about the best practices within this lecture, and also we talk about some of the do's and don'ts with respect to the best practices. And that's not the end, and also we will be talking about the deployment methods. So these are the things which are scheduled within this lecture. If we break this statement, conditional access allows you to implement automated access control decisions for accessing your cloud apps that are based on some conditions that you set it up. At the same time, you also need to remember that your users will have to use their username and password to log in on the Azure resources, because conditional access is not the first factor authentication method. That means post to the entering the username and the password, you are setting some conditions to grant the access if they are coming based on some location or some risk factor, which we talk about in the next slide. So you need to remember that it's not the first factor authentication. At the same time, it's not considered as your first line of defense scenarios like DDoS, like denial of service attack. However, the information that is gathered from the sign-in, it may not be the DDoS. It may not be protecting you as a first line of the defense, but it will give you the information from where the user logged in, like the risk of the login information, location, and other criteria that you set it for the multi-factor authentication. So that information you can put it out, and you can get that information from the logs, so that you can use that information and you can create further level of hardening of your environment and set access policies for your applications based on some kind of conditions with the conditional access. So let's think about some common scenarios like sign-in risk. For example, we can determine whether or not you have an access to your environment. Let's say Azure detects a bad actor where the user enters a leaked credentials, for example, and user will need more information, such as requiring a multi-factor authentication challenge. So if that's a challenge is not met, then we can block the access to the applications to use, because we are unable to prove that the user is not able to provide the multi-factor authentication. Let's say is not able to provide a ping or maybe a phone call or maybe validate his sign-in other factor. So that's one of the example for the risk based we can take. Now let's think about other common scenarios like maybe a location. So when we talk about the location, perhaps we do not want to provide or require multi-factor authentication for the users who are currently coming from my on-premises. Instead, we wanted that to come from internet, not from the intranet. So I can set such kind of conditional access policies based on the location, and we can do that even based on the countries and regions, and even IP addresses, trusted IP addresses. Other common scenarios we can think about would be the device management. Let's say
if the user is coming from a corporate device, that means a company owned device, then we might not need to validate maybe his uh, multi-factor authentication, or we can simply skip and allow the application. But if user coming from his bring on his own device feature, then we can configure such kind of conditions to block or to prove one more layer of security, so that we can grant the access for those applications. So these are the common scenarios, and last one would be the client application. As we talked about, the client applications are a kind of applications which are hosted within your Azure or maybe on premises, where you want to grant the access of, let's take an example as HR applications. So what would happen is how this access was granted. If we try to understand, so what would happen is you have to set some kind of access policies, so that will determine the conditional access. So by doing some kind of conditional access policies to be created as a first step, with the focus of the conditional access would be more based on the different criteria. So we talk about that criteria within this small PPT. I'll try my best to put it here. The first one would be the when this happens, do this. So other one would be when this happens, do this. So when this happens is what exactly is here who you are, and based on a user group or membership, or maybe what you're trying to access, or maybe required user applications, or maybe other locations, like we talked in the previous slide about location and sign-in risk. All that factors will be considered within this policy. So it will actually self-questionary kind of thing when this happens, what you're trying to access, what cloud applications you're specifically trying to access, or user group, membership, and applications required to create conditional access policies. We also consider other condition access, such as the locations we talked about, or risks and operating system version, device that you're trying to use, like whether it is a bring your own device or corporate owned device. All that factors we would consider. When these conditions are met or not met, example, if it is met, what will happen? If it is not met, what to be done? Then we say that do this. So in this do this, when we say do this, that is considered as the access control. So let's talk about in that consider access control. We have two different types of access control here. The most popular one would be the grant access directly to the required resources. However, in order to gain access, you as a user, either you have to use multi-factor authentication, and also you might configure here your device must be complaint. So this is actually complaint comes under Intune. So where if you're using the device management solution from Intune, it will check for that validation and it will give you that complaint condition. So if that also meets, then it will ask some other conditions also, like hybrid join, all that. So if the hybrid join devices like Windows Workstation, or you have to use an approved client app. So like for example, when I say approved client app, you can use the Outlook app, not as the Gmail. Let's say when I say the difference between this is, if you configure your Office 365 subscription specific emails, that's your company mails, in Gmail app, it's not going to grant you access. What it checks is it will validate the application must be approved. So the approved app is in this case Outlook. Similarly, if you're trying to access from the iOS devices, instead of the Apple Mail, it will have to be configured on Outlook app, then only it will grant the access. So you are blocking and you are making sure that you are allowing the right resources, right apps. That's called to do this. So that kind of configurations, you can do that. And we're going to focus on grant access. This is a grant access. We just talked about the grant access. Other type within this to do this would be the session control. So this is very limited experience within the cloud applications, and we are mostly focused on grant access instead of the session control. So far what we talked about is we talked about the overview, and then we also talked about the access policies like who, what, where, and now we also talked about a little bit of the policies. After that, now it's time to talk about the best practices, and within this, what are the do's and don'ts, and then we talk about the deployment policies. So that's where we are currently. So let's before we jump into do's and don'ts, you see here, this is another diagram where you have different kind of devices which are where you set it off at different conditions, like a user based or group based membership, and different type of devices like a combination of your Android, iOS or Windows devices or hybrid devices. So what they are trying to do is they might have a source of different locations or IP addresses or something, and different applications. You are actually setting some kind of policies effectively, and in the real time you are actually managing the risk and then effectively applying the policies. So that way you are actually granting the access if it is required, a limited access or the full-fledged access for your cloud-based applications. So it's time for the best practices to talk now. The best practices side, do not configure all users or all cloud applications kind of policies. When you try to create a policy, do not include all users, do not include all cloud applications, and moreover, do not block yourself. Let's say you need to be as an exception. Otherwise, what would happen is if that policy also to apply to you, you might get, if something goes wrong, you might get locked completely. You can't even access the Azure portal to configure, which is your interface, right? So make sure that you will be working on that. And also required complaint devices specific, and required domain join, and required app protection policies, all user configuration, all cloud apps, all device platforms. These things are very carefully you need to apply, like blocking access. So this kind of configuration blocks your entire organization specific, and then it's not a good actually, because it will block all the access for all the applications. And other one would be the do's. So some of the good thing is, first thing, when you try to create a policy use, there is an option called what if. So within the GUI you also have what if. So use this condition and test it whether it's going to apply, it's going to work, how it's going to behave, whether it's going to grant the access or not. That kind of result you would be getting if you use the what if. So I would always recommend you to create a policy with the what if, and if works fine, then move further. And also always use the pilot access groups, not the entire organizations or all users, all groups, all applications. Do not use this. Instead of use a limited, begin with a limited and go for accurate. And also do not start with everyone. Never ever start with everyone. This will block entire communication. If something goes wrong, you cannot even log into a portal to reconfigure or to undo any changes, and you have to end up with a Microsoft call, and it's a difficult hard time where you need to answer, you need to prove yourself, and then you can release that kind of situation. It's a very hard time, trust me. In between you might be blocked, all the applications, and a lot of escalations would come into the picture. And also you need to have some of the exclusions always for your admin persons, including your global admins. That's how you have to define. And being locked out admin portal is really bad, as we discussed. These are some of the do's and don'ts. That being said, do's and don'ts concludes here, and we will jump into how the UI looks. So this is how the UI looks for you. We are going to work in the next lecture with the demo, like you have here policies, assignments, and access control, and also the user groups which you want to scope as the include and exclude, and also the conditions here what you want to set it, and whether you want to grant access. If so, we talked about the access controls, two things. One would be the grant, other one would be the session based. So we will work with the grant mostly, and we also have a look on session also in the upcoming demo. But for now, the grant, if you see here, you want to block or grant, or if you want to grant, you will ask the end user to prove with the multi-factor authentication. And also you can set whether this mission must be hybrid join, or maybe marked as a complaint from Intune with this, which is your device management solution, or you want required approved client app, as we talked about Outlook versus Gmail app, or maybe your Apple Mail versus your Outlook app, or maybe Exchange Active Sync, and also app protection policies, which are additional policies which comes from your Intune management device management solution. So all that kind of conditions you can apply, and you can create it. So that concludes how the UI specific it looks. And also we talk and also whatever we have so far talked, that actually represents this kind of workflow. It's a simple workflow which we can have a look on it, so that we can easily conclude, like if when you're starting, is this device is targeted by a conditional policy, it will validate. If it is yes, it will actually go and checks any of the exemptions are available within the conditional policy, or maybe if it is not, then it's gonna check for the device management, whether this device is managed by Intune for the compliance policy. If it is managed by Intune, it will check whether this device must be corporate owned, or maybe bring your own device. If that's the case, whether this device has the complaint has enabled or not. And then it goes to the whether you want to allow the block. If it is not the case, it will block. Otherwise, it will check for the allowing the access here. In this case, if it is complaint, it will allow. But if this is not managed by Intune, which is in our case, so what happens is this domain joined PC? If it is not a domain joined, it's going to blocking, because that must be enrolled, right? Either it must be joined into your Azure AD, or maybe your hybrid join. Now if that's the case, then it will grant access here. So we are gonna perform this kind of workflow. I hope this is useful for you, the entire presentation. And so far what we have talked is, within this we talked about the conditional access, the definition which comes under overview, and then policies. So the policies includes who, what, where, and how. And also we talked about the best practices for those policies, some of the do's and don'ts, and deployment configurations, how the UI looks. And we will demonstrate this entire thing in the next lecture. I hope this is useful for you. Thank you for watching this.
Hello and welcome back. In this lecture, we will be working with conditional access policies. Before we apply or create any of the condition policies, let's try to assign Active Directory P1 or P2 licenses for your user group. So we have created a group called MFA enabled group for the pilot testing, and we also have assigned EMS specific license. So this EMS license will include your P2 and P1 specific licenses, which are already available. And this group also have a members of three different users: Craig, Aaron, and Johnson's. So these three different IDs has been already added. That means these users also will have that specific EMS license is already assigned. Now, to work with the conditional access, go to Azure Active Directory and go to security. So within the security, you have an option to or check for the conditional access. So these are the default baselines which are created by Microsoft for you. So these policies currently are by default in a off state. So if you enable any of these policies, that specific conditional access policies will be applied. So I mean to say, here you would be actually creating some kind of conditional access policies, and also you would be testing what if tool. This is a wonderful tool whether what kind of access policies will be applied if you choose um, this condition or that specific conditions you try to apply, what will happen. So before you create the policy, you have an option to test it, or post to the configuration also you can test this. And conditional access policies will include all these additional manageable capabilities, such as include some of the trusted or block locations you can create with this name locations. Also, you have the preview options of custom control, which is a preview. We are not going to discuss that. And the most important one would be the terms of use. Let's say you want your team to be, or you want your end users to be accept the user agreement when they're trying to access that specific applications. You can upload your PDF files or your license files, terms and condition files, and that would be accepted by the end users. Then only you will be granting the access. And for the VPN connectivity and classic policies are no more scoped in your exam for AZ500, but for the VPN policies, you can create your custom VPN connectivity specific certificates and other things so that you can apply the conditional access. These are the classic policies which were created from the old conditional access policies mechanism from Microsoft Intune specific. So the old Intune specific policies, if you've created, it would be visible. It means if you are just enrolled into Azure portal, you don't see all these. So to begin with that, we'll start creating our name locations. To do that, I can click on new, and I can give here a specific, for example, this is your specific,
and maybe this is in my US specific to one of the branch office, like maybe California CA specific office. Trusted IP addresses I want to give, let's say IP address range. So this way you can create your trusted name location. What if you are specifically looking for country or region specific? In that case, if you choose this radio button, you have almost all the countries. Let's say you want to block it, the access, if the request coming from non-European regions, or maybe from North Korea, or from location where you don't have a business, but if the request is coming, that means it's not a valid request. You can create such kind of name locations, and later point we will be using these name locations as part of your conditional access policies. You will be reusing them, so you can use that. In case in my case, I can say that, for example, India, I wanted to trust anything which is the coming from India location, and I'll treat this as a trusted, and I'll simply click on create. And if you're choosing any of the IP address, make sure you give in this format, and also trust this if you're trusting this device. But in my case, I'm just trying to demonstrate based on India, so it's one of the name location got created. Remember that there are two different places where you can create these name locations. This is the latest configuration what we have just demonstrated. Now if you remember, we can configure these name locations from another location. Configure MFA trusted IPs, which is the old portal. You remember we configure here the users where we enforce the policies for any of the use to the service settings, like enabling the app password specific configuration or verification options, right? So you do have here trusted locations. So
whatever the IP address range you give here or the subnetting information, that would be trusted, treated as is trusted. So it's not going to ask for the password or the multi-factor authentication. That's how you can treat here. So skip multi-factor authentication for request for federated users in my intranet. So it's going to skip it. And also you can you're gonna skip this for your IP ranges or subnets which you give it here. So that's how you can configure. So I'm gonna configure this also with the saving option. So this has been successfully updated. So we did update it two places. One is here and other one would be the actual MFA portal. In your exam for AZ 500, mostly it would be reference to account.active.re.azure windowsazure.com, because the content was not yet updated with respect to new location information which is from the portal.azure. So you can do it from the two places. So it's good to these two things. So we talked about the name locations. Now the terms of use. So what we can do is we can create a new terms by creating, for example, this is for all MFA enabled users example, and then also we can display name. This is like your company, for example my lab terms example. These are assume that your company name and then whatever the terms you want to create it, and terms for the using document. So you need to create your own terms specific PDF file format or whatever the file, and then you can give it, and that language specific also you can configure here. I'm uploading my PDF file which is on my desktop, terms and conditions. It's a simple text file which I wanted to upload here, and then I have to give the language of this PDF file. For example, if it is in English, I need to select here in English. If it is in a different language, you may have to choose other language by adding here another PDF file. If that is in a different format, you can give that. So in our case, we have only one file. So I'm choosing only in English. Now, requires users to extend the terms of use. You can switch on if you want to extend the users to sign in prior to the accepting the option, and required users to consent on every device, so every time they have to do it. And also there is an option for the expiry of consent. That means you can schedule it. It should happen from starting from so and so date to so and so, and biannually, because these are the options. Sometimes we might have to go and follow some kind of standards, right? Like there's a complaints policy where every time if the user coming from a specific location which is non-office location, they must have to accept our terms and conditions, so that you're legally compliant or you're as per your regulatory terms. So that kind of configuration, if you want to configure this, is a really useful option, and you can do such kind of configuration, like every 90 days they have to sign in these terms and conditions as accepted. So such kind of configuration you can do it. I will be also turning off for the required users to consent on every device. That means every device must be joined into Azure AD, so which I don't want. And then conditional access, any kind of templates if you have, or you can create another template and you can apply later point. So I can choose that so that it would be applied later point. So I'll just take this and create. So this is going to create a conditional access specific policy specific terms and conditions. So this will be available if a user is accepted or declined, the number of users and their information will be shown here as accepted or not. For now we have not yet created any of the policy, so this is count is 0 for now. So let's go back to our conditional access policies once again. By to do that, go to security and conditional access. From within this you can create the new policy. So click on new policy,
So here give the meaningful name. For example, you want to blog access. So let's try to identify the scenarios. So this is the scenario one where you want to test your trusted IPs or trusted location. What we have configured here, the named locations should be automatically log in and shouldn't be prompted for multi-factor authentication. That's a requirement what we wanted to do. So here I can say that MFA enabled for India, which is a location um, for trusted devices. So I'll just fill later point of the remaining information based on the actions which I'm going to do it for assignment. So the first one would be the here assignment. So to whom you are going to assign this? Are you want to apply it for a specific group or for all users? As we talked in the best practices, do not apply for all users. Always go for a specific user groups to be included. So I wanted to include a users or a group. So we have already a group code created called MFA enable users just to test in a phase one for the pilot testing. If this success, I might go for the production group. So I'll just take this user group and then make sure that if you can remember our best practices, always exclude yourself or your global admins. So I'm gonna create here global admins specific account. So I don't have a group for the global admin, but I can say that yes, myself I wanted to exclude not to apply the specific rule, because if something goes wrong, I should be come back and able to log in into Azure portal and fix this problem, right? So always be specific for the groups to include, and for exclude, make sure that your global admins are excluded, right? So just click on done. So that's your user specific. Now what actions you're going to do for the cloud application? So do you want to apply for every application or a specific application? Let's say I want to apply this for only a specific application, like if I try to use the Microsoft Azure portal, I want to apply. So this is for Microsoft Azure management, which is nothing but your Azure apps, Azure portal. If you try to use this, it's gonna apply that specific policy. So I'll just choose this. There are multiple other applications. If you are trying to enable or configure for that specific application, you can configure, but in my case I'm just trying to apply for Azure management, which is the portal.azure.com, and my client apps also. So now the condition is you want to treat, you remember here we talked about the risk specific, like high, medium, low. We talked about the risk if the user is coming from if he just logged in from India and the next 30 minutes he logged in from London location, which is not possible. In that case it is treated as a risk, and whether it is a high, medium, all that would be validated based on that. So in our case we are not enabling risk. And the devices you can configure is this to be applied for all Windows devices, or any of the devices you can exclude, you can include. And also you can configure the locations. So we talked about the locations, like earlier we created here the locations and the named locations that should be visible here. If you configure any location, it means it includes all the locations regardless of your location list. But if you choose here selected list, you should be able to get it here 2 locations. You remember we created India as the location from our locations here in this name locations, right? And other one would be the from the conditional action specific MFA specific we created. So the 2 are coming up. So I'll just log in here and show you once again The name is India. That's a location what we have given. So this is the India name which is coming up here, and also MFA trusted IPs, which is this is the MFA specific trusted IPs list. So this is the list, and the name always will be trusted IPs. So in our case, I wanted these two should be taken, and also I'm taking here the Windows device. So click OK. So these are the two locations and the Windows device. And if you're trying to configure any of the preview features like client applications for the legacy applications, let's say Outlook, SMTP, or POP3, all that you can configure from here. But in our case, we are not configuring here anything with this, but you do have an option for here to configure that specific applications. And also the device state, which is again we talked about with the hybrid device, or maybe it should be compliant with the Intune policies. All that we can configure from here. So these two options are preview options, so do not enable for now, but it works. So click done. That means what we have done so far, we have selected users for including and excluding, and one of the cloud application which is portal.azure specific, and a condition is if they are coming from the location of any of these India or MFA trusted IP location, you are allowing. The allow or grant, it's gonna configure from the access control, but we have not done. And the later point, grant. So if you want to grant, you have an order here. So this is again an important point here. If you're trying to configure require multi-factor authentication, it means it will prompt for the user to access these applications. It will require user to enter multi-factor authentication. And also if you enable maybe here in between hybrid join example, so what would happen is it will validate all the orders from top to bottom in a order. So always remember this point. It's very important in the examination point, or when you come back to the production, it will validate from the top to bottom. So require multi-factor authentication. After validation, it will check whether this machine is hybrid join AD or not. So if that's not the case, it's not gonna show you the portal.azure or whatever the application you allowed here. So in our case, I just wanted to go as a first demo with the multi-factor authentication, and then you also have required approved client apps. So you have the list of applications. You can choose here those lists, and all these are the default Microsoft trusted or enabled applications. So if you want to configure this, you can do that. Also the preview feature, which is app protection policy, which is again from the Intune or the device management specific. Or if you want to enable all, you can simply all MFA enable user specific. You remember this is a group that we added. So now it is coming all MFA enabled group. So I need to select here for all my MFA enabled group, which is the AD group which we create. That is also visible here. So what it is doing is it is asking require all the selected controls or require one of the selected controls. So if this or this to be okay for you, then you can choose this. But if you're trying to validate all these conditions from the top to bottom order, then you have to take required all selected controls. So I will be selecting that, click OK. Now once this is done, you have an option for session-based control. We talked about the granting options as well as the session-based. These are the two things as per the first session which we talked about, the conditional access, right, which comes under access control. So session-based are for Exchange, Office 365 and SharePoint specific restrictions to be applied based on the session control, but these are not part of this demo. So we did already configure for the grant specific required for all selected controls. And now we do have here option whether you want to enable or just do report only. When you enable report only, these policies are not implemented, but instead it will give you what is happening, a kind of information you would be getting out. So in my case, what I'm going to do is, because this is how it's going to show you whether it's blocking or it is requiring all that, when you go and check for the sign in actions, so that you understand what is happening if you enable. So in our case, we are sure, and we are enabling this policy. So this is just for Azure portal example. This is policy. So go for maximum length with splitting why you are enabling this policy, what conditions you are applying, what user groups, all that, so that it will be easy when you create more than 10-20 policies. So let's click on create. So this would create in a minute, and it will take to this window. So it just got created. Now I can see here MFA enabled India users, which is already affected this policy. So I will log into one of the Windows desktop from India location, and we will try to test it. So this policy will apply for a specific group called, in this case, MFA enabled group. So here we do have some of the user accounts. So I'll just go here and show you the users. I'll take one of the user. So I'll take Daniel Craig account and see what happens if Daniel logs into that machine. This is a machine for Daniel Craig, so it's just normal Windows 10 machine. I wanted to log into portal.azure example. I'll just log in here with the required password, and once I enter the password, it is asking for the code. You remember, as part of this demo, it shouldn't ask for the multi-factor authentication because we allowed the user, but what happened? What went wrong? So let's talk on that. If you see here under multi-factor authentication portal, for Daniel Craig account, there is a configuration was set up as the enforced. That means every time he log in, regardless of your conditional access policies, that means this multi-factor authentication will take the precedence over your conditional access policies. Regardless of what you configure in your conditional access policies, it's going to ask you for the multi-factor authentication. So that's why it is asking for this code. So I hope you got this point. Now let's log in into the Windows 10. I'll just enter the code and I'll log in and log out from here, and I'll try to sign in with another user account, so that this demo concludes at least this testing for now for the multi-factor authentication precedence. However, if you see opposed to the entering, you have this option. So if I click on accept, it will not proceed further because I didn't see what is there in the terms, right? So I'll just click on terms, and you see here whatever the PDF file I uploaded, it's coming, all that content. After that, I can accept this, and then it will proceed further with the options. I mean, wherever I need to go or I need to have the access. So in this case, it's my portal. So I'll just log out and log in with this another user account. This time I'm logging with Johnson account. The password. See, this user is not registered for MFA at all, so it will force. You see here it is asking me to register with MFA, and since it's the first time, he has to go through the app configuration, or maybe a phone, mobile app, whatever it is, the similar. So we did actually check this demo earlier, so I will run in a fast forward state. And it's just displayed a code, and click on next. That would add up, and it's gonna ask me to enter a code which was showing in my phone. Click on next. And it is asking for me to approve sign in, which is a push notification. approved it. So verification success, and it's gonna ask for some kind of code and country code and some phone number in case if I lost. I'll just go through that process. It's a dummy number which I entered, and now when I try to access that specific application, it is asking me to go through my all terms and conditions of that company. So I'll just accept. And post to that, it will take it to the application, which is portal.azure.com in this case. So, and if you see from the MFA portal for Johnson, it's not enabled multi-factor authentication, but since he got already applied a conditional access policy, multi-factor authentication got registered and it got validated. So if you see ever here as enforce, that means it takes a precedence over your conditional access policy. So the best way is disable here and enable and control everything from the conditional access. And if I go back to my terms of use, I should be able to see here two now user count who are accepted. So if I just click on two, the number two, so these are the two users who are accepted with the time specific. Now we will be testing the same users from Brazil location, which is not part of India, right? So what will happen? So if you see here, this is the IP, which is 191 series coming from Brazil location of Microsoft data center. So I'll just open portal.azure.com or client apps, whatever the URL. I'm entering Johnson's ID and then the password is coming. Yep, and clicking on sign in so that it would take it to the next page and see what will happen this time. So I can click on yes or no. The user has been logged in. So you can see that it was not asking for the multi-factor authentication. The reason being, the condition is being if the IPs are coming from these locations and also from a Windows, then it's gonna ask for the control will be granted with the MFA. If not, it's directly granted. That's why it's not coming up. So we configure now the multi-factor authentication so far with the different scenarios. I'll try to change the configuration of my policy in other way, turn around completely. Like currently the conditions are two or set, right? So here what I'll be doing is I'm not going to configure any of the device specific, but the locations, any location is fine, but I wanted to exclude MFA for my trusted locations, definitely, because I don't want again my users to be challenged with multi-factor authentication for my trusted locations. So I'll just choose that. So earlier what we have done is for the trusted locations we enabled, so that it was asking for our India location specific users. If the user is logging from India specific, it is prompting with the multi-factor authentication. But whereas of the same user coming from Brazil, which is non-trusted location, it was not challenging for the end user. So we don't want that to happen. So our policy should apply for Brazil users. That means non-trusted location. So what we have done here, we have actually applied for any location with the exclusion of trusted locations. So that means it's going to apply the policy, and this time the user should prompt for multi-factor authentication from Brazil computer. I'm just trying to log into here on the Brazil computer, enter password, and now it will come multi-factor authentication. You see in a minute it should prompt me for multi-factor. You see, approve the sign-in request, because now it is working for, because this location, which is a Brazil location, is not trusted location. We did not add it, so it is prompting for the validating our multi-factor authentication. So I received here and I'm approving in my phone. so that it will automatically process here. So this is how it works, the multi-factor authentication specific configuration. And I should be able to log into my apps or my portal.azure.com. We do have a wonderful tool called What If. So when you're trying to create policies within the conditional access policies, or maybe you have some policy, then you can play with what if condition. So the first what if condition is you can select the required user. For example, I want to select the test user Daniel Craig example, and then I want any of the cloud application want to access, like Daniel Craig wanted to access any cloud application, and if he's coming from a Brazil IP and the country, let's say unknown, what would happen? So unknown means like any of these machines or any of these locations are which are completely unknown. So if you see what if, it says that this user, that's a Daniel Craig user, must have to require multi-factor authentication because this policy is applying. So that's how the policy gets applied. What if I change this to maybe Afghanistan, a different country, and what if? So what if again says that, hey, you still have to apply multi-factor authentication. What if I change this to India, because we have a policy configured not to ask if the user comes from India, right? So let's see. So no policies gets applied, and it will be allowed for the without the multi-factor authentication. So that's how, because it's a trusted location, so it will simply ignore that policy. So that's one of the best tool if you want to troubleshoot, you want to check it what policies are getting applied. So the first place you can go for what if within Microsoft Azure portal and check this tool. You do have multiple options, like under apps you can select whatever the applications you have. For example, we applied for Azure information protection or Azure management. So whatever the applications you are configuring, you can choose all of them and you can play accordingly. And also device platforms, like if you're trying to troubleshoot maybe from Intune with the conditional policies, then it would be easy, and you may have to work with what if conditions, like is it problem with any of the iOS specific device or Android specific device. So you can choose the conditions, and if the application is trying to access from browser or modern authentication, all that can be easily troubleshooted further. And you see here hybrid Azure AD join, or if the device is complaint from Intune. So that all can be checked here. The risk specific, we didn't talk about it, but we would be talking in the upcoming lectures. As we talked, risk or a user from one location to another location, he quickly jumps in and try to log in, that would be treated as the risk high. So I hope this is useful for you. Thank you for watching this. Hello and welcome back. In this lecture, we're going to learn about self-service password reset, or SSPR. So what exactly this SSPR? So SSPR will help the users the ability to change or reset their passwords without any administrator help or maybe help desk involvement. And also, if a user account is locked out for some reason, or they forgot their password, or they can follow the prompts to unblock themselves to get the back to work without any action in between, maybe administrator or maybe help desk. So they do on their own. So this ability reduce the overall calls on help desk, and also loss of productivity when a user cannot sign into their device or an application. So self-service password reset works with at least these three different scenarios, as we discussed, like password change or password reset or account unlock. So these are the scenarios it's gonna work this SSPR. Let's have a look on SSPR user flow. In fact, we're going to do the complete demonstration on all of these components that we are currently learning. and there would be a dedicated lecture of each of these components. But for now, just to understand at the high end SSPR user flow, like a user will go and he will redirect to passwordreset.microsoftonline.com, or he will log into whatever the application and he can just click on the forgot password, and that gets redirected to passwordreset.microsoftonline.com URL, and then he will be challenged with the multi-factor authentication to verify his real user ID, let's say maybe over the text or maybe a phone call or maybe over the application verification code which generates from a mobile application like authenticator. So you can configure within the SSPR configuration side. This is basically a server side, what you configured. So you can choose either one method of verification or two authentication methods to be verified. So once that's verified, what would happen is it actually sends the information to Azure Active Directory for the self-service password reset service. And if the user is coming from on-premises, there is a feature called password write back, which we enable in Azure AD Connect. This is the component we are going to install on Azure AD Connect tool on our on-premises one of the Windows Server machine, and that could be any of the Windows member server. In fact, you can check out the Azure AD Connect configuration what we have talked within this module. And once we have enabled the password write back options, so it actually forwards the request to on-premises Active Directory, and it just checks for the password authentication whether methods are correct or not, and then it writes the password back, and that information sends back to the user to the whatever the new user password he sets. And post to that, whenever he logs in, if it's a known location, it's not going to ask for the user for re-verification to the MFA or based on your configuration, and then it will enable the access for the end users, either application from Azure Cloud or from maybe on premises. So that's how it's going to work for the SSPR user flow. And now it's time for us to more understand about the planning of this SSPR or self-service password reset deployment. So firstly, as we talked about earlier, the capabilities of SSPR, which includes resetting their end user's password on their own or maybe expired or non-expired passwords without actually contacting your global admin or maybe password admin or maybe help desk. So the end users can do it on their own. Also, the same passwords can be write back. When I say password write back, when you change in Azure portal by going to this specific URL. So what we do is we actually tell end users to go back to the specific URL so that users will go and then they can change the password. So if the user account source is from on premises, then the password write option, that's a write back, will allows the management of your on-premises passwords also. So that means you need to have the AAD connect, and then it would automatically write back that passwords to your on-premises accounts also. So that's an additional feature what you can do. So all you have to do is you have to install AAD connect and enable the password write back option. So we did even configure AAD connect, and the password write back options has been configured. You can check out that specific lecture, and then the rest of the entire demo, like changing the user ID, user's password, is quite same. So there's no difference whether it's on premises or maybe from a Azure AD user. And also password management activity report. So this is very critical that we need to know who's tried to change their password, or the number of times maybe a reset, or the registration of the activities that are occurring within your organization. If we never know that if something goes wrong or maybe a suspected behavior is going on, you can easily find out with these activity reports. And coming back to the key benefits, as I said, the beginning of this lecture, you can manage the cost definitely, because you're not investing much time on end users, and also you're saving your cost on help desk, and you are making your end users to be more productive no matter what time of where they are. And also user experience is really super because user feels that they are really using the advanced features for resetting their own passwords. And also it's more flexible and more secure because we are enabling with a combination of multi-factor authentication. So if you remember the here the flow from the actual lesson where we talked about the authentication, a little bit of introduction. In that lecture we talked about the multi-factor authentication, where we are gonna configure the end users to use and verify before they reset. Actually they have to validate with maybe mobile application based or maybe text based or phone based. So we give them one or two different options. So if that two or one option is successful, then only we will allow them to change the password. That's how it's going to work. And you do have the complete reports, which will be very useful in terms of the auditing and users tracking also. Let's come back to the licensing part. This is also very important. As I told you earlier in any of the lecture, the most of the premium features are coming with Azure AD2 P2 license. But this specific self-service portal, specific password reset can be a part of even P1 or P2. And also if you are getting from Office 365 or Microsoft 365 Business Standard, because the recently Microsoft has changed their naming for Office 365. Now we need to call as Microsoft 365. So if you're coming with the Office 365 or the latest name of Microsoft 365 Business Standard or Business Premium, you can cover some of the features. Let's say, what are those difference? The starting one would be the Azure AD free. So when you have your Azure AD free subscription, you can actually change. That means when I say an end user can change their own password, but they cannot, if they forgot, they cannot reset on their own. You have to assign the end user license with at least any of these three. So one would be the Microsoft 365 Business Standard or Business Premium or P1 or P2. So if that's the option is enabled with those license, then you can validate the end users can reset the password in case if they forget. And coming back to the hybrid environment, like you have on-premises Active Directory and a user coming from on-premises wants to change his username and password from the portal, from the self-service portal. In that situation, you need to have the premium, business premium or P1 or P2 license. So any of these two only would be fulfill the option of the write back. So as we told, write back is the keyword for your Azure AAD Connect. So if you have the AAD Connect, you need to again configure within your AAD Connect to write back option to be enabled. Then the passwords will actually password hash will sync up. So it will validate that hash and it will allow the users to change or reset their own passwords. So that's how it's going to work. And also, before we jump into the demonstration of this SSPR, I wanted to tell one best practice. Before we jump into the best practice, normally Azure Active Directory license is per user based license, meaning each user requires a specific license, either any of these licenses to be assigned. And by default, Azure AD free license will be assigned. So once you have these licenses assigned, they can work on the features that are supported based on these licenses. It's not for entire your tenant, right? So the best way of implementing this licensing again is the group based licensing. So you apply for a group of users so that you can easily manage instead of you assign for a single user. And coming back to the pricing, as I said, it's a free and Office 365 and P1 and P2. So if you just go back here, the cost would be, which is a free always, and $6 is a P1 and the P2 is $9. So there's a difference of $3 from P1 to P2, and having the P2 will give you more options, especially like identity protection for securing and also identity governance with the feature of privileged identity management, access reviews, entitlement management. All that features you can get it when you go for P2 license. That being said, we'll jump into the demonstration. I hope this overview or the deployment planning might be helpful for you. Thank you. Hello and welcome back. In this lecture, we're going to learn about self-service password reset or SSPR configuration. To do that, as a first step, as a pre-requirement, we need to verify the licensing. If you remember, the licensing must be at least the P1 or P2 or Office 365 or the Microsoft 365 Business Standard or Premium. So I'm just going back to my licensing by checking for that Azure Active Directory. And if you see here, the current license is I have Azure AD Premium P2. If you don't have a license, just go to the licenses and give it a try. If you're trying to test this in your lab, go to the licensing and get a free trial, and then choose the Azure Premium P2 license, or even you can choose this feature. Once you have completed, if you go with this is a 30 days evolution. If you go with this, it's going to be in 90 days. So you can choose any of this, and I have chosen here Azure AD Premium P2 license. So I have the P2 license now assigned for my, I have the 100 licenses are available. So it's my time to assign these licenses to any of the users. As you see, I can have here available is 100. I haven't assigned for any user. As a first step, I'll just go back to my users. So I have a user called Chris at learninmylab.com. That's a learninmylab.com. So I'm just going to click on Chris and assign a license. So this is not a right way of assigning the license. So what is a right way of assigning license would be you create a group and assign a group of licenses to that specific group. Let's say if I want to just assign for the users, I would be clicking on assign, and then I can choose here by taking this whatever the features I want to assign. For example, I just want to limit this user with the P1. I can do that, or I can enable P2. So I'm just selecting all of them because I'm gonna configure even Azure multi-factor authentication also for the specific user. So I have selected the specific license. So make sure that you have to wait maybe 5 to 10 minutes or more time sometimes to actually reassign and reinforce this licensing information for your end users. So it's not an immediate basis. So I'll just close this. So I'll just reprocess or maybe a refresh. I should be able to see here in a minute or so about my user license. I can see here my license is active. And if I just go back to my Azure Active Directory licensing, I should be able to see here only the 99 are free out of my existing licenses of 100. And this is also, if you see here, it's not yet replicated because we have just done. So I'll just have to refresh and see. And I can see that it's one license is assigned. So that is definitely for Chris. If I just go and pull up, it's for Chris. So let's jump into the demonstration. As a first step, I need to enable for this user the multi-factor authentication. Definitely for doing that, once you click on the password reset from here, you should be able to see this specific window within this blade. Either you need to configure for the self-service password to be enabled for all users. If at all you have all the license for all the users, at least the P1 license, right? Or this specific licensing model like 365 Business Premium or Business Standard based on your scenario. But in my case, if I want to specifically assign for a specific set of users group, then just click on here, the selected, and choose your Active Directory group from your Azure Active Directory. So in my case, if you see here, I have a group called Paddy Lab SSPR Enable. So if I just select this specific group, so whoever part of this AD group, they can do the self-service password resets. So let's say if you're in a planning design state, if instead of you assign for entire tenant this specific demo or this specific testing to be done, you always limit with this group model. So I would recommend that. So I have configured for only group wise. And the next step would be the authentication method. So remember that we talked about either one authentication method you want to configure or two. So you have to validate end users with more than one method of authentication for the multi-factor. So when I say multi-factor, not just for the password, also for the two methods of authentication. Let's say I want a mobile notification should be approved, as well as a code which gets for the end user as the email. So these two, but you can also give the end users three options. Out of that, at least the users have to be verified with two of the required methods. So you maybe giving three options, but they can choose any of these two at least, or maybe security questions on their own. And again, you can provide the security questions whatever you want to configure here. So in our case, the simple and easiest method or most commonly used would be the mobile app notification, and mobile app, also email, and mobile phone, which is SMS code based. So in my case, I'm just choosing all these four options, and out of that, at least the number of authentications are two to be validated by them. So I'll just click on save. Now the policy has been configured, and I can show you one more quick important information, that by default these multi-factor authentication is already configured for all of your global admins. And coming back to the on-premises specification, like you may have to click on on-premises integration. Let's say you have Azure AD configured, then you can simply enable this write back option and allow users to unlock also. If you want to configure these two S buttons, then then your users coming from on-premises can change the password if you configure write back, and if you configure as unlock, then they can also unlock their own. Now let's enable the multi-factor authentication for Chris account. If you're quite new to the multi-factor authentication, how to set it up, please do check out other two lectures which are configured within this series of Azure Active Directory multi-factor authentication, or simply you can also visit this specific URL and take the user account and simply enable, so that it's gonna actually enable the multi-factor authentication for the required account. So multi-factor authentication is successful. If you want to reinforce, you can manage the user settings by deleting. If you want to delete the users whatever they gave the input as their email ID or mobile app configuration or maybe mobile number, all that, or you can also require one more time. Let's say if it is not working for them or they have changed their mobile number, all that, in that case we can say the required selected users to provide the contact methods once again, so that it's gonna save. So these are three options which we have discussed within the multi-factor authentication lecture. So once we have enabled here the multi-factor authentication, I can simply log in with the Chris account and see what I can do here. So I'll just open up new window and I'll just input the Chris account details to log in, and then this time it will be prompted for Chris to provide his multi-factor authentication details like email ID or the phone number, whatever the configuration we have done in our Azure portal. So let's click on next, and this is where I need to configure my mobile number. Maybe let's say I can go for the mobile number, receive a notification or verification code, and simply I'll just open up Authenticator app in my phone and simply click on add account, and I'll choose work or school account, and I will scan here the specific code whatever it is showing, and simply once it is activated, click on next. So it's going to validate for the verification. It's going to one more time pop up on your screen to approve that specific code. So I'm just waiting for a minute or so. So click on next. So make sure you can reach with the mobile app device. So I got a prompt on my phone, so I'll simply click on approve. So it's gonna verify that verification code which I pressed as approved. Now verification is completed. It's going to ask me for additional information like your country, source country. So I'm just giving my country, and then the phone number will be used in case if I forgot my password, right? So I'm going to enter here my password. I'm going to blur this. And I'm also getting the less security password, which is the app password we call it. So this password can be used for the legacy application like Outlook on POP or IMAP configuration on maybe older version of your Outlooks can be configured with this specific password. So I'll just click on done. I don't want to configure anything on that specific. So once it is done, the user now able to log in, but this time it doesn't ask for any kind of verification code because we have already provided. So let's sign out and sign in one more time and see what happens. Just enter the user ID and password just for the verification whether everything's smooth or not, and it should pop up a verification code on my phone. Yes, I'm gonna approve that. So it might take a minute to log in. Yeah, it's working fine. So now it's time for us to demonstrate the password reset. So I'll just log out or close this window by sign out, and I'll visit any of these two web pages. Let's say assume that I forgot the password, so I can revisit to any of these pages. Like as an end user, we will ask them to visit akka.ms sspr setup or maybe passwordreset.microsoftonline.com. So I'll simply close and reopen in a new window this time, but I'm just going to the password reset information, and here it's going to ask me what's the account you want to configure or you want to retrieve the password. So I'll just give the password, and this is just for the verification whether we are humans or not. So sometimes we enter wrong. Hopefully this time it's correct. So if you see here, I got an error. It says that your password is, you cannot reset your own password because password reset isn't turned for your account. The reason being definitely this Chris account is not part of the account which we configure. If you remember, we just scoped for only development, not for the entire lab. So I need to part of this Chris account to be part of paddy-lab sspr enable users. So I'll just go to my Active Directory under groups. I'll select sspr account, sspr group enable, and then from the members I should be able to add the specific user account like add member. So here I should be able to add Chris account, and once I have added his account, let's give at least 5-6 minutes time. Sometimes it takes some time to actually replicate. In the meantime, I would like to show you the troubleshooting document also in case if you get a common errors. So if you just go back to this link, or maybe if you just go to event from the password reset, if you see here there is a configuration where you can go for the documentation for self-registration and the security info and the documentation, and also for the authentication app specific configuration. So these are the very useful documentation. And also if you just Google, you would visit this specific page most of the time for registering your verification method info to reset your own password. And in this you also have the common problems and their solutions. And if you see here, your account is not enabled for the password reset. This is what the error we got it, and you please contact. This is just because we didn't enable for this specific user account. That's why we are getting this error. That's what the information it tells about the common problems. So let's go back to portal again by visiting to the specific URL and try to reset. This time it should be successful. Let's enter the user ID and PQK or TJ5. And this time if you see here, it's gonna ask me, hey, in order to protect your account we need you to enter your complete mobile phone number. So I'm gonna enter here my complete mobile number. Again, I'm gonna blur this number
So once I enter this, I'm going to get a text code to my mobile number. I got a test received, so I'm just entering the text verification code. Once I've done, it's going to verify, and then it's straightforward asking for entering the password. The reason being, if you see here, only one authentication method was configured. If you have the two authentication methods, in the previous step also it was showing for the app based. So that's the second authentication method it's going to prompt. So I can choose here a new password, and that password can be entered and it can be configured. So let's enter the common password, strong password. So setup. That's it. That's how it's going to work. I hope this is useful for you, and thank you for watching this. Hello and welcome back. In this lecture, we will try to understand about the authentication methods that are available with Microsoft Azure. So let's try to understand with this simple drawing. Now, if you see here, you have the Windows Azure Active Directory, which is on a cloud, and if you added any of the machines that can be contacted, also the users can be allowed for the authentication. And also, if you configure AD Connect, so your on-premises Active Directory users also can be synced, and they can be logged in with on-premises user ID. That means if you have an application which is in on-premises or maybe in a cloud, you can use either as your AD user or maybe from Windows Active Directory, that is from your on-premises. Or maybe also you can grant any of the past applications. Also you can contact or enable your line of business applications, or maybe third-party applications. Let's say you can allow them to log in with Facebook or maybe with the Gmail or whatever the other identity providers IDs. So here two different words I used. One would be the application, other one would be the authentication. So in this lecture we will talk about authentication options that we have. And for the application, I would be talking application with the different lecture would be covered especially for the application registration within Microsoft Azure Active Directory. In this lecture, we're going to look at choosing the right authentication method for your Azure AD solution or for your entire organization. So why is choosing the right authentication method is so important for any organization? Because that would be your first decision that you make on your journey to the cloud when you are trying to deploy your applications, for example, maybe Office 365 or cloud applications or even line of business application. You need to decide how your users will actually sign in and access those applications. And the second one is the foundation of your IT, that's a modern IT infrastructure on top of which you build on your security, identity, and access management solutions using your Azure AD. Third one is you actually choose your authentication method. It's hard to change because later point you can change or it's very hard to change it because it will likely lead to disturb your end users the way they are currently using the sign-in experience. So Azure supports many authentication options to meet the requirement of all types of organizations. Look at what are your authentication options that are available within Microsoft Azure Active Directory is. The first one is if you are purely looking for cloud only option, this is for born in cloud organizations with no on-premises infrastructure. Here you can establish your identities directly in the cloud, and Azure AD handles all of your authentication completely in the cloud.
Remaining all other options, like these are the 4 different options required your on-premises Active Directory. That's called, with the help of AD Connect, you would be setting up a hybrid environment altogether. Now let's talk on them one by one. Let's take the second option, which is a password hash sync. In this case, users can actually sign into the cloud based applications using same username and the password that they use with their on-premises Active Directory. In addition to that, with this option, you can also enjoy the seamless single sign-on experience. And the third one, we can talk about pass-through authentication. It is very similar to password hash sync, but it's for organizations where their security policies are something that they would like to reuse in the cloud. When I say reuse, so they have some hard-coded policies which are in your on-premises and you want to use them in the cloud. The next 2 options are federated authentication. It can be either using Microsoft Active Directory Federation services or maybe a third-party compatible federation providers. In this case, Azure AD actually hands off the authentication to trusted authentication system to handle all the authentication. Federated authentication is the best fit for organizations which need advanced requirements that are not natively supported within Microsoft Azure AD. So let's take a flowchart and try to understand the decisions tree will make it easier for you to choose the right authentication method for your organization. You can use it to determine what is the best method for answering by answering few of these simple questions. So let's explore on this by splitting these decision tree. Let's take one of the company called Toys Manufacturing Company, and this company has online retailer for selling some of the toys what they manufacture. Today they use a simple emailing system over the internet with the provider, again maybe some kind of internet provider who is providing for them emails, and they wanted to use now Office 365 to collaborate by using Teams around the different projects across the globe. So can you think about it? What is the best way of choosing what kind of authentication method to be used? So if you just go back here, this is a flow chart, right? So in this flow chart, which one would be the right option? So we can think here. The first one would be do we need to integrate anything with the on-premises Active Directory? Definitely no, because they do not have any on-premises footprint, and it's just the cloud only. So the option would be the cloud only is the right option for them. They will create and manage new user accounts and the passwords within the Microsoft Azure Active Directory directly. This will allow them to use Microsoft Teams and extend their applications to other Office 365 applications or even other cloud applications that is available. So let's take another example and try to understand now. There's a company called Fabricam, and they are into manufacturing, and they have been doing business from the last 30 years. That means they do have their Active Directory, and there are close to 7,000 different workers who sign into every day within their on-premises. Now Fabricam has decided to deploy Workday, a HR cloud-based application, to let factory workers handle their payroll online and also to migrate to Office 365 applications so that these factory workers can actually receive their work schedules over email. So it is important that Fabricam factory workers use the same username and the passwords that they use today within their on-premises Active Directory and sign in into Workday and Office 365 applications so that they use the same thing, so it would be more productivity. So in addition, Fabricam does not have a large IT department, so they need the simplest solution possible, which actually means at the low cost within on-premises with a low footprint so that they can easily operate. So in this situation, password hash sync is the right option for Fabricam company. Now let me explain how this can be designed. So as a first step, you need to configure Azure AD Connect as a provisioning tool, which will actually provision your on-premises user accounts to Azure AD. And also you need to configure a checkbox called password hash sync, so that the passwords never syncs or never stores in a plain text format. So what exactly the hash, maybe you need to understand here if you're listening or if you're first time to know about hash value. So what happens is a hash is the a value that you get it from one-way mathematical function applied on a clear text password. There's no method to reverse a hash to get back the clear text password. So that's why it actually syncs only the hash values here. So that would happen in a specific scheduled time. Now, an Azure AD connects to the on-premises Active Directory and reads these password hashes them 1,000 times over, and then copies them over to Azure AD, and it does this process every 2 minutes. So when the sync happens, the hash values will be stored here, only the hash value, not the passwords. That means if a user is trying to log in just from the cloud only infrastructure, that means within the cloud, just to access this user from the factory, maybe a HR application or maybe Office 365 application within the Fabricam, what happens is he will query to Azure AD for the username and the password. It would be verified instead of the actual password. It actually verifies based on the hash value, and if the hash value is matched properly, it will allow the user to access these applications. So what is the main advantages here is there is no dependency on the on-premises network. That means if without any connectivity also, at that point of time it is allowing the users to log in and access the required applications. That's a major advantage. And coming back to the other major advantages, password hash sync also provides a couple of key security benefits. First among them is there's a report called leaked credential report. The way that works is Microsoft internally they scans the internet, the entire internet, and especially the dark web for usernames and the passwords list. And if they got leaked or compromised, and if they find any of the matches to the users or the user accounts that actually available or leaked out over the dark web, it will actually alert you as an administrator. It alerts all the administrators through a leaked credential report, or it will automatically block users for signing, uh, maybe even allowing them to reset their password the next time they actually sign in. So this feature is only possible if you use the password hash sync option. The second feature called Smart Lockout, it actually protects from brute force password attacks within Microsoft Azure Cloud, and it prevents genuine users from being locked out of their applications. Now, you should combine password hash sync with a complementary feature called seamless single sign-on. So seamless single sign-on, it means it will allow users to automatically sign in into Azure AD if they are on their corporate devices connected on their
corporate network. Seamlessly, they can access any of the cloud resources or cloud applications without any issue, without asking or without entering any of the passwords. So for that, this specific machine should be joined into Azure AD. That's one of the requirement. And also you need to enable the as we talked, you need to enable the identity sync hashes. There's a password hash sync. Then once you meet these two requirements, it can access the cloud applications without actually entering any of the usernames and passwords. This makes user experience a lot better with this feature. Let's take third scenario where some of the organizations might require an authentication feature that is not supported by Azure Active Directory. For example, signing with smart card authentication, or maybe you have your on-premises multi-factor authentication server. With that, you wanted to sign in. That might not be suitable with Azure AD. So in that situation, how you're gonna address that? So definitely you might be ending up with federation. So that's where we are going to talk about now, but just a quick note or reminder that these things might change as these are the current limitations. But since you know that Microsoft Azure is drastically changing or evolving day by day, so they might support all these features in the future within the AD Connect. But for now, it's not possible. But let's talk on that, how and what are the possible things, and what is a business case. So the business case is, there's a company called a bank. Let's take one of the bank company, and that's a financial company. So it's a trusted financial institution that has strong regulatory requirements within that company. So how they are going to address that? So let's take one company, as I said, Woodgrove Bank. This is a national financial institution. What they are currently having is they require a strong regulatory operations for their password policies, the bank tailors, and they also require they don't log on after hours. For example, a bank teller, they don't want to work after hours. They are planning to move to Office 365 to use cloud applications and even some of the on-premises application to make them available to tailors and corporate employees. So when we look at the employees, are more employees, and they also wanted to use Office 365 and cloud applications, line of business applications, right? So in this situation, how we are going to address? So that's a business case. So let's understand how best we can do it. So the point is here, you can start from, do you need to the Active Directory to be integrated? Yes. Do you want to cloud authentication, password protection should be there? No. Or do you have an existing federation server? No. All this workflow will end up. But so clearly Woodgrove Bank cannot use the password hash sync because password policies that they are using is completely different than what Microsoft Azure provides as an date. Like we talked about, Taylor has to be logged out after their business hours and they cannot log in. So that policies are completely customized as per their financial regulations or financial institutes regulation policies, now which are not part of Azure AD. So in that situation, what happens is Azure AD as a natively it's not going to support. So by Azure AD natively going with a federation, that could solve the requirements, but they would it could lead to higher operational cost in terms of managing server certificates and network configuration. So that all to be done. So Woodgrove Bank should actually use the modern cloud first approach of pass-through authentication. That's the answer for that. So let's have a look on it, how that looks like. So this is called modern cloud first approach of pass-through authentication. So let me explain on how pass-through authentication actually works. Pass-through authentication is also set up using Azure AD Connect. Uh, so almost all these scenarios what we have discussed so far, except the cloud only, we need to have Azure AD Connect. That's the solution. With the help of Azure AD Connect, in the past we configured password hash sync, but instead of synchronizing password hash this time, within the Azure AD, you start by installing two more new configurations or two more authentication agents on premises, so that you need to, and I mean you would be ending up with two or more servers just for the higher availability purpose, but minimum is two servers to be configured. Maybe you can configure on your domain controllers also, but these are going to be set it up in your on premises for higher availability purpose. So when I use these agents actually make persistent outbound connections to Azure AD to listen for authentication requests. When a user signs into Azure AD and they supply their usernames and passwords, Azure AD encrypts the password using public key, and the username and encrypted password is placed on a queue to the Azure cloud. So one of the agent here decrypts the password field using its private key and test the username and the password against on-premises Active Directory here. Now the result of this authentication should be successful, or maybe a failed a password, or maybe expired password, or user is logged out for some reason. So these are the output. You may not get it out, and that information will be relayed back to Azure AD via agent. If this authentication is successful, then the user is actually access the application here. Now the pass-through authentication also supports smart lockout, which we talked about, also leaked credential report that we talked. So now let's have a look on federation configurations or federation designs. So federation is recommended for authentication method for organizations that have advanced features not currently supported within Microsoft Azure AD, including multi-site low latency authentication infrastructure. Federation requires a bit more setup. First, you need to have at least two federation servers in your internal network to accept authentication requests. Uh, at least the one or more than one, so that you can configure the high availability. The next thing is at least you need to have two more proxy servers, federation proxy we call it, and these are to be set it up into the perimeter network or on your DMZ network. These will accept requests from internet, and then it will relay to federation servers which are within our internal ADFS servers. And when a user signs in Azure AD, Azure AD will hand off this authentication request to the trusted federation system that you have configured. This basic topology supports other scenarios such as on-premises MFA server or smart card authentication. Federation authentication is not just Microsoft ADFS, but also for compatible other trusted third-party providers also. To conclude this lecture, I wanted you to consider top recommendations. Always enable password hash sync. If you use password hash sync and use that for your sign-in into, you don't need to worry about high availability options. It will be on Microsoft headache. If anything goes wrong with your on-premises services, your authentication will continue to work. But if you choose pass-through authentication, or which is this method, pass-through authentication method, or maybe a federation method, you can still use the password hash sync, because you can use that as the backup authentication method. For example, if you configure your on-premises services goes down, you can manually fail over to password hash sync and still allow users to use or to log in into your cloud applications to grant them as access. In enabling password hash sync also gives you identity protection through uh, for the leak credential reports. So that's the one other advantage if you go with the uh, password hash sync. I hope this is useful for you. Thank you for watching this. I'll catch you in the next lecture.
Hello and welcome back. In this lecture, we will be learning about Azure Active Directory, AD Connect tool, and its architecture. If you're quite new to the AAD Connect tool, this lecture is for you. If you are already aware of the AAD Connect tool, you can skip this lecture. This lecture focuses on how the things work in the background for using the Azure AD Connect tool. If you see here, you might have your on-premises Active Directory here with the users, groups, and your devices. Similarly, you might have your users and devices groups in your Azure Active Directory. To get one solution for your identity management, like to sync up these on-premises as well as these accounts to work in your Azure environment. Similarly, the accounts to get access the applications from cloud to your on-premises, you need to have AAD Connect to sync up these user objects or groups or maybe devices, so that you would be getting a sync process. And that sync we are going to talk about in this lecture. So how the sync process runs in the background, I'm going to explain now in this short lecture. So by using the Azure AD Connect, the advantage would be you can extend your on-premises users to sync with the help of Azure AD Connect, and the objects can be shown in Azure Active Directory. So that way you can access the resources which are in your Azure Active Directory, or maybe from the cloud native applications can be accessed. So the first step would be, the process would be once you install Azure AD Connect, you would be actually connecting. I mean, this tool itself will have two connectors, one for the Azure Active Directory, that is this side, other one would be for the your on-premises, that's called local AD connector. So these are the two connectors gets installed. You see here, these are the under connectors. These are the two things we call it, one for the local Active Directory and the other one is for your Azure Active Directory. So these are the two connectors. With the help of these two connectors, that will be sync process will be initiated. So let me deep dive into the sync process. So these sync process contains like delta as well as the full. Full means, as name stated, everything gets synced, and delta is the next time onwards only the changes gets replicated from your on-premises to your cloud. So in between, if you see here, you also have three different options. One would be the import and other one would be the sync and export. So export is a two-way between connector from your Azure Active Directory to Azure AD. So let's talk into the deep dive of what are the things will be involved. So when you install Azure AD Connect, in the background you can check out here a connector space called Active Directory gets connected, as well as the Azure AD connector. In between, Metaverse is a consolidated view between these two objects. You can view it in the metaverse view. So let's jump into more. What would happen is, once you connect it to the local AD connector, all these objects, let's say assume that I have maybe 100 objects, all these 100 objects will be come back to with the help of connector space into the Azure Active Directory. Similarly, from the Azure AD, all the objects will come into connector space called Azure AD connector. Now what would happen is, these objects as a next step will come back to metaverse consolidated view. Similarly, from the Azure AD also, this process initiated into metaverse. Now what would happen is, in the background it will validate those objects, like importing process. Once it's done, it has to go for the sync process as well as the export. So this entire consolidated view gets exported to your Azure Active Directory. So that's that's one of the reason. Even if you can view, sometimes the sync process in between, it will be halt for some time into the Azure Active Directory space. Once this export completes, it has to go for another level of sync process. Once the sync is completed, the objects will be visible in the Microsoft Azure Active Directory. So that's how in the background all these things will be worked. So I hope this is useful for you in terms of understanding about the Azure AD Connect. In the upcoming lectures, we will be learning about a AD Connect installation pre-requirements and also the configuration, and there are some kind of sync rules will be involved. Let's say you have a specific attribute only enable users or devices or maybe some other objects to be synced. You can enable that kind of configuration with the help of synchronization rule editors. So we are gonna work with these rules, and I would be presenting another PPT along with a demonstration how inbound and outbound rules will be involved for the sync process, and also the tools, the configuration tool. Once you install Azure AD Connect, you get this tool, and also you can edit these rules with the editor tool, and synchronization service, and also the monitoring space, and metaverse here designing, and metaverse search if you're trying to search for a specific object, like maybe here you wanted to search for administrator user, how this user gets connected. So all that can be actually you can filter, and you can get more information in the upcoming classes. But this is just the a basic understanding about what exactly the Azure AAD Connect tool. I hope this is useful for you. Thank you for watching this. I'll catch you in the next lectures. Hello and welcome back. In the short lecture, we will be learning about Azure AD Connect installation prerequest, the options that are available within Azure AD Connect tool installation. So if you're trying to install the Azure AD Connect, you need to first verify a domain name. So when I say verify, you need to verify within Microsoft Azure Active Directory about your domain name. That's your custom domain name. So click on custom domain name and verify here with your name. So if you see here, I did not yet verified anything, so it's just my tenant ID, so I don't have any custom domain. That's one of the pre-requirement. You must to have at least one custom domain to be verified, so that the users can log in actually with that custom username. Otherwise users will log in with only tenant name. That's, for example, Daniel is gonna log in with daniel.craig at Paddy Learning in mylab on Microsoft.com, which is a lengthy name. Instead of that, if a user able to log in with their actual domain name, that looks good. So in my case, I have not done that. So that's one of the pre-requirement. And the second one would be you need to have at least server operating system with 2008 R2 operating system or a later version of the operating system, and that machine must be domain joined so that you can install AD Connect on this machine. And also, whatever the local domain you have, that must be changed. Let's say you have your Active Directory installed, right? So in your company, so that user ID, for example, if it is your domain name is configured as mydc.local, which is a non-routable domain, and you wanted to configure with a UPN or whatever the name format which should match with your company name.com. For example, I'm going to demonstrate in the upcoming demos with len in mylab.com, which is my custom domain name. So this domain name I would be verifying in Microsoft Azure Active Directory domains list, and so I would be using the same domain name ID. So I would be showing you how to do that within your local domain also. And also you need to connect, can be installed here AAD, and default configuration is 50k without a domain, otherwise it will extend to 300k. If you verify the domain name, it will go for 300k. And coming back to the permissions, you need to have at least the global admin credentials for your tenant, so that it can sync up and it can create the sync specific accounts, and that way the two-way sync specific things would happen. And also if you're trying to install with a custom, then you would actually get an option to install SQL full option. Otherwise, if you're using Express option while doing the AAD connect, SQL Express edition gets installed along with the default limitations of the SQL Express is 10 GB of the database size, and it can easily fit for below 100k objects within your Active Directory. And if your company is looking more than 100k objects, go for full SQL installation. That means you need to end up with full SQL specific licensing also. So during the installation, you would be getting, these are the 4 different authentication or the configuration specific component checkboxes would be getting up, and you need to configure that. And also these are the authentication options or the user sign-in options, I would say. So these are the additional options you will be getting. So people will also short called PHS, that is a password hash synchronization, and also pass-through authentication, and federation specific ADFS or ADFS with ping federate. So these are the user specific authentication. And also you have the option for the single sign-on. That means the on-premises users can automatically log in and access the Azure AD specific applications. So that would enable the single sign-on option for your complete on-premises also. So now let's have a look on what exactly the password hash synchronization is. Hash sync is an algorithm that actually it's not exact the password. Instead, it actually does some kind of a multiplication, and it generates the hash value, and that hash value will be rewritten one more time to this text format, and then hash gets generated for that specific password, and that value will be synced to Azure Active Directory. That means it actually not syncing actual password. What happens is within with the Azure AD, it always checks the hash value. If that hash value matches, the authentication will be allowed, otherwise it doesn't do. So if you choose the password hash synchronization, what would happen is if you are trying to authenticate the processing of this authentication process by Azure AD, and the authentication request should not be redirected to your on-premises, that's where you choose the password hash synchronization. And coming back to the pass through authentication, you would be choosing this option if you want to authenticate to be processed by Azure AD, and authentication request will be redirected to your on-premises Active Directory. So that means there will be an agent that would actually take care of this pass-through authentication. So the user's actual credentials will be validated in the on-premises. And the third one, for the federation, definitely when you want to use this kind of authentication, actual authentication would happen on-premises provider, as well as the authentication requests are redirected to on-premises. So complete on-premises, you are dependent. In that situation, you would be choosing the ADFS or the ping federated. Otherwise, you are not going to configure any kind of authentication specific options for the users. That doesn't actually make sense. So you would be choosing any of the methods. So mostly we would be go for the pass-through authentication or password hash authentication along with the single sign-on. Now, so when you try to install this, there are a few of the accounts gets created within Active Directory as well as within Microsoft Azure Active Directory. So the first one would be the when you're trying to install AAD Connect on your Active Directory, there is this account gets created called MSOL with a number like 7 series or whatever the number series. So this account gets created within your Active Directory, and this will have read and write operations on your local Active Directory. You can find this information on AD Connector. So once you install this AD Connect tool, you have this option where you would be jumping into Active Directory connected option and go to the properties and configure directory partition. So this is where it actually shows that specific value of the username. So I would be showing you that post installation within that demo, but for now, if you look at the accounts that creates in Azure Active Directory, there's another account gets created called sync underscore specific account, like sync Active Directory underscore 77 or whatever the series which would be created. So this account you can find out under write operations will be done under your Azure AD Connect connector. So there are two connectors will be created, one for Azure AD and other one would be the for Active Directory, so that the sync or the import export operations would happen in two identities, so that you would be getting as the single identity management feature. Now the other one would be there is a service account also gets created called AD service account, and also if you selected the single sign-on, there is a computer account would be created if you can closely notice under your computer. So these are the options that would be you would be getting when you try to install AAD Connect. So I would be attaching the Microsoft documentation link. Please go through that for the latest AAD Connect specific pre-requirements. I would always strongly recommend that you always go with latest AAD Connect so that you get the latest benefits. Lastly, if you want to know about whether you have AAD connectors configured or not, just go to your Azure AD and under overview in the right side, you see here syncs is not enabled anywhere with specific to Azure AD Connect, and it's not enabled or sync was never ran. So you would be getting these options. And if you want to see the tenant specific licenses, you can check out here. At least you have the P1 specific license should be there. So in my case, I have the P2 which I tried from the trial. I hope this session is useful for you. Thank you for watching this. Hello and welcome back. To install Azure AAD Connect tool, you need to verify your Azure in Azure the domain name so that the objects can be synced from Azure to your on-premises. And also when you're trying to install AAD Connect tool, your server must be at least a member server and must be at least 2008 or 2 or later operating system. And also make sure you use the AAD Connect latest tool. Also, if you're trying to use more than 100k objects, then go for the full SQL installation. Otherwise, it's going to install with the default SQL Express installation. Let's jump into the demonstration. If you just come to Azure portal and go to Azure Active Directory, and you see here if it is a sync is enabled or if you install AAD Connect, you would be getting this status as sync is enabled, but in our case it's not enabled, and currently all the users should be logged in with username at Patty learning in my lab on Microsoft.com. So and also I have the Azure P2 license, as at least the P1 is required for syncing up your on-premises objects. I need to verify my custom domain name. For that I need to just go to custom domain names and click here to add your custom domain name. I own a domain name called learninmylab.com. It means that this would be in a real world, this would be your company a website or company name, so that the users will be logging with username at learninmylab.com. So in your case, username at your company name.com or maybe whatever it is. So in my case, it's the simple domain name which I bought it just to demonstrate this entire demo. So click on add. So what would happen is it actually added, and it is requesting us to create either txt record or mx record, so that it will verify in the GoDaddy or wherever you have the domain name, and it will validate that, hey, you own this domain, so that I'm gonna create some kind of AD records. That's how Microsoft is gonna work. So since I bought it in GoDaddy, I'm going to open in GoDaddy. I did logged into GoDaddy. If you see here, this is my domain name, and I'm into DNS management. So it's pretty easy that just have to click on add, and then whatever the record it is showing. So here, for example, you want to verify with the name of txt format. Simply choose here the txt and give the host name as this, with the value of destination, which is pointing this value, and hourly is the 3600 is nothing but 1 hour. So click and save. That's been added. And if you want to add one more record, for example mx record, in this case you can also do very similar, like you can give alias as the host name as @. So in my case mx @, and here it's going to pointing to the specific value. Copy, paste it, and priority is here. It says that the highest priority 32767, which I'm going to give here, and click and save. So once you give these details, you might have to wait for at least officially it says that 24 hours, but mostly if your DNS works properly, top companies like GoDaddy and Namecheap, all these can pull your DNS record within 1 hour time. So I would wait for at least 15 to 20 minutes to 1 hour between, and I'll click on verify. I'm just trying to verify now. I'll just wait a 5 to 10 minutes time. So verification is done, looks like. And you see here, it's not yet make as a primary. So I just wanted to show you now, and the post that it also says that you can download a connect and sync up. So I'm not going to do that anything now. Instead, I'll simply just close this window, whatever it is coming here. And you see here, it's just both are verified now, but it's not it make as the primary. If you see here, that means the users, when you make as a primary, these user names will change to actual domain name. So if I just go back here to the domains, my custom domain, and I can make here as learninginmylab.com as my primary, so that it becomes as a primary. Now I can change my user accounts to configure to log in with that UPN, or they can even use any of them. So in this case, the user ID can be instead of lengthy name, so I can give here the verified domain name. So I can simply give here learninmylab.com as the name. I can simply save, so that user information gets changed, profile. And similarly I can do for other user accounts also. See, now it has changed. Similarly for David I can do. So these things you can actually change it with the help of PowerShell. If you want to do it, you can do it from the PowerShell also. So in my case, the last account, all the accounts has been changed now, so that users can log in either with the learninmylab.com or with the existing .com. So in my case it looks good. And if you see here, learninmylab.com, this was created if the source is Microsoft account. So that means I signed up with this account. This account is coming from my Microsoft account. So I created a Microsoft account with this username, and this is the global admin event. If you see here the roles. Now I'm going to install the AD Connect on local machine. I can connect from my local machine to my domain controller by just clicking on this, and I'm able to connect to my domain controller, and the computer name is this, and the IP address is configured as this, and the current system role is domain controller. So if I just open up my Active Directory users and computer and navigate to the users under USC, I have multiple AD sites which represents my business name, and also multiple user accounts are configured. If I click on randomly any of the user account, I can see that the user email ID is this, and the account name is configured to login with @root.local. But the problem is here in this design, the root.local is not a routable domain. That means the user ID should be jlrobinson@leninmylab.com should be there. So that's your company name.com. But in this case, it's the @root.local. So you can't log in with this. So what we have to do is, as a next step, we need to change the UPN name by adding another UPN name. So users can use leninmylab.com, that's your company .com, or maybe the username at domainname.com can be used. So to do that, cancel this for now and just go to administrative tools from the start here, and you can open up Active Directory Domains and Trust. Once this is opened, just maximize and select the Active Directory Domains and Trust, not your domain name or your forest name. So just go here, the top one, and right click and go to the properties, and here you can add your what of the domain names or the UPN name suffix you want to add. For example, I want to add here leninmylab.com, which is a domain name which I have verified in Microsoft Azure portal. If you see here under custom domains, I have verified this, so I'm just going to add this. So by doing this, what would happen is my all users, for example, if I just go to any of the user account, to the properties, for example, to this user account, I will be getting another UPN name. That's a domain name. So I get here my username at leninmylab.com also. So by adding that UPN name, users can also log in either with the root.local or maybe leninmylab.com. They can use it. So our AT Connect to work, it needs a routable name. So in this case, the domain name would be the leninmylab.com, which we have already verified in Azure portal. So to we have to change this leninmylab.com for all the users. Either if just use the advanced features, and if just filter with that whatever the groups, you can do that. For example, I can go to the properties of this and simply set my UPN name from here as just the leninmylab.com as the right click and do that, or I can use some of the script. Let's try to open the script. Instead of you run it, you just run with the script name. So you can or you can double click to run with the PowerShell so that this GUI would be open up. So in this GUI PowerShell script, you can choose the new UPN name here, in this case leninmylab.com, and you can recursively you can pull all the list of OUs which are available. So in my case, I wanted to make it for everyone, so I can change here by doing this change UPN, or if I'm explicitly choosing for any of the OU, I can choose here. I do have the option. For example, here I just wanted to go for maybe Indiana, or maybe here any of the OUs, Florida or something like that. So in my case, I wanted to change for everyone. So I'll simply select the top level, click on change UPNs. This would actually in the background change it, and you would be getting the log on how the activity is going on. So if you see here the log, it's going on still. So it has been changed from the old value to the new value for almost all the users. That's good. And if I can open up any of the user account again, but just refresh, make sure that, and if I just go in properties, I should be able to see here leninmylab.com. I'm able to see that. If you have the users with the email ID also to be changed, definitely there is another script that needs to be changed. But in our case, we just wanted to change the UPN name, so we have done that. So any of the random users, now we do have UPN is set to leninmylab.com. This PowerShell interactive script can be downloaded from TechNet Gallery. I will also sharing this script as well as the URL within this lecture. So far we have achieved domain verification and also changing the UPN name. Now it's time to install actual AAD connector. To do that, we can go and download the AAD Connect from, if you just go to the home page of your Azure Active Directory, you do have here option to download directly by clicking here. It will actually go to download section, or you simply go and search it so that you can download that, or you can go to this URL. So I'm going to download that. So I have downloaded and copied to my one of the member server. So in your case, you can use a member server, or you can also install a domain controller. It's recommended to use on one of the member server. Since it's a lab, I'm going to install on my domain controller, which will not be a big deal for me. But if this is the case, you might have to install on your member server. So it's a straightforward installation. I can agree the terms and conditions, and now if you're choosing the Express installation, with the Express installation, it will not prompt you to choose any of the options. Instead, it will configure for you a direct configuration with the password hash synchronization, and it will sync also will be initiated automatically post to the installation. But if you configure as customization, that would actually gives you an option. For example, you can choose the existing SQL Server. This is where the full SQL Server can be used. If you are having more than 100k user objects or the objects, then you can choose the full version of the SQL. Similarly, you can also specify the custom path of where Azure AD Sync folder to be installed. Also, you can choose the custom or existing service accounts. So in my case, I'm just choosing the custom option with the default, but if you see the user options will change. It's going to actually install all the required pre-requirements. So in my case, it takes some time. Now, if you see here in the custom configuration, since we have taken, now I get the option like you want to use the password hash synchronization or pass-through authentication, also the federation authentication option. If you remember the authentication methods which we talked, password hash synchronization or PHS, with actually authentication will not be redirected to on-premises, so purely cloud only, whereas the pass-through authentication or federation will be redirected to your on-premises authentication service. So in our case, I'm actually going with the hash synchronization, and also I wanted to enable the single sign-on. If you see here, if I just enable here, another option is coming up. So single sign-on means the hybrid Azure AD join machines will be getting the benefit of any of the cloud-based applications also can log in without any username and password to be entered, because those devices are already joined into Azure AD. So that would be added advantage. So I'm just choosing. If you're trying to understand more about what all these options, you can just point to the help symbol. It gives you more information on what it means. And I'm just clicking on next. And this is where it's going to ask you for the global administrative credentials of your tenant. So in my case, if I just go to my portal.azure.com, I can see here I have a user account called paddymaddy at leninmylab.com, and this account is from Azure AD, and this user is a global admin, so that's a role has been assigned as a global admin also. So I can use this account. I will be entering the global admin account details and clicking on next, so that it goes further with the installation. And then it's asking for my local active directory a normal user account details. If you have already created, you can use that. So in my case, I have already created a domain user account called AAD user, just for the syncing purpose. So I just created this account, and if you see the member of, it's a domain users only. There's no special permissions for this account. So I would be giving that AAD user account, which is in this case the AAD user at root.local, and give the password. Now you see here, you should get the tick box here. So once you get the tick mark, you can actually move further with the clicking on next. That would actually go and fetch the details from your local Active Directory. Once that's done, you are actually going to get here your verified domain. So in your case, root.local is not yet verified. That's why it's showing that UPN name must be like username at contestro.com. So in our case, Learning My Lab is the domain which we have shown here, is the fully verified account. So that's a domain which we added in your Azure Active Directory domains, right? So that's good. And if you see here, what would happen is there's something called a anchor object. A later point it will be used, but for now the users will be using some attribute to sign in to the Active Directory. So what is that? So in our case, I'm going to choose the user principal name. So you do have multiple options to choose, like different attributes if you want to use like email or custom attribute numbers. So in our case, I'm just ignoring and using most of the persons, like 99.49s. People will use UPN name because that's how the users will sign in. So I would go with the UPN name in this case. So I would just select user principal name. So that's my username at UPN name. So if you don't have already changed all the user accounts with the UPN name with your company name.com, then it's a problem. So in my case, I have already selected and verified. Now this is the first layer of the filtering. Remember in the presentation we can talk about the first layer of the filter would be domain and OU. So where you can you want to filter with a specific example. Maybe you want to just filter maybe a California, you can filter, or you want to entire DC, you can do that. So this is a kind of filter so that these objects can be synced to Azure AD, to your cloud. If you don't want to sync everything, you have the option. So this is the first layer what you have. So in my case, I'm taking everything to be synced up, and if you need to get more information, you can go through that specific help question marks. Now you see here the unique identity for users. So this is nothing but if you have email IDs, example, also configure like Office 365 specific, then you would be choosing the mail attribute for the another layer of the filtering, so that can be identified your sync options with a proper unique ID or specific to that specific attribute. So post to this, you also have here a group based filtering, like let's say you are doing maybe in a POC. So in that situation, you would create another OU. Here for example, here you're trying to filter everything, but you don't want everything to be in a filter, but you want to have few of the test users to be part of one of the AD group, and you can give here the user account details. So that means the user group details, so that the user group will be next layer of the filtering. Now this is the by default options, like if you see here exchange, we don't have any exchange, so those are grayed out, and we did already taken as the password hash through, that's a PHS option. That's why it has been already ticked up. If you want to write back, you can do that, and we would be doing later point, but I wanted to go with the default options, and then we can come back. And if you need more information, always you can click on the help button so that you get that specific help whatever you're trying to look. For example, device write back is the option which will gives you written of the information also. Let's see here, you have the directory extension attribute sync also can be possible. Now post to this, I would just click on next. I would like to take even password right back also, and then click on next, and the next option would be enable a single sign-on option, because we did selected the single sign-on, so it needs to validate the domain admin account. So I'm just entering the my domain admin account, so that it just creates some kind of internal information, so that it will configure for you the single sign-on option. So once this is done, you can by taking that checkbox, it does the automatic sync. If you don't take the checkbox, you can start the manual sync. But in our case, we wanted to sync also to be done. I don't want to go for a staging mode. So when I say staging mode, like you wanted to configure one more AAD connect server, then you would be going for the staging mode. But normally if this is the first server, so I just wanted to go for the complete one. If you see here, the AAD from my Azure portal, I'll show you once again from the Azure Active Directory and the users, and you see here there are only few user accounts, and the source of the user accounts are Azure Active Directory. And also if you see here any of the devices, there's no devices, as well as the sync, there's a PHS is not enabled, AAD connect is not enabled, so SSO is not enabled, nothing was configured. So post this installation, when I click on install, it's going to actually configure for us everything, and then all the objects will sync to Azure AD. You see here some kind of health specific agent, it's getting installed, so that becomes as a service. And also if you see here, I also got the Azure AD Connect specific shortcut, also got it. So that means it's almost done the configuration part. This gives the complete information on installation, so the configuration of the installation is completed. So if I want to configure later point, I can do it by clicking on the Azure AD Connect. But if you see here, or if you read it here, there is an attribute called MSAD, MSDS consistency good ID. So this is the anchor attribute. That means with this attribute, it's going to sync up. And also if you see here, the recommendation Azure Active Directory specific or the Active Directory specific recycle bin is not configured, so they are giving the article to go through it here and configure that specific one, which is one of the pre-requirement. I have not done because that's just the warning if you see here. And also single sign-on is configured, and you need to configure the group policy. So in our next video, we would be configuring group policy. Stay tuned for that, so that the configuration of that 4 different URLs can be configured in your local group policy, so that the users can log in from the intranet zone. So that means there's no need to enter any additional username and password to access the applications that are published in Azure AD, or maybe register with the Azure AD, or maybe software as a service specific applications which are coming from your Azure AD based. So that's what we're going to do it now. So for now, I would click on this specific link, and I would like to show you that these are the URLs which we need to configure in the group policy, and all that configuration for the how to log on specific values, all that the value should be configured for 1. All that will be discussed in the upcoming lecture. If you're trying to configure here with the group policy preferences also, you can do that. So I'll just exit, and that would actually installation is completed. Now I wanted to show you the high level of the synchronization services. If you see here, it's already doing some kind of sync process, and 240 or 1274 different objects got synced up. All that information is coming for me, but I just wanted to show you more information, like it has the full export and import, and also other options. But if you just go back to the connections, this is a key here. There are two connections, or the connectors, we would actually say. So the first one would be the local AD connector, other one would be the Azure AD connect. So if I just go to this local AD, first time you get this specific window, but if you just go to the next time, it won't ask you. And if you see here, the account which we have given, AAD user account, that was using to get the information from the Azure, from the Active Directory. Now from the Azure AD, if you see here, as we discussed in the PPT, there should be a specific account called sync underscore the computer account which we have talked about. So that's a computer account was automatically created, and it is using for the syncing purpose. So if you just go to your Azure Active Directory, normal Active Directory under computers, you have that computer account. So once you enable that, it gets automatically configured for you as the Azure AD Association account. So this is the account which is using. So these are the two key things, and these are the metaverse designer is the rules configuration specific. With that help, it actually pulls the information, and you can also do the additional configuration also. So now the sync process is almost completed. So if I just refresh here, now the disable all these there, if after refreshing it gets enable, and you see here less than 1 hour back it has already synced, and password hash sync is enabled, sync status is enabled, all that has been configured. And if you just go to the users, you would normally get multiple user accounts also. So if I try to filter with few of the accounts so that I can show you in the source of the accounts, you see all these are coming from the Active Directory. If I load more and more, I'm actually getting it. And if you see the source, most of them are from the Windows Server AD. But now if you see the Daniel account, it's just from the Azure AD, because we just created this one before we do the demo. So that's how the sync processes happen, and we're able to see all the accounts, and I can do the reset, I can do all this. But remember that we need to configure the licensing also post to the sync. Otherwise otherwise it doesn't work. Like if you try to demonstrate maybe a single sign-on, or maybe all that, it doesn't work. Also you need to configure the location. For example, the user account is in this case the United States, so you need to configure those under settings, this specific United States configuration to be configured. Also other configuration, if it is not there, you must have to configure, otherwise you don't get the benefit of out of it. So that concludes how to configure as the high level configuration. I hope this is useful. Hello and welcome back. In this lecture we will be learning about Azure Active Directory with your on-premises Active Directory as a hybrid environment. So for example, you have a device which is joined in your on-premises, it should automatically join even in Azure AD, so that you get the benefits of from other identity management solution, which is nothing but your cloud native, in this case Azure Active Directory, right? So the users management is completely easy, and at the same time if you also have the single sign-on, that makes more sense, right? So that's a demonstration of this AD Connect which we have already installed here. Now I'm gonna reconfigure that to make to compatible for our hybrid environment. If you have not watched the AD Connect installation part, you can watch that in the previous lecture. But for now I would be just going for this mission. So you can check out here, this is my domain controller where I have my AAD Connect. So I'll just have to simply double click that, so I would get the Azure AAD Connect. So now if I just skip the welcome page, this is where I get more options. You see here privacy and current configuration settings to review it, and customizing your synchronization options, and also the device configuration, refresh, all that are the options you are getting. So now configure device options, which we have to choose here. If you want more information, you can choose that help button or the question mark, it would actually tells about you can by choosing this you can configure your hybrid AD or hybrid Azure AD joining and the synchronization device write back options you would be enabling. So in our case we just wanted our hybrid Azure AD option, so I'll choose the configure device option and click on next. So once you click on next, you get the two options. Hey, this wizard can help you out hybrid AD join and device write back options, and you must have to be 2012 art and special AD schema levels and the forest level. So that's fine. I'm going to enter my global ID, global AAD tenant. That is my Azure AAD tenant for my lab dot PADI learning learn in my lab dot on microsoft.com, and then this gives me an option for, hey, you can configure the option for hybrid Azure AD join, or you want to configure the device write back option. So in our case we are talking about this demo for only limited to the configure Azure AD with the hybrid AD join. So let's click on that, and you have an option to choose either you just want it for Windows 10 machines, or you are ready to support for the down layer down level of your domain join machines. Let's say you have Windows 7 and 8 machines. So in my case I don't have any machines because already Windows down layer Windows 10 below and below is no more in the production, and Microsoft officially started supporting them, right? So I don't want to go for these Windows 8 and 7, so I just uncheck that checkbox. I'll just go with only Windows 10. Now here there's a big story in the behind. What happens is because we are using the latest AAD Connect, but in the past we used to run some other PowerShell scripts to perform this specific configuration called SCP or service connection point we call it, but mostly we call it as SCP. So this is an additional partition with which would create in your Azure EAD. Within that there would be some entries will be created. With that it's gonna help you within your forest. It's gonna help you to configure the machines to communicate. So in our case I would just take the default. In fact you can't do it here anything nothing more other than just take the forest and just active directory. And now you need to have the enterprise admin because it's going to do little bit changes within the schema specific one. I mean in the partition it's going to actually create a specific value, which I'm going to show you that also in a minute. Now you want to run manually to give it to your schema admins, you can do that, otherwise simply configure. So clicking on next, so it's going to configure in a minute. That might take some time, and once that's done we are good. So now we're ready to configure. So this is a final option. So this is actually going to install. Now we got installation is completed. I'll click on exit. Now you see here, as soon as I click on exit, actually it is talking about me to all these steps we have done it, and we need to do some URLs to be configured as a group policy. So in our case we have already done this, but I just wanted to show you how to do that for this seamless SSO sign up. So you see here this is a group policy, and you see the settings which I have configured for the user policy specific. Under user config policies, administrative templates, and Windows components, Internet Explorer, Internet Control Panel security, all these URLs has been added to site to zone assignment list. So this is the value, this is where all these values has been added, even though Microsoft suggested to add 2 because SSO specific also have added, so that doesn't matter. So you can create total these 5 different URLs, so that would help you for the seamless integration of your SSO, as well as the registration specific also. It's not going to make you any trouble if you have these URLs. So for us in our case we have already added this, so I'll just click on exit. Now you see here I'm going to show the the connect specific, sorry, the partition specific. So I open the ADS edit, so just connect. So you see here under this configuration should be taken, that's the configuration partition. So a service specific SCP would be open, right? So under services you see here and the services you have these values which would get automatically created under device registration configuration. A value code can be created like 62 specific one. This is the full-fledged value which gets created for you. So I'll just go and show you the properties of the distinction name. So this is nothing but your service connection point or SCP. So that's a value, so that gets created. That's why you enter the enterprise admin credential. So if you just go to the properties and the devices, you don't have any devices. Now why I'm showing you this is I'm gonna take this Windows 10 demo PC, and I would actually add this machine to my local Active Directory, not to the Azure AD. So the expected behavior is, since this Windows 10 machine, when it is joining to my Azure AD, when it is trying to join to a local Active Directory, it also should join automatically to my Azure AD. But there are few events and few services which would do all this work for you automatically, right? So what are the things has been doing automatically is, you see here currently let's verify the settings. It's in a work group, that's fine. You see the machine is not joined in Azure AD, that's fine. And let's see any of the events. If you see here the task scheduler under Windows, under Microsoft Windows, there's a configuration specific like workplace join. So you see here automatic device join. This task is completely in a disabled state if you see the status. So, and also it's going to run with the highest system privileges. So once you added the machine to Azure to local Active Directory, this service will get started automatically, and then automatically this machine, with the help of this schedule task, it's going to join the machine to Azure AD. That's why this schedule task is present. So let's see this specific task, and in fact if you just go to the actions, you can find more information, and also workplace as well as the device registration specific, all the events you can view under application logs and Windows, especially for the workplace join as well as the device management or device join specific one. So all these are we have verified. So I'm just going to add the specific machine to my root.local, which is my local Active Directory. So I enter my local Active Directory domain join account, in this case administrator account. So this account has the permissions to join the machine. Once it is joined, as soon as I click on OK, and the schedule task should automatically start it. So you see here it's welcoming, that means the joining. Just do the refresh of that services. You see here it's in a ready state, that means it is tried to attempt. So in the background what should happen is this machine entry got created in your local Active Directory. I don't get it here any of the events under workplace join, but under device specific events, device registration specific events, I would get it. And if I just close and reopen this, or if I go back to again accounts, I should be able to see here as the local only at this point of time. But I'm gonna restart the machine, log in with SG Clarks. It's the local account of this specific machine. It's a Windows account, if you see the account also. And I wanted to show you some certificate which gets created. So make sure that you are choosing the advanced features, and go to the properties of this specific machine which we just joined. So that's nothing but USC-PCH02. And if I just go to the properties of the attributes values for a user certificate, there's a value for the user certificate with a lengthy name. Let me open more and show you. So hexa value, so it's nothing but your device ID specific one. If you just convert that into hexa to other information, you get that value. But Now let me also show you the other command, dsreg cmd hyphen / as the status. So you see here the machine is joined here into the Azure AD as well as the domain join. So both are yes. And also if I just open up a article which talks about these, so if a machine is joined here hybrid, you should get under Azure AD join as the yes as well as the domain join as. So you have the two options as yes. So if you see Azure AD join as the yes as the last button, and here the domain join also yes. So both were there. So that means it's the hybrid join. So the second one was effective here. That's the hybrid join. So the machine is joined into hybrid join. So in a minute or so it should actually go and show the record in my Azure portal. But before that, let's also view my dsreg cmd status more. Like you see here this information is coming from the tenant details. That means it's already started communicating with my Azure AD directory. And also if you see user state information, and this is most important one is the SS4 part. You see Azure AD PRT is yes now. That means the sync has been completed. Okay, you don't get it on an immediate basis, my friends. It might take some time because at least the 20 minutes or so. The reason being in the backend is the first thing is the schedule service should be started. That means it has to try to attempt to join the machine to Azure AD, and that means a certificate should be created for this computer account, which we have shown you earlier from the attribute value. And then that value has been changed. So AAD sync in the rules, it will check for, hey, I have some value of this. That means I need to record this value to Azure AD devices. So for that, the rule has to be validated. That means rule will be validated when the sync happens. So to happen the sync, you have some schedule, some scheduled task to trigger to join the machine that have some schedule. So altogether this is at least a 30 minutes or so. So you wait for that time, then this kind of output you would be getting. So I did wait for some time, so I got it. So let's verify from the Azure portal also. I just refresh and go to devices. I should be able to see a machine with the hybrid join. So the machine is joined and the type of the join is Azure AD hybrid join. So we're good. We have the device ID, object ID on, that is properly replicating from your local on-premises. So that concludes how to how to perform the steps. But now let's not to wait and also try to open up the two portals which we normally open, like portal.azure.com for the single sign-on option. So you see here it's not asking any of the password for the user because this is treated as a local site and it's just open. And you see here I logged in with the on-premises user account. That's SG Clark, who is the user from your local on-premises Active Directory. And make sure that this user have the at least a P1 license, otherwise this SS4 doesn't work. And also I can check my applications. That's my applications.microsoft.com, that can also open. So that's also opening. So looks good. So I wanted to show you the user account specific license also. In my case I have the P2 license, so I just selected SG Clark account, and you see here I did actually configure two things. One is the uses of the location, which is United States, that must to be there, and next one would be the license. So the license you see here, I have the EMS license which got assigned for this specific user. So if you don't have the license, the SSO and all that doesn't work. You see here I have the P1, P2, all the licenses are available for this specific user. That's good. So I hope this is useful for you for your learning. Thank you for joining in this short lecture. Thanks for joining me for this lesson on Microsoft Azure virtual machines, and we are going to have a chart about purpose of the virtual machine and key attributes of the virtual machines. And also we are going to talk in the upcoming lessons about the other components such as the storage, performance, and virtual machine size, and other advanced topics in the upcoming lectures. But within this lecture, we are going to just focus how to create a simple virtual machine and what are the components that are involved and what are key things that to be considered when you are trying to create a new virtual machine. And traditionally, if you don't know what exactly the virtual machines, how they started, traditionally we used to build actually on-premises environment. What we used to do is we used to buy all the physical servers for our infrastructure along with their storage and their CPU power and the cabling to be done, all the networking components, and then we used to use those servers for each server meant for one or two different purposes. For example, it can be worked for a file server, one of them maybe for the database, or one of them for just for the application servers. So what used to happen is you cannot use the off-peak uses of the servers. Let's say you might have just the utilization on a peak hours, but what about off peak hours usage? So you're not going to use that. So then other softwares come up, for example VMware and Microsoft Hyper-V, all that virtualization softwares come up into the market, and they started grouping of your physical servers that might be actually joined a similar kind of in a cluster, and then on top of that one or two, three servers, when they merged as a cluster, you used to deploy more than 10-15 machines based on the CPU and the RAM and the storage that is actually clubbed as one. So you might be using definitely all that peak hours and off peak hours utilization also out of these three servers. So you used to save a lot of costs, and these things are very popular. Of course, like a lot of things, it's actually extended similar technology to the cloud, and now we call it as a virtual machines within the Microsoft Azure. So what happens is you will have the virtual machine. So virtual machines will fall into infrastructure as a service. I'm pretty sure that you have already know about the basics like infrastructure as a service, and platform as a service, and all other key cloud types or the cloud offerings that you might already know it. And we are going to actually focus within this lecture more about how the virtual machines are created, and it can be created and how best we can actually utilize them. And just to jump into the demonstration after the small introduction. So if you are trying to create anything within the Microsoft Azure, you're going to create a resource group. So what exactly resource group? That's a container. Basically, resource group is a container that will hold all the related resources. When I say resource, it could be your web application, or maybe virtual machine, or maybe a storage. All that are part of your resource. So it's like a top folder, and you have all these subfolders like you have on your computer. Similar thing, but in Azure world, it's a resource group. So a group of different resources will be placed in there. So that's a container kind of thing. It will hold all the related resources within the Microsoft Azure solutions, and these resources can be included all the resources of your solution. And if you delete this resource group, all the solutions within that resource group container gets deleted. So it's another way you can actually manage your lifecycle of the same resources within that resource group. So it's easy for deployment, updating, and deleting. So that's what you're going to use. And if you haven't gone through the lecture on resource groups, please do check out that lecture, but this is gonna focus on Azure virtual machine. So let's take that you have a resource group and you want to actually create a virtual machine. When we create a virtual machine, we will have a different key components that are part of creation of this virtual machine within that resource group. So let's say the first thing first, if we allocate where actually we are going to create and what is the virtual machine name. So let's say we wanted to define this virtual machine name as VM01 example. So the next thing is the region. Region is very important for data sovereignty and compliance perspective.
uh, because that is a key where your virtual machine should be reside. So you need to choose a region. So regions are different regions you have within Microsoft world, like East US or South Asia, or maybe within your country there should be some kind of data center that is called a nearest one for you, and we call that as the regions. So within this, we can actually create maybe in the East US region, and if at all we want, we can choose even West US, or maybe Singapore or Australia, or different regions we can choose it. And the second part would be the here the size. So what exactly the size defines is the virtual machines will have a different sizes, which we are going to talk in the next upcoming lectures. But for now, just to understand, the size will determine your CPU and memory and network performance and so on. So the size is, let's say you are actually targeting for a general purpose, then you can go for general purpose machine type. Or if you're focused on memory hunger applications gonna install on this virtual machine, then you are focused on memory optimized, or maybe GPU based or disk performance based. All that different type of sizes and different type of virtual machines can be used. And just to give you a big note, that not all type of your virtual machine sizes are available in every region. Let's say you have some virtual machine in East US, you might not have the same thing maybe in Singapore data center or Singapore region. So it all depends because of the region changes. So you should be sure that what kind of virtual machine you are trying to create, and is that really available on that specific region. And other things would be the image. When we talk about the image, there are Microsoft default images are also available. Let's say you want to install maybe a Windows machine within this. So it comes with a preloaded operating system for you. So all you have to do is you have to log into the machine. When you're creating, it's going to ask you to enter the user ID and the password. With that user ID and the password, it's going to actually create a computer for you as a virtual machine. So it can be a Linux or maybe a Windows machine, and different images which are coming from Microsoft distributed. So there are different distributors like third party people who are gonna create or could be made their own images. Let's say that image is most hardened for the server configuration, and it is available maybe from the Red Hat or maybe from a third-party vendor. So all that are available, and you can choose that. For of course, for everything it's going to cost the pricing also. So let's have a look on how the components of this virtual machine also looks like. Let's say when you're trying to create any of the virtual machine, it should have definitely a network interface, because that network interface will have a private IP address as well as a public IP. And on top of this virtual machine, you're going to actually have some kind of firewall called NSG, network security group. So where you are going to define a different port should be only available for the external users. Let's say from the cloud, a public cloud, from your machine, you're gonna allow 3389 port. So that configuration will be done on the network security group, and that's called NSG. And we're going to discuss these things in the networking section. But just to give you an idea, this virtual machine have a different components altogether, right? So that's what we talked in the beginning of this lecture. And one of the component would be definitely network, and other component would be the storage. So we have a network interface card, that's nothing but a NIC, and it's storage. So storage can have a multiple type of storages, like you might have a SATA storage, or you might have a premium storage with SSD, or a hybrid kind of storage, and you can have more than one disks also, and that can be attached to the disk. So all these components you have. So this is all called for the component side for the virtual machine. And let's jump into the Azure portal and see how to create these virtual machines. Let's jump into the Azure portal, and you see here within this, if I start creating any of the virtual machines as a first step, so if I just click on that, it's gonna actually show any of the virtual machines if at all I have. So first thing first, if I try to create a virtual machine, either I should go from here to the virtual machines and then click on add. So this is gonna
prompt me to create a virtual machine, and this is where I'm going to choose my subscription. As we talked about the resource group, a grouping of different components, all that resources will be within this resource group. And you see here, resource group will now contain post to the creation. You have your NSGs, network card, and storage. All that will be part of the specific resource group. So let's create as a first resource group. In this case, I'm just gonna say as the demo for VMs. That's what I'm gonna give here, and simply I can give here this name, and that's gonna create a resource group. And within this, I'm going to create a virtual machine. So the virtual machine name, as we talked earlier, VM01, let's say. And the next step is a region. This is where we can choose multiple regions. So, and you see here, Microsoft also recommends these regions because based on the Azure products, long-term capacity growth are available here. Apart from that, you can actually choose other regions also. Let's say I want this virtual machine to be provisioned in maybe Canada East, or maybe in Europe, UK West. So it all depends on my requirement where I have to provision. And you see here as UK West or maybe Europe West, and if the images are available, the standard images, it will show. Otherwise, it's gonna say that hey, you have to select another type of image because this is a size. The sizes depends on actually the virtual CPUs and the memory limit. So this specific size is not available in this maybe Europe, UK West, or maybe some other region. So if at all I choose the East US, so this specific size is available, and I can choose that. So we talked about the regions as part of the PPT, and also now we are going to talk about availability options. So we're going to talk on this in the upcoming lectures, where we're going to talk for multi-region, multi-zone, and multiple virtual machines becomes as a set. That's called a scale set. All that in the upcoming lecture. But for now, for the creation of the virtual machine, you can choose the image. Let's see what kind of operating system you want to choose. Here I can choose here the virtual machine type would be maybe a CentOS or Windows Server or Ubuntu Server or Oracle Linux or Debian 10. So all that different virtual machine images can be loaded to this specific virtual machine called VM01. So in my case, I'm just choosing maybe a 2019 data center generation 1. That means you would actually have even generation 2 also, you might have. So I'm just choosing the generation 1. Or if you want to browse any public and private images, as we talked earlier, let's say Ubuntu server was created by a third-party company, and best value for the scale out, you can choose that. It's gonna actually you're gonna buy those things. Even for the Barracuda cloud generation, all the different images like Citrix, CDC, different Red Hat Enterprise, all that, if they are not available from your Microsoft public images, you can actually browse and buy from third-party also images. And coming to the spot registration, this is where it's gonna actually used unused Azure capacity. So you're getting actually a discount instead of a coupons. You're actually, when you choose for Azure spot instance, you're gonna actually buy for the reduced price. And coming back to the sizes, as we talked a little bit on this earlier already when we are trying to browse for the region. So not all the sizes are available in each and every region. That's what we talked in the PPT, and you can choose here different sizes. And also you can click on, when you click on a size, it is going to actually give you a different sizes. You see here there are A, K, K and A series, or E series, B series, D series. So each series has its own specialization. Let's say if I just choose maybe H series, it says that high performance computing VMs, and this is up to 2x performance boost for vector processing workloads. And this is large latest generation of E family sizes for E series. So third generation, second generation, different sizes. So it all depends on what kind of hardware they're procured and what kind of CPU power and memory and the storage you're gonna get it. Let's say if I choose here D series. That's a, or maybe let's go for a good one, just to show you that, so that you know that what I'm trying to talk here. High performance. So you see here, it's going to actually have the CPU as 8 and RAM as 56 GB, and 32 disks can be attached. So you get the IOPS, great IOPS, actually 32 into 500 IOPS. So here you see here, and this is going to cause something here. So based on the performance of your CPUs, let's say I want to go for horsepower of 60 CPUs and RAM as 223. So this is a huge one. Definitely it's going to cost me a lot of the cost. So it's close to, in my currency, it's expensive, right? So I can choose based on these sizes and their pricing also listed here. So this is the sizing side where you can choose it. So in my case, I'm just choosing a simple one, which is gonna come up close to $70 to $80 per month. I'm just choosing this, and coming back to the user account. This is the user account that's going to be given you, so that you are going to log in with that account. So I'm just giving here Paddy. What if you're trying to give as an administrator, it says that hey, this can't be used because it's a guessable. We are talking about the public cloud, so anybody can give a guess with administrator and or admin, all that are the guessable. So it should be a unique ID. So I'm just going to give here as Paddy, and the passwords also, you can't use the well-known passwords. So you should be using some other password. So I'm going to use some random password here in this case, and once the password is accepted, it's going to ask me to, hey, you want to allow the inbound, because I'm going to actually connect from my home network or maybe from my office network to the public cloud. So we are talking about the public cloud altogether. So there's no VPN tunnel between your office or from your computer to Azure cloud. So definitely you need to allow port 3389 for doing the RDP. Otherwise you can also use the Azure Bastion service, which is again, you don't need to enable this port. You can connect from the Azure portal. We have talked that in the upcoming lectures about the Azure Bastion service, but for now just the 3389 you want to allow. And also you can use if you have your on-premises license for this Windows Server 2019, you can actually reuse that, so that you're actually going to reduce the cost of 49% in terms of the license. This is called Azure Hybrid benefit. This benefit is available if you own on your paper. You can use that benefit of the license in Azure Cloud. So like by taking this radio button and clicking on confirm, it's going to allow you. So in my case, I don't have example. So the next step is the other component. So this is a basic information what we have as of now supplied. Now the disk. So the disk by default, it's going to give you around 127 GB, and you want to add some other space, like you can create some of the LANs by creating here, and the size, all that you can have, so that this becomes as the additional drive for the virtual machine. And coming back to the networking, here within the networking, it's going to actually provision in the backend a network interface. So this network interface is going to have a virtual network. As you know, within your office network also you will have your own VLANs, right, or your own subnetting. So similar thing we do call as the virtual network, and we have a great lessons which we talked in detail about the virtual networking or the virtual networks of VNet, VLAN, and their peering and side-to-side connectivity, and you can extend that VNet to your on-premises. All that was dedicatedly talked on VNets. But for now, if you are just try to create a virtual machine, you can simply click on create, or just leave these things. It will automatically create for you. So if you want to create your own VNet, you can click on create new. This is going to be the VNet name. So that's nothing but your subnet name kind of thing. And on top of it, you have a subnet here. So you can give here subnet 1, this could be, and you might have another subnet. You can give something like that, and there's subnetting ranges, all that. Click OK, and if at all your subnet is once you create it, how you want to connect to this machine, definitely with a public IP. So if you don't want that, you can say that I don't want and if you want to have a public IP to connect from your virtual machine, from your machine to that virtual machine, you need to have the public IP. And is that public IP to be a static or should change dynamic? When I say static and dynamic difference, if your virtual machine restarted, so it might change the public IP. So you have to choose again one more time the correct IP and then connect it. If not, you can actually go and set it as a static. So it's going to charge you close to $1-2 per month. And in my case, I'm going to choose as a static. And coming back to the network security group, so this is the NSG. Again, the security firewalls, you can choose a basic or advanced. So if you choose the advanced, again you have other acceleratory features that are available. So in our case, we are actually going with the basic, and we talked very extensively on network security group for allowing the ports, all that in the upcoming lectures in the networking section. But for now, yeah, we are actually allowing the network security group to allow public inbound port on 3389. And if at all you have a load balancer in between, like web app and web app 2 and a load balancer, then you can configure from here. But in our case, we don't have anything, and we did talk on this in the networking section. And coming back to the management, so in the management, all this any kind of issues will be reported to your security center for your virtual machine, for the monitoring and security concerns, all that. And also for the monitoring, you want to enable for the boot diagnostic. Let's say the virtual machine is not able to boot and might be throwing a base OD, so you don't know what's happening. So in that situation, you can enable the boot diagnostic and you can troubleshoot further. And the guest OS diagnostics also can be enabled. For that, it needs a storage account to be created. In our case, if we are trying to do auto shutdown of the virtual machine, you can enable this so that you can choose a different time zones like UTC or maybe UTC based time zones, any of them, and then based on that the machine gets automatically shut down. And by doing that, it's going to actually saves the cost since the virtual machine is not in a use state, right? So that really helps in terms of saving your cost. And for the starting, again, you can use something called Azure automation services, and you can trigger an automation task to automatically start the virtual machine, and this gets automatic shutdown, so that in between startup and shutdown is covered, so your virtual machines are only available during the user's activity. So that's good, and it's a great useful feature. Coming back to the notification, before you send shutdown, it's going to actually send a notice. It's going to turn off within 15 minutes or something like that. So you can configure your email if you don't want, you can turn off. And also you can configure this virtual machine directly right from here for the backup. So if you choose this button, it's going to take the complete backup of the virtual machine. Let's say maybe you want to restore for yesterday's date for so and so time, you can do that very well. And as a next step, it's going to be asked for me. I'm not going to choose the backup, and we have a dedicated lesson on the backup, and we did covered Azure backup and ASR site-to-site recovery, all that features in a different lecture, but you can check out that section altogether because it has multiple lectures which was covered. And coming back to the advanced, it's going to actually install some kind of extensions. So when we talk about extension, let's say a specific software to be automatically installed, like your antivirus should be automatically installed on your virtual machine. So you can actually put some kind of extension if you have a subscription for those extensions. Let's say NVDA GPU driver extension, a PowerShell script to be run, or maybe Kaspersky antivirus. All that are different extensions that are available, and you can do that for the level of customization. But in our case, we don't have anything. But if at all you are actually looking for some kind of antivirus, all that, you can definitely go ahead and choose that
specific extensions, let's say Microsoft anti-malware, that to be part of this virtual machine. So you can do that, and if you have a subscription for that, it's going to add for your virtual machines automatically. And next thing is a tags. Tags are very important. Let's say this virtual machine is created for who's going to own this virtual machine. Say I can say here owner is in this case it could be Patty. So I know that I'm gonna actually call or talk with this guy since he's the owner, and I can say this is for my billing. Billing is from my business unit for my R&D department, right? R&D for HRA or HR department maybe. So I know that by giving these when I pull up or when I do a quick changes, I know that this specific owner belongs this specific VM, or maybe this business unit is actually costing XYZ dollars for this specific business has to pay within internally for the costing. So tags are very, very important. That can be easily do even for the automation. Let's say I wanted to go for automation of shutdown of maybe I wanted to do the shutdown of around 7 p.m. maybe I can set here as this 7 p.m. So what would happen is if my automation account was configured, and it will actually look for my entire resources. If anywhere the tag is matching for the shutdown and the value with only whatever the time, so within that time it's going to actually shut down that virtual machine. So it's very, very useful in terms of the billing and for automation and to easily identify the resources, all that. And you can actually click on review and create that specific thing, and it's going to show you in the USD or your local currency and what's going to charge per hour basis, and you can view all these and click on create. That would actually create your virtual machine. And also you can also save this as a template. So this is called ARM template. Please do check out other lecture on templates specifically for your virtual machine. So you can actually, you don't need to recreate every time with all these configuration and tags. So simply you can use this template to redeploy as many times as, so that all you have to do is you have to enter some of the parameters for example the US a username and the password, kind of some key parameters, and then you can actually deploy it. So this is the this can be downloaded, and also you can add to your library, and you can recall from there to deploy directly by using this ARM template. So we have a lecture and we have a complete talk on the ARM templates, how we can actually modify these ARM templates and the differences between ASM and ARM. So ASM is the old model, and that's called, also sometimes we refer as the classic, and this is the ARM is the latest Microsoft Azure world. ARM is the latest one, and most of the things, 99%, all the resources are moved already to ARM, and with this you can easily play even RBAC, all that great advantages you have with the ARM model, which we have talked about in a different lecture about ARM. But for now I will actually click on create, so that it's going to create a virtual machine for us. And if you see here, it's going to actually creating this virtual machine, and different components like an IP address is a different component, and a network card, and all that storage, all that has been created. And if I just go to my resource, which is a virtual machine, I can see that this virtual machine has now a public IP. And coming back to the networking, you have a port which was allowed 3389. This is called the NSG, so network security group, which will allow for the inbound connections rule, and also for the outbound. Everything is by default allowed, and here inbound itself blocked everything except the port 3389. And also you can check out the disk. So in this case we have just one disk, and if you want to add one more disk you can add it here. And coming to the size later point, let's see, now you have this size of maybe 2 core or 4 core with maybe 8 GB RAM, you want to extend, you can do it, but not all the virtual machines are supported. You cannot degrade the generations of the virtual machines. Let's say I want to go for a basic one, so I can always resize that. So you're not going to lose any data within that virtual machine, but instead you're going to actually reduce your CPU power and the RAM power, and definitely the max ops, input output operations, and a disk performance would reduce or can be increased based on the chosen size. So that's about the sizing side. And for connecting this virtual machine, you can always go and click on overview and try to connect from here. And if at all you have configured Azure Bastion as a service, you don't need to download the file, so you simply actually connect from here directly by creating this Azure Bastion service. And this is where the auto shutdown option, you want to change that, you can do always. And you want to enable the backup, you can do the backup enabling. And also for the DR ASR, you can configure ASR configurations here. Let's say currently it is into West US, you want to do for another space, maybe for target location I want to do it for maybe, let's say, Canada or Central, so I can do for the region as a Canada. So you can do all these source destinations. This virtual machine will be available as a disaster recovery automatically with a few clicks. And for host updates, so if you are getting some kind of updates, you can always update so that the automation account would update any of the machines specific things. And coming back to the security, this is nothing but the Azure Security Center specific recommendation. If at all you have enabled this, so it actually recommends what kind of security should be taken for this virtual machine. Let's say you shouldn't be opening port 3389 because anybody can access if they know my IP address. So you can also access with this IP, but I'm going to delete later point. But if you try at this point of time, or maybe hacker is trying to do, he can actually try to connect with the 3389 if he knows the username and a password. So that can be again a case where you want to secure. So you can do that even for the virtual machines. If I just talking about the networking side, you do have the VNet here. Within the VNet, you have a different subnet to be created. Maybe currently you have a subnet 1 with a 10.0.3/24. Maybe you want with 10.1. Something like that. You can create your own subnet here. And we did talk about all these topics in the networking section, like creating a VPN tunnel from here. You can do that, or as your Bastion service specific subnet can be created. Even site-to-site VPN, all that options we have can be implemented directly from a VNet. So VNet is like your subnets or your VLANs in your physical environment. So similar thing, but it's a software based. And coming back to the other things within the virtual machine, so you can apply here again one more time different tags from here, and you can access, can be granted for a specific person, or you can invite some other person to automatically co-admin. For example, I can say that add a specific role, let's say owner role, if I wanted to assign for a specific user, or maybe I wanted to type like X YZ at maybe a gmail.com person should be, I wanted to send him as a guest, but he wanted to have a full permission on my virtual machine. I can simply select this, and when I click on save, it's gonna grant a permission on this entire virtual machine where he can do full control as an owner. So these things comes into the role-based access management for each of them. If you just click here, you are gonna learn more about when we use what is owner, what is actually maybe a contributor or reader, all that. So these things are fully configured and fully easily understandable in other lectures with respect to RBAC. And for now, I just canceled that, and I wanted to show you how to connect to this virtual machine. So we know now a little bit of options about the virtual machine, and now let's try to connect it. So to connect, if it's a virtual machine of a Windows server, then you're going to use the RDP. That means it's going to download a RDP file. And if it is SSH based on Linux and other, then you can go and download that SSH file. And if it's a Bastion, directly connects directly from your Azure portal. So in our case, it's the Windows server. So I'll just click on RDP and download. So what would happen is it's going to download a RDP file with this specific computer name. Inside this, the public IP and port number is hard coded. If I just open this, I get this options where it's gonna actually hard coded this IP, and also if I just try to connect, it's gonna ask me user ID and password. So the user ID is the ID which I have given while I was creating this virtual machine. So I'll simply click on OK. So it's gonna ask me to connect. So if I just accept that SSL specific certificate, and it's gonna connect it. So this virtual machine is connected from my local machine, and this virtual machine is hosted in Azure network. So whatever the changes I do here, that's actually saved in the hard disk. And if I try to resize my virtual machine from a sizing, the hard disk only gets connected, because you see here what happens is everything is component based. So different components will be attached to a specific power of CPU and memory, and then it becomes as a virtual machine for you. So I'm going to use the same thing. So how do I know what other resources are available here? So before that, just maximize this, and you see here this is very similar to our virtual machine which is in our on-premises. So I can go ahead and install some of the roles, or maybe create a files. All that can be done. And the size of the VM is, again, you can see here, C drive is 117, that's 127 GB close to, and temp drive is a drive where it's gonna save just for the Azure purpose. So you don't need to save anything here. That's what it says, data loss warning, read me here. So if you save anything, it's going to be not deleted automatically. So don't save anything in the D drive. If you want to attach maybe a 1 TB, 2 TB, you go to Azure portal from the disks and create a attached disk from here, and give the premium or whatever the size, and simply attach it, so that it's going to create for you a virtual machine. And here host caching also can be enabled. That would actually read write performance will increase. Let's say I just give here as a D drive or something like that, extra drive. So if I just click on save, this specific drive with the 4 GB will be provisioned as a premium SSD for the specific virtual machine in a minute or so. So this is how you can add the disk if you want. And for the sizing, we talked about it. For the connectivity, we talked about it. And we talked about the networking components, we talked about it. Security, we talked about it. Extensions, we talked about the extensions when we try to create it. Let's say you want to install maybe Puppet agent, or maybe used maybe anti-malware specific PowerShell, DSC, all that can be configured here directly. And let's go to this drive. It's added now, the D drive or this hard disk LAN is added. So let's go to this machine and see. You don't see here, the reason being it has to be go to your manage and then rediscover that disk management. So I'll just scan my disk management for any changes. So as soon as I open, it will start prompting as, hey, you have a new disk called disk 2. So if I just initialize, it's going to show me here the disk size, also information. So here it's a 4 GB. If you want to create a partition, you can do that. So it's a basic thing which you do it for any of the virtual machine. But I was just trying to explain to you here what other options you have and how best you can secure. And logs, if we talk about the logs, we did have a different lecture on the logs, but just wanted to explain here. You want to do not want to delete any changes or do not make any changes. All that can be allowed or configured directly here with the help of logs. So you can say that I don't want anybody to delete, and this should be only read only. So it's going to be log. You cannot even shut down, you cannot delete if you just choose as read only, all that. So the logs are very useful in order to protect your
components or your resources within your resource group, and you can apply these logs on a resource group also. Let's actually jump into the resource group and see when we created this virtual machine, we have chosen a new resource group called demo VMs, right? If I just click on that, this has taken to the resource group, and if you look at here, if I just maximize to show you the resources, so here you have 7 different resources has been deployed, and all these components as attached, and it is showing you as a one virtual machine. Let's say you see here you have a virtual network, you have a disk, you have here virtual machine, this is a virtual machine, and this is your public IP address, and this is your security group which acts as a firewall, and this is your network interface, this is your actual operating system maybe, and you have created additional disk, so you have 2 disks. So whatever the things you are going to put it in your resource group, all that will come here, and you can apply, as I said, the logs also in order to secure. So these are the things which you need to learn about the virtual machine as a basic things. So let's say I want to go back to virtual machine, I can simply go from the resources also, that would take me to the virtual machine, and it gives a great view in terms of the monitoring capabilities. Also you can see the performance and all that, and also capabilities you can take for the security, disaster backup, patch management, logs can be bastion, auto shutdown. You can also go for the best recommendation directly, and any of the tutorials if you want to learn more about things, you can actually go here. So these are the things which comes into the virtual machine. So this is a basic lecture which I wanted to cover. So think that in the upcoming lecture I'm not going to go in these things which I have already talked it. Instead I'm going to focus on a specific components. Let's say if I just talk about the networking, I'm going to talk only on networking. If I'm going to talk about the scale sets, I'm going to talk only on scale sets. Since this is a first video for virtual machines, it has took a lot of time to explain, but this is not the same case for other lectures, and I'll try my best to limit the time. Thank you for watching this. I hope this is really useful for you. I'll catch you in the next lecture. Hi there, welcome back. In this lecture we're going to learn about Azure virtual machine types. As Microsoft says that for an optimized, it can be, when I say optimized, it might be optimized for CPU purpose, or maybe general purpose, or maybe memory optimized, or maybe storage is optimized, or graphics may be optimized, or high performance computing. So altogether it's everything is optimized, and you can have a different type of virtual machines, and then you can run your loads. Let's say if you have a SQL server, it needs the CPU power, but more than CPU it also needs the memory. So if it's a memory optimized, it would be good to have when you are creating a type of a virtual machine, you should consider any of these series like M series or DS or ES. So these are the series is what Microsoft calls. So let's jump into Microsoft Azure portal and try to see what kind of Azure virtual machine types that what we have. And if you see here, we have categorized like a general purpose, compute optimized, memory optimized, storage optimized, and GPU and high performance. And each of these series is like A and F or L or maybe NC or H. All these are falls into a different optimized performance based, and these are better. For example, general purpose is balanced by the CPU and the memory type, and it can be used for your web servers, and these are the computing optimized is for medium traffic of web applications or network appliances, all that. And for the databases, memory optimized, and for storage optimized, it could be even SQL, NoSQL databases. And GPU is compute intensive graphics, intensive visualization or workloads. Then it's recommended like ND means NVIDIA series. You can use the GPU of NVIDIA's, and then that gives you a great experience for the graphics. And for the high performance, it's actually processing and even the CPU, everything is almost optimized for you for the memory and all that, and it can be used for batch processing or analytics or molecular modeling purpose you can use. So let's jump into Azure portal as we talk. So when we create a virtual machine, you can actually go for sizing of these, and you can see here the different type of optimization of VM series. You see here you have the most used by Azure users, or B series, D series, or you can even see the way we talked earlier about the ideal for CPU performance, this or for general purpose, all that. You can even check this specific link which talks about what are the series we have and what is the starting price and their performance and when we use this. So when you're trying to scale or when you're trying to design as your virtual machines, you should be actually looking what is the purpose of that virtual machine, what it needs to be optimized for your applications, either CPU or memory or graphics or network performance. So based on all that, you can actually choosing a type of series that you wanted. And remember that the pricing also differs. If you see here, the pricing is starting $48 per month for the DC, and it would go from anywhere from here to $1,000, even $16,000 also when we go for the largest memory optimized virtual machine. So it all depends on your business case and the application demand, because these kind of applications are the machines needed for SAP HANA or S/4 HANA or SQL or kind of applications might be demanding these things where it will have a 6 TB 12 TB of memory configuration. Think about it, it's very expensive, right? And all these things are available for you. So when you try to create virtual machine, you would be actually choosing a proper thing, or you can even filter here by based on the RAM, like you want a custom RAM of 16 GB, or it just only shows the 16 GB, or you want a cost by monthly or hourly. You can choose even CPUs. You want more than 8 CPUs, you can choose. So previous generations with the 16 GB is available, and if you're choosing anything from 160, it would defer something else. So you have here previous generation computers with 32 GB, and you also have different series which gives the more memory, like 112 GB of memory, and you can depends on what purpose you are actually creating this virtual machine. Based on that, you can size it and make sure the pricing also how much it is gonna cost you. And on top of it, there are some of the limitations. You cannot have every virtual machine type in all the regions, definitely. So it all depends on a region wise. You see here I'm actually filtering for ease use. If I'm choosing for a different region when I was creating a virtual machine, like following this wizard, and within this wizard I can choose a different virtual machine size from the sizing, and here it's nothing but the same thing you can actually look at, and you can choose one of them like D or E series, and make sure that what is that purpose you're creating, and based on that you can give the required components for better performance, like hard disk or CPU or memory. So this is how you're going to choose it, and you can filter based on the regions and all that. So in this case it's taking as the easier. So if I just change this to some other region like West US, so it's going to actually change for the West US region. So I'll just close this, and if I come back here one more time, it's going to actually choose based on the West US too, so whatever the series that are available. So this is how you can choose the sizing of your virtual machine. Make sure that you choose and do the proper design for your virtual machine, so that it will not be a bottleneck for your applications. Thank you for watching this. I'll catch you in the next lecture.
Hello and welcome back. In this lecture, we're going to learn about Azure Disks, which covers also managed and unmanaged disks. And also we're going to learn about type of disks within this short lecture. And later point, we are going to actually create a virtual machine, or we would actually add hard disks, how we can add, that's nothing but the disks, how to add to the virtual machine. So let's jump into exactly what is Azure disks. So if you're quite new to Microsoft Azure, maybe you're just hearing Azure disks, but if you're in this industry for Microsoft Azure world, then you might be knowing already managed and unmanaged words, familiar words. So let's talk about the difference and how that actually can be easily differentiate unmanaged and managed. Let's say in the olden days or a few years back, Microsoft used to manage all the virtual machines disks, right? If you are creating a virtual machine, you need to have a hard disk, right? So this hard disk used to come from a storage account. Yes, that's additional dependency, that's additional scale up that you have to do it. So why we are talking about this at this point is, let's say you have maybe 100 or maybe 400, 500 virtual machine. You need to actually scale two things here, not just a virtual machine, you also have to scale about your storage account, because if storage account is not performing well, your virtual machine doesn't perform well, even though you have a great processor for that virtual machine and you have a great good performance of the RAM and all that all waste of use, because the disk is not faster than what you expected. And also we used to have a single point of failure, especially the storage account. If storage account failed in that region, or maybe it's not working, all of virtual machine goes down. So that's the problem with the unmanaged disk. So what we talked so far as a summary within unmanaged, so you need to actually create a non-top level resource of a disk which comes from a storage account, and also you're going to manage that storage account manually, because you need to think about your performance and all of that. And also you used to have a very limited high availability because of the storage account limitations, and also the limited functionality because of the storage account as a dependency. Now let's move to the manage. So why we are talking about managed disk? So later point Microsoft has moved to something called managed disk, and now they just call it as Azure disks. But for the operating system, only a dedicated disk we used to call as the managed disk. So this managed disk will be there's no dependency on this managed disk. It's created by Microsoft for a better performance, to address all the previous issues that were encountered in the unmanaged disks. So it's a non-dependent on any of your storage account, so it's not responsible for any kind of configuration on your storage account. It supports high availability, functionality regularly improved by Microsoft, because it's purely managed by Microsoft. That's why it's a managed disk. So that's a major difference. So let's jump into the disks word. So if you look at Azure disk as a word, so what happens is there are type of disks you have. So I can differentiate here 4 different type of disk. So we'll start with OS disk. OS disk is nothing but, as the name stated, it will have the operating system gets installed. So it's the one of the mandatory, and it is the one of the required for your virtual machine to boot up, because it will have the pre-installed operating system, and this disk is a by default. Similarly, there is additional built-in disk which is available. That's a default disk we call, that is for the storage disk. So what exactly storage disk is? Let's say the other type of disk what we talked is either managed disks, or maybe OS disk in this case. So or maybe in this case maybe data disk, or any other disk. Basically what happens is they actually come from a virtualized storage account, or virtualized storage. So that virtual storage will give you some kind of LAN kind of thing that would actually comes to you, and it will be connected for your operating system, and you would be installing maybe operating system here, maybe applications from the data disk. But temporary disk is completely different. So what exactly temporary disk is? It will give you a limited space, and that space can be used for your swap files. So it's that hard disk space is not really a virtualized disk. It's actually physical disk. Why I'm talking about physical is for your virtual machine, which was connected or which might be created on a Hyper-V server. That Hyper-V will have some disk, and out of that disk it will have this specific VM will have a temporary disk. So that can be used, maybe a swap file, or that can be used for a better performance purpose. So that's called temporary disk, and whatever the data you're going to write in this temporary disk, it's gonna wipe up. So it's not a persistent. So when I say persistent, it should stick to the machine, but temporary disk is not like that, because tomorrow when you restart your virtual machine, so you might get a physical disk from a different physical disk, or maybe a different virtual physical server. So it's not the persistent, whereas a disk which are persistent, we can use for different purpose, like maybe for your database can be installed, or maybe your applications can be installed. So that's called persistent disk. So this persistent disks are nothing but your data disks. So whatever other than the operating system, that's a OS disk and temporary disk. So mostly we use the data disk for your installing your applications. Let's say I wanted that to be a 1 TB of space, so you can simply assign that. And the final option is ephemeral OS disk. So that's nothing but actually it's a special type of operating system disk which will contain all the operating system installation binaries and all that. It's not gonna use for your application, so it's just used for your installation purpose. So it's not for your data to be used for a different purposes. So that's the last and the latest version, latest type of disk that you have with the disk. So let's jump into the Azure portal and try to have a look on what's managed and also different type of disks that can be attached. Now I logged into Azure portal, and you can see here I have a virtual machine. So if I want to connect any of the disks, I need to go to under settings and disks. So this is where I can actually add any additional disks. So you see here, this is a disk which was created, and it was automatically added by Microsoft when we tried to create any of the virtual machine. So this specific disk is a managed disk. So if I just click on that, you'll come to know that it's going to be a completely managed disk, and I can go for the sizing and performance, and I can change the current size, which is 128 GB to maybe additional size, and I can even go for operating system complete encryption at the disk level also. That's an additional layer of protection that I can do. And if you choose as a REST, that's going to be customer managed encryption key, and if you have your key vault services and you can enter your keys, that would be used to encrypt this entire disk. So if somebody is trying to unencrypt the data, they don't get it. Actually, if they try to record the data, they're not gonna get it. So that's an additional way of securing your disks. It's key that to understand about the disk performance actually matters what type of the disk SKU you have selected. If you selected the standard HDD, it's going to really impact. If you see IOPS, that's the input output performance basically, which talks about only 500, whereas if I just go to the premium, it's going to actually change based on the size, and you can get the 5000 also. So it's a huge input output, so you can easily copy and paste the data, or read and write operations can be executed very quickly, so you get the better performance. So these are the type of the disks. We call it from the P1, P2, P3, P4. You can actually check a link which is within this video link as a resource for the performance. So when you go from the P1 to P80, the performance gonna change, and according to the cost also will be effective. And if I just go back to my virtual machine one more time, here if I want to add the virtual machine, I will be simply create and attach a new disk. That's what I'm going to do. And simply I can attach here whatever the LUN. Let's say I want to attach as a LUN2 and give a disk name. Let's say this is my E drive or something like that for whatever purpose. So I can give that and later point I can choose the type of the disk. So based on that, it's gonna charge. Let's say if you choose the premium disk, that means you're gonna build right away. When I say right away, whether you use it here the 40 GB, if I just choose a 40 GB, so whether you use that 40 GB or not, you're gonna charge for 40 GB if I choose the SSD. But if I choose the standard HDD, if I choose maybe a 2 TB example, still it's not going to charge for me for the 2 TB. Instead, whatever I store the data inside of my standard HDD, let's say if I use only out of 2 TB 1 GB, it's going to charge for me only on 1 GB data. It's not on 2 TB. That's a major difference when when you look at for the pricing side, especially for the disk. So if you choose a premium, you can actually build, that means you're reserving that IOPS for you and the data is dedicated for you, that dedicated space. So you're going to charge for that. So you can attach like these, and for the better performance you can actually use the host caching, and this is not recommended if you enable on your domain controllers. Let's say you hosted a virtual machine within the cloud for your domain control, make sure that you should choose as a no, because your NTDS doesn't work properly for the replication purpose if you choose the host caching. So make sure that you disable that. But for any other applications, we never do none or read only. We actually go for read and write so that we get the better performance in terms of the disk read and write options. So you can actually attach and then click on save. That would actually comes back to the virtual machine as a new additional drive or the disk. So later point you're gonna actually attach by running from the disk management from here. For example, I'm just trying to show you without logging to the virtual machine, and then if the disk is found, you can go for initialization and then format and change the partition letter, drive letter. All that can be done as a normal method. So that's all about the Azure disks. I hope this lecture is useful for you. Thank you for watching this. Make sure that you check out some of the documentation links on the performance. That would really helps you in the ongoing lectures. Thank you. Hi there, welcome back. We're going to focus to learn more about virtual machine storage performance within this lecture. So when we are talking about the performance for a specific disks, so in the previous lecture we talked about different type of disks. Actually what we have like OS disk, a temporary data disk. So for all of them we also talked like we can enable actually something called host caching. So host caching is what happens is in the back end actually you have a two different type of caching which is in the back end of your infrastructure, which you don't see. So one is the disk cache. Sometimes we also refer this as the host caching, and also the blob cache. So when we talk about the blob cache, it's completely disk caching, and Azure leverages a specific technology referred to a blob cache, and that's going to use a combination of your host SSDs and memories to provide to your virtual machine. So that's a different technology. So it's going to use in the backend for the blob storage and also for the disk caching. As we talked earlier, it's not just for a type of application, because not all type of applications are supported when you enable host caching. Let's say if it is if I just enable here for my operating system, so it's a OS disk, so nothing but your managed disk. So if I put it here as the read and write for the host caching, it gets the greater performance. That's good, but not all type of your applications are supported. So make sure that if you are enabling, you should be check that whether this kind of a caching option is supported or not. Let's we also take an example in the previous lecture about
Active Directory domain services. If this specific VM called VM01 has that ADDS services, if that is running on this disk, in this case the operating system disk, and if you enable this, so it might get corrupted the replication, because we're talking about the cached disk type of data which is getting replicated. So it goes for a inconsistency, and at the end it might broke. So you need to focus on what type of that application, whether it's gonna support it or not. And this host caching can be enabled for any of your disks, maybe for application disks also, so that you get that performance automatically for you. But of course the application has to be supported for you. If we look at for the caching options like read and write, that's going to actually read and write purpose the caching. And if you choose a read only, most of the applications that suppose it just a read only, because you're actually not rewriting anything to the disk. So read only might support. And if you use a none, you're actually missing that host caching options, which will be useful for your better performance. And the next thing is the type of the disk. We actually, when we try to create here, like if I try to create attach a new disk, I'm actually getting here an option. If you see here, I can go for a premium SSD or standard or HDD. So all this I can actually create, but there is a difference actually. Different type of the disk I can choose, and more high performance. If I choose, I have to pay more definitely. But let's have a look on what type of the disk what we have. The topmost one would be the Ultra. So Ultra disks are basically highest level. It's going to be used for your SAP HANA kind of applications, top tier databases, and these things can be used if you use the Ultra disk, and you get a higher performance. If you see here, the 160K IOPS, that's a huge actually, and it has a capacity range from anywhere from 4 GB to 64 terabytes of data. And coming back to other disks, what you have here in general disk, like you have here a go for SSD or normal SSD, or that's again the standard SSD and the HDD. So within the three type of SSDs, you have three different type of SSD performance. Like you can expect in a standard SSD like you have on your laptop, that's nothing but your standard SSD, and the premium is which offers a little bit of IOPS, so you can actually get the maximum through output of 900 MB per second, and whereas the normal standard hard disk gives you just the 500 Mbps. This is where it actually comes, the IOPS is going to play a key. And if you see for the Ultra disk, you're going to actually get the 2000. That's a 2000 MB. That's nothing but a 2 GB of the per second copy paste can be done with the Ultra disk. So that's where we're going to use these SAP HANA or kind of top tier databases, SQL, Oracle, all that heavy workloads can be used. And if you see here, a max IOPS is 160,000. That's a huge actually when compared with the 2000 IOPS, 20,000 IOPS with 1600 and 1000. That's a huge actually. So you have a different type of the disk, but remember that the type of the disk also matters for your application performance. At the same time, the cost also gonna high from if you just choose the Ultra disk versus a normal standard SSD. There's a huge difference, very similar to your IOPS. Right, the IOPS more you get low, that means it's not going to perform you better in terms of the performance. Let's say you can use just a 2000 or 6000 IOPS can be used for your web servers, or maybe any of the enterprise applications for your development and testing purpose. But the premium SSDs are normally used for your production servers or sensitive workloads. But Ultra disks are very premium, and we would be using for heavy workloads. And let's have a look on other things like the type or disk size actually also matters here. So when you go for size of the gigabytes goes higher and higher, you get actually higher IOPS. That's additional point you need to look at. And not all type of disks are available for you, and there's a difference between the premium disks also. So we talked about the disks here. We actually talked about the disk types here, the premium, SSD, all standard, and HDD. But if you just choose one more type of the layer, which is the here the disk size based performance, like the standard disk is gonna called S4, S6, S10. Similarly, you have an option for P1, P2, E1. So it actually gives a different type of disk based on the performance you're going to get it. So let's say if I choose the higher capacity of the disk, it's going to change that performance. Let's say here, if I choose the P1 as a premium, most of the time we go for either P1 to P10 between anywhere, and we would be choosing different type of the premium hard disks, premium SSDs. In fact, these are so. Let's say if I want to go for a maximum burst of 30 minutes, I want to copy higher of the data with the maximum of IOPS, then I would be choosing maybe a P1. But if I want better than this, I would definitely go for P2 and P3, P4, all that offers me higher IOPS. That would actually helps us to copy paste and gives the higher performance for my applications that are hosted on my production or maybe my own development servers. So make sure that you check out and go through this link for understanding more about the disk types and that performance when you compare any of the disks. So I hope this is useful for you. Make sure that you check out this link and try to work and try to compare based on the IOPS, because IOPS is the key here that matters, and that gives you the higher performance for your disks. Thank you for watching this. I'll catch you in the next lecture. Hi there, welcome back. In this lecture, we are going to learn about Azure Virtual Machines high availability. So first thing first, before we jump into high availability options, I wanted to focus on three key things. The first one is where we're going to use these outage scenarios and how best we can go for high availability management. And there are also a little bit of differences within the outage scenarios, which we are going to discuss within this slide. And the second one, we are going to look at how Microsoft is offering a highly available global infrastructure for us in terms of highly available for your virtual machines. And finally, some of the principles are general rules which we are going to discuss. Even though Microsoft is offering a global scalable and globally high available virtual machine configurations, it doesn't mean that you have everything is readily available for you. You need to do a little bit of configurations. You need to go and follow some kind of general principles. So that's where the general rules comes into it, and we're going to discuss on that. So let's have a look on outages scenarios and what type of outages that we can expect. The first one, definitely unplanned. When we talk about unplanned, it could be unintentionally outage that could caused by your hardware or software failure. And also, if you're trying to understand about the planned outages, we can talk about Microsoft planned outages, or maybe you are doing some kind of a software update, or maybe a software maintenance, or maybe hardware outages as a planned. That all can be done as a planned outages. So these are the things comes in the planned and unplanned. And also, generally for the unplanned outages, you will not have any notice, or you will not have any information that hey, this is going to be unplanned, because that's an accidental thing, or that could be a unplanned purely, right? And when it is a planned, yes, you get the notification, and you can check the service health within the Microsoft Azure portal, or you can check the scheduled events, or you can you yourself, when you're trying to upgrade your one version of your virtual machine series to another high available, then it goes down, so you know that it's going to be planned. Or maybe you are doing the software update, so you know that this software gonna gets updated, so you are taking as the outages. So these are the outages that we need to think about when we talk about the high availability. As the next thing, I'm going to talk about the Microsoft global infrastructure. That's the second point which we wanted to consider, which we wanted to talk on it. So when it comes to the global infrastructure, Microsoft offers
a few couple of the things. The first thing first, Microsoft has a region. So when we talk about a region, or when we create a virtual machines or other Azure resources, we have to select a location. So it's a common thing that either you are going to use a specific location that might be Australia or Southeast or maybe Singapore, on which location you might be building your resources within that specific location or region. So for Microsoft perspective, from the Microsoft perspective, we are actually talking about a region. They use a terminology called a region, so they don't say that the country name, but they have their own region names like East US, West US, or South Asia, or Singapore as a different name for their regions. And each of these regions are very well connected with within a defined latency, and it's very well connected, a dedicated network and dedicated data center within that region. And when we talk about a different availability zones within that region, you might have more than two different availability zones, let's say at least the three in this case, if you see here the east location. So each of them has we can say that a data center. So you have three data centers, and they are connected with very well connected network with a given distance. So it could be a some hundreds miles of distance, so that if something goes wrong to these region 1 within this availability zone 1, other two will be available, so it's not going to be a failure of any of the region directly. So that's how they come up, and they say that, hey, I have my region is still available even though you lost the availability zone 1. That's how they're going to talk. And also coming back to the physical infrastructure, so it's a unique physical location within the Azure region, which will help you to protect data center failures. That's how we talked about the availability zone in the region. So creating the virtual machine, and when we try to create, where region comes. So if you try to create any of the virtual machine by going to the virtual machine and creating, you can actually choose here the option of the region. So this is what the region. So region is a right for you to for the customers, where you need to choose the nearest region for your solution so that your customers can access without any latency. That's how you can choose it. So you have a different regions. If you see here, if I just click on here, so different regions are available here, like Europe and Asia and Canada, US. So different things you have here, and also Microsoft recommends some of the globally scalable regions that have higher scope than other regions to expand. So they also recommend that, and apart from that, you would actually get it as a other, so where you can choose different resources here. So that's how it will be. So now if I create here any of the virtual machine, I would just go to the region, and also I'll say that this is my region. So what happens is all this virtual machine specific components all will be saved in that specific region. So that's how it's going to work. Let's also have a look on the availability options. So when you click on availability, apart from the region, availability is available with the two options. One is availability zone, other one would be the availability set. When we create availability set for the high availability purpose, you're going to actually focus on two key components, or two key architecture design thing. The first one would be the fault domain, other one would be the update domain. So the last one, update domain, is nothing but if your Windows machine is scheduled for the Windows updates, if it is going to be a restart, your application will definitely not available as the high available. So in that situation, so this machine is going offline just for the Windows update, so the solution goes completely offline for your end users. To protect that, you have an option called update domain. So if you specify 5, that means the 5 virtual machines will be running as a replica in the backend. If one goes down, other one will be always available for you. So that's the update domain, and other one would be the fault domain. So for your power source as well as the network, it's going to be connected in a high available mode, in such a way like when you're deploying on a server, it's not going to be in the same rack and it would be deployed in a multiple racks, like power connected source might be coming from a south grid, and another grid, maybe a north grid, also power source is connected. So if something goes wrong with the south grid, even though your machine will be connected with the north region power grids. In such a way, it's going to design. Similarly, the physical networking switches also in such a way it's going to design, which we are going to discuss all these skill set options in the upcoming lectures. But for now, if you want to go through, you can go through this high availability link, which is going to talk about the zone 1, zone 2, zone 3, also FD and UD. That's the fault domain. FD means, and UD means update domain. So if something goes wrong in such a way, they can deploy, so that you are getting high availability in terms of the power failure or virtual machine failure, because it's going to be a cluster computer altogether. So that's the a small overview on the scale set about the high availability option. And if you choose the other option like availability zones, so you can choose here either zone 1 or zone 2, zone 3, so that what happens is, if within that specific zone, the physical public IP address as well as the managed disk will be available, and it gets replicated for other availability zones, so that your applications are available, or the virtual machine is available from another availability zone also. And just to mention that these availability zones as well as the scale sets is not available in all the regions. Let's say if I just scroll down and choose Europe, I will not have this zone for the availability zones, but I do have for the availability set, and I can straightforward go ahead and create for the availability sets, but not the availability zones. Similarly, if I just go to maybe Canada, it might be available, but if I choose something else, it might not be available. The reason being, they have not yet scaled their global infrastructure yet, but they might be doing the similar thing with which is available with, for example, these regions which has the availability sets as well as the availability zones. Similar things might come up in the upcoming days. So as of this recording, so that specific region does not have, but we never know if they are going to scope up and scale up actually. So we talked about the creation of the virtual machine for a region. We can choose the closest region and make sure for the high availability. If you're choosing high availability, you need to know about the availability zone and availability set. So availability set talks about the fault domain and update domain, which talks about nothing but a maintenance of a regular maintenance or unplanned outages of a power grid or maybe networking components failover. So then you would be actually choosing the availability set, and the entire virtual machine to be available, then we are going to choose the availability zone with a specific to 1 to 3 zones, where the primary availability of your virtual machine should be available, and it gets replicated as we talked in the previous lectures, like this: zone 1 to zone 2, zone 3. It's gonna replicate automatically for you, but you have to specify. So that's what we have discussed here. So you need to specify, you need to design in such a way the architecture that it's going to address all the planned and unplanned outages, so that you are actually utilizing the Microsoft global infrastructure. And let's jump into the PPT from this demo. Now let's talk about the a solution. Like you might be deploying a virtual machine, and that virtual machine might have a backend database. So user is trying to access this virtual machine. If this virtual machine as a front end is available, the user can really able to access, and this solution is deployed maybe in this specific region called ECUs. So that's good, but it's not really, if you think about, is this a really highly available virtual machine? Definitely it is not the case. The reason being, either Microsoft has their own high availability options, but we didn't use any of them. It's like you spin up a virtual machine on your one dedicated Hyper-V, and
it's working fine, but what happen, of course they take care about the networking, all that, high availability. Those things are taken care by Microsoft. But if the machine itself goes down for some reason, your application is not really highly available. So that's the problem. So how do we address that? So we need to think about the not just the one virtual machine. We need to think about three different components also. One would be the service redundancy. Highly available requires a redundancy for your services. That's what we are talking about now, for the highly availability, for service redundancy, and also the traffic which is coming here. So that needs to be distributed properly by using some of the core components which are available within Microsoft Azure as a resource, like application gateway or load balancer. In fact, we have a detailed lectures on these and the different section altogether. You can check out those lectures, but we're just trying to pinch out what kind of traffic or what kind of things we can consider in terms of the general rules as a general principle to make our virtual machines are high availability. I think you can here what you can do is you can actually distribute the traffic by using maybe application gateway or maybe a load balancer to other virtual machines in the backend which has similar web app, or maybe as a mirrored virtual machines, or maybe scale sets. So you can actually scale in other ways. So these are the options that you have. And also you have the final one, resource management. So this includes our complete health of this virtual machine, what went wrong and why it's not responding, or maybe CPU spike, or maybe data accessed within the disk is high, or maybe networking is high. All that you can actually find out by using the monitoring solutions within Microsoft Azure. So all these things are available in terms of the virtual machine high availability, and you can choose these things. I hope this lecture is really useful for you. Thank you for watching this, and I'll catch you in the next lecture. Thank you. Hi there, welcome back. In this lesson we are going to learn about Azure virtual machines availability sets. Availability sets also falls under high availability for your Azure virtual machines. So with using Azure virtual machine availability sets, you can go and create your virtual machines for the highly availability architecture. And within this specific lecture, we're going to talk about two key things. The first one is the fault domain and also update domain. And then we're going to jump into the Azure portal to see an action about the understanding of the concepts that we are learning in these slides, such as the fault domain and update domains. So let's jump into the first thing about the understanding of the Azure virtual machines specific to the availability sets. So when we talk about highly available, we wanted our virtual machines within the data center. We wanted to use the advantage of backend Microsoft global scalable data center to ensure our virtual machines to be available. For that purpose, we can use the availability sets. In the previous lecture, we learned about Azure virtual machine at the overview level of the high availability options, and we found that we need to protect against some of the planned and unplanned outages so that our solutions can be highly available mode when we deploy it. So there's no point in having one virtual machine. For example, like in the previous lecture, we talked about the front end and the back end of the virtual machines, and if a fault occurs at the front end or the back end, your entire solution goes offline. So when we are using availability sets, we are actually going to do in place virtual machines that serve the same purpose. So we're not just going to place one machine, we're going to place more than one virtual machine, and that serves the same purpose, but it becomes as the backend availability in terms of the highly available. So we're going to focus on availability, as I said, focusing on ensuring that we have a better control over the distribution of our virtual machines across the underlying physical infrastructure. Because if you take a look at the solution right now, we have three virtual machines that serve the same purpose, but they
all are on the same underlying infrastructure, that's a host infrastructure. So do you think that it's going to be highly available? If you just think about that, uh, yes, your concerns are might be that what happens if this is going to be down this physical infrastructure, or you can think in other way, if a failure happens at the power, or maybe you want to take your virtual machine for maybe a software update or maybe a maintenance, what happens, your solution might not be available as the highly, because if you take some more examples, even the storage infrastructure or hypervisor or networking power and so on, all that are not a completely highly available, because you're actually depending on a one hypervisor and you have three different virtual machines. So this is where Microsoft introduced availability sets to address such kind of physical failovers, so that you get more control. When I say you are going to specify how do you want to control in terms of power connectivity or networking connectivity or hypervisor connectivity, even the storage infrastructure connectivity. You have that control, and Microsoft offers you that in terms of the distributing the load or the virtual machines to spread over to a different host infrastructure, so that it's going to be spread across the infrastructure with a high availability mode. That's where we are going to talk about the availability sets that serves the actual purpose for us. So within that, what actually it's going to do is, instead of just on a single piece of infrastructure, we can actually distribute our virtual machines across different infrastructure, and hopefully we won't go offline at the same time, because a fault may happen at a single fault in a piece of infrastructure, and that helps us. We know that virtual machines are distributed across that different physical infrastructures, and so there's much better chance that the entire solution isn't going offline for us, and this is going to be actually protecting against an entire region going offline even. And we are actually talking about here the faults within our infrastructure of our data center. And now if you look at the physical faults that we need to protect against, could be, remember that when we talk about the fault, it can be a planned or there could be unplanned outages. So Microsoft do need to perform some kind of platform updates to ensure that your solution does remain online, it remains up to date, and also offers you new features that are coming up as introduction to your infrastructure and so on. So to happen all that things as a maintenance, that might be we can say that it's planned outages. And when we look at high availability sets, we are not just protecting against the hardware failures, we are also protecting against the outages that may result a result from Microsoft side to ensure the updates and the maintaining underlying infrastructure up to date. So there are two concepts that needs to be talked at this point of time. So the first one would be the fault domain, other one would be the update domain. So let's talk about at this point of time fault domain. So when we configure our availability sets within Microsoft Azure portal, when you are trying to create a virtual machine, so we need to specify number of fault domains that we wanted to use as our availability set. So like if we want to have the availability of your fault domain, you can go up to 3 of the fault domains. So what does it mean is, remember that we are actually talking about having a separate piece of infrastructure. Yeah, so when we talk about a separate infrastructure, the fault domain itself referred to as a common source of a failure. So that might be a power or networking or storage and so on. So what we're trying to do is, whatever the virtual machine is going to create, that actually we can say that 3 fault domains are allowed. That means it's actually gonna spread into 3 different physical servers. So if one virtual machine goes down just because of a fault happen on a physical infrastructure, it could be a hardware like storage or networking or power, then your other 2 infrastructures are still running. So that's where the fault domain works. So just wanted to explain the same thing with a different example. So you have splitted the same virtual machine to spin up in the backend automatically. All you have to do is you have to tell that how many fault domains you wanted to use. So you can go up to 3 fault domains. So when you specify 3 fault domains, if you see here, so what happens is the VM1, VM2, VM3, like that, total VM6 are created. So what happens, this VM01 was created and it was placed on a 0. That is, 0 is one of the physical server, and VM2 was deployed on a other fault domains, additional physical server. Similarly, VM3 on a one more physical server. And what happened, VM4 again, since we know that only 3 fault domains, it's again placed the same on, very similar to the VM01 place it has placed. Similarly, it's going to work on up to 3 fault domains. So that's what the fault domain. So fault domain refers as the physical failure of your common failure, for example, hardware of your power or networking, storage. All these could be your fault domain failures, and this could be allowed as a maximum 3. Whereas the update domain is a normal maintenance. So what happens is, you might be your Microsoft Azure infrastructure wanted to update, maybe patching or something like that, or maybe you are doing a server maintenance of one of the virtual image, and then you can actually take that machine as offline also. But in the backend, all these total other if VM01 goes down for a maintenance of updating software patches, the other 5 VMs are available still, and these are available for you to communicate with your end users. And this is a logical grouping of your infrastructure, so that when you are actually restarting, it doesn't restart all at once. So one by one it gets restarted. If you have 6 virtual machines, let's say, after VM01 patch, it's going to patch VM02 and then VM03, something like that. One by one it gets patched, or one by one go for a maintenance and it will come up. So once other machine comes up, then the next virtual machine goes for the maintenance, and the maximum of 20 update domains you can create it. So when you create, when you just go back to the availability sets, you will have a picture very similar to this of the fault domains and the update domain, where it is placed. All that information you can easily find out. Let's jump into the Azure portal to create an action. You have 2 options to create, either when you're trying to create a virtual machine, for example, by going to the virtual machine, and when you try to spin up any of the virtual machine, you can actually create a availability set. So directly from here, availability options, you can choose the availability set, and here you need to actually create, or you create directly by selecting availability set here. That means it's going to actually set and it's going to create for you availability set here, and you can choose that created availability set from here. So let's try to create directly from here. As the first, what we do is first we create the availability set and then pull your virtual machines to make part of that availability set. So I'm going to create availability set here by searching here, and I'm just going to create add availability set here. I'll just choose my resource group and name of my instance. So this is the name of my availability set. So I can say that my availability set, or maybe 01 for each years. Again, I'm gonna see that how many of your fault domains is needed. So as we talked, maximum of 3 you can choose, and for the update domains you can go up to 20, and you can choose the number of updates. So in my case, I'm just going to choose 4, just show you as a demo. So once you have defined your fault domains and update domain, then are you going to use the managed disk? So the managed disk also, it's automatically replicated. So yes, it's gonna align for ARM model, and then I'm going to choose the advanced. So this is where the proximity placement. So proximity is gonna group all your Azure resources physically closer together in the same region, so that there will not be any latency, network latency, and also you get the optimum network through output by placing all your proximity of within that location, so that your all Azure resources. So you can, if you want, you can create that, but we didn't create it as proximity placement groups earlier. So I'll just go to the tags and reviewing, and then I'm gonna actually create it. So what happens now, it's going to create this availability set inside my demo resource group. So I'll just click on create, and it has created availability set now. So if I just go back to creating virtual machines, I would be able to actually use this availability set. I'll just click on new virtual machine creating, and I'll choose my resource group as demo, and I'm going to give here my VM name as VM01, if you see here, and each year's, and in the availability options, I'm going to actually pull my availability set here, which we created as A01. That's the availability set 01. Or if you want to create directly when you're creating a virtual machine, you can simply create a new, so that actually it's gonna start your wizard. You can give maybe example A02 example in this case, and number of fault domains and update domains. You can choose it, and that would actually going to create right from here. So you have two options that we talked. So in our case, we have already created as a availability set initially, and we're gonna use that availability set called A01, and the image I can choose whatever the image I wanted. So in my case, I'm just gonna choose the one image, maybe 2019 data center, and I'll just choose the any of this pricing, and then I'll give my user ID in this case and the password, so that it's going to create a normal VM. I'm not going to do any additional things here. If you look at, so all I have done is I just informed when I'm creating this virtual machine, hey, you go and use that availability set. That's it. So what happened, it's gonna choose in the backend that availability set. Now the virtual machine got created, and if I just go back to this virtual machine for high availability or scaling, and this virtual machine is already associated with availability set called A01, and you can see here the fault domain is 0 and update domain also 0. Since we just pinned up one virtual machine, it has distributed to 0 and 0. Let's also create some more virtual machines. I'm gonna pause this entire video, and I'll come back to you by creating maybe 5 different virtual machines like VM02, 3, 4, 5, and then this fault domain and update domain gets changed, and then we can have a look on it how this is going to be really highly available for us. So I'm going to pause this video recording, and I'm going to create one more few of the virtual machines and continue from there. I'm spinning up the virtual machines in the backend, and if you see here, a few of the virtual machines already got created and remaining are in process. So the steps are quite same. I didn't actually choose in anything else like the VM01 how the way I created. Similarly, I'm also creating total 6 virtual machines. And post to that, if I just go back to my availability sets and select my availability set, and if I just go and check it here, the overview or maybe the virtual machines, you would be able to see here the number of actual the configuration per as per the configuration. If you see here, we have selected 3 fault domains and 4 update domains, and now we have total 5. So the different number will come. Why when I say different number, the first one got placed into fault domain 0 and update domain 01 and 1122, but when it comes to 3, because we specified only 3 fault domains and 4 updates, so once this limit is crossed, it's going to place in different places like 01 or 02 or maybe 02 or 01 or 12 or maybe 22 or something like that. So that would actually explains for us it's not going to be a single fault failover. Let's say, why we are talking about this is, if you think that if you just created this VM01 the same way without specifying this availability set, what could have been happened is VM01 to VM06, all these virtual machines could have been placed in one hardware physical infrastructure. There are high possibility, and then if that goes down, all these virtual machines goes down. So how do we protect that? We can protect by creating availability set and specify the number of fault domains and the number of update domains, and then when you create the virtual machines, Microsoft will ensure that it's not going to place all these virtual machines on a single hardware. Instead, it will be distributed in terms of the 3 fault domains and 4 update domains. That's a plan, so that you are actually getting high availability of your virtual machines. So let's wait for a second to get all these virtual machines which are into the process of creating, and once it is created, we can actually do the refresh. So I have actually created all these, so let me do a quick refresh to see the status. If you see here, till the 3 virtual machines, it's actually placed almost the same, but from the 4th and 5th it is actually placing a different infrastructure altogether, or different physical servers. So that way, let's see, if VM01 has impacted with 0 fault domain, that means what happens is the physical infrastructure, we refer for the physical infrastructure when we talk about the fault domain, right? So maybe if that goes down, wherever you have a 0 only gets impacted. So in this case, VM01 and VM05 gets impacted. The reason being, these two were placed in the same infrastructure, but the rest of the 3 machines were, that's a VM02, VM03, VM04, were placed on a different hardwares. So we were actually covered the unplanned outages. So that's where fault domains used. And similarly, for the hardware maintenance or the software maintenance, if any planned activity is going to happen, if you place the update domain in a proper way, it's going to actually save your virtual machines, because it's not going to impact all of them. It's going to impact only one. Let's see, if it's a 0, then again VM01 and VM04, in this case it's going to impact it for the software maintenance. And whereas if you see here the 3, it's just going to impact the VM05. So that's where you are actually splitting the accidental or unplanned outages with the fault domain, also for the planned outages with the update domain. That's where you can actually configure the high availability sets. This is very useful in terms of creating for planned and unplanned outages for your applications are hosted on your virtual machines. Going to be used this fault domain based, and this would be really gives you high availability. And I hope this lecture is useful. Make sure that you check out the link that has been provided within this lecture. Thank you. Hi there, welcome back. In this lecture, we're going to learn about Azure Virtual Machine scale sets. So let's first understand about what exactly the scale set. Scale sets will help you to create and manage a group of load balanced VMs. When I say load balanced, it's going to be a replicated of the same virtual machine. So you have the front end one single virtual machine, but in the back end you have multiple scales of the same virtual machine. So it's not the same wizard that you create a virtual machine. Instead, you should be going back to Azure portal to create as a different wizard for creating these virtual machines as a scale sets. So the advantage of this is it can automatically increase or decrease based on the defined profiles, or based on that profiles are basically defined on based on the availability or the performance. Let's say you are running a weekend sale, or maybe year-end sale like a Black Friday or maybe Christmas sale, and then your virtual machines might get some kind of heavy load. In that situation, it will automatically scale your virtual machine from 1 to maybe 100 or maybe 1,000 in case if the load is high. So it can automatically scale up, and also if there was no load, it can automatically scaling down also. So all that can be done automatically for you with the help of virtual machine scale set. So you have option for the scaling and scale out options also built in with the 3 different profiles that can be configured, like a general or maybe a fixed schedule or maybe a recurring schedule. Let's say it should only scale in between maybe a weekends or maybe every Friday sale, something like that can be configured. So that's the advantage that you have with the scale set. So far we understand based on the business case, but let's understand why we have to create these virtual machines. So here I have mentioned 4 different use cases. So the first one is easy to create and manage multiple VMs. So of course, that might be easy to create and manage multiple VMs, but what's the use and what kind of purpose we are going to create a multiple virtual machines? Let's say you are looking for having a consistency and reliable performance of your applications with a VM size and disk configuration. Application installation should be there within that image, and then you would be going for creating a scale set. And also with the scale set, all the instances that are created from your base image, that means you can either choose from a marketplace or you can actually pull and have your own customized image. Let's say you created complete a VM and then you convert that VM as the one of the image. That means that VM will have all the application patches, everything is available. So what happens is within the scale set, you simply allocate that image. It uses that image to automatically spin up based on the required virtual machine. So you have a consistency, and also you can use the scale sets, load balancer, even application gateway can be used. If you look at, we talked about in different lectures on the networking section, might be on application gateway, which works for layer 7 traffic to be distributed along with the TLS terminations. And for the layer 4 traffic, we talked about the load balancing solution. So that also can be integrated within this scale set. So you have a public IP, and in the back end, you can attach these scale sets. So if one virtual machine is overloaded, it automatically spins up with the advantage of this auto scaling, and then that would take the load with the help of Azure Load Balancer or maybe application gateway based on the configuration or the design that we are going to perform. So the second one would be the provides a high availability applications for resilience. So why and what is that? It means if one of these VMs has some problem or customers continue to access your application through one of other VM instance, with a minimal interruption will be there, and the new upcoming users will go and communicate with another virtual machine which is already placed in the high availability zones to automatically distribute these VMs within this scale set with a single data center or multiple across multiple data centers. So you have that flexibility, and also if you look at it, will allow your applications to automatically scale as a resource on demand changes. When I say resource on demand, let's say your existing VM instances might be overloaded with the CPU utilization of maybe a 70%, then we can spin up automatically some of the virtual machines. Let's say 5 more virtual machines can be spin automatically and wait as a cooling period, maybe 5-10 minutes, and see if the load of that virtual machine CPU is going down. That's fine. If not, you can spin up some more to cool down that. And once the load is completely low, there's no point that you are going to build for all those virtual machines, right? So you can scale out, and that means you can reduce the virtual machines automatically. So there's no interruption or there's no manual configuration on this, or you are going to attach some more virtual machines or something like that. It does on its own. So you have that option that's called auto scaling, which we are going to do it as a demo and post to this introduction of virtual machine scale sets And coming back to the other one, works at large scale. Yes, it's gonna support, as we talked beginning of this lecture, it can go even 1 to 1000 VM instances. Let's say you want to have a create your virtual machine, maybe up to 1000 of the similar images, you can do it. But that's a limitation, that if you are trying to use your own image, your custom applications created OS image, then you have a limitation of 600 instances. But that's again, it's a huge actually for spinning up 600 different virtual machines. So let's also talk about a little bit of difference if you're quite not sure still about the scale sets versus virtual machines. Let's have a scenario based understanding. So let's see, if you want to add additional instances, so what you're going to do is you're going to actually create in the virtual machines manually. Where is the virtual machine scale set? It's going to happen automatically with the help of auto scaling. And when it comes for the traffic balancing and distribution, it's going to be a manual process to create a configuration of your Azure load balancer and application gateway. As we talked earlier, layer 4 and layer 7 level of traffic distribution can be done on your virtual machines, and this is going to be a fully manual process. But if you're using the virtual machine scale sets, it's purely automatic, and all you have to do is you have to integrate your load balancer or your application gateway, and it does the job automatically, and it can route the traffic to your application gateway, and then from there to a proper machine or proper VM instance, it can route the traffic. And for high availability and redundancy, yes, you can choose the high availability sets, like high availability sets can be created manually, and you need to distribute and track the VMs across the availability zones. But with the virtual machines scale set, it is fully automatic. So when we talk about the virtual machines, the previous lectures, what we learned, like availability sets and availability zones or regions, all that are fully integrated with the help of a virtual machine scale set. So it can automatically distribute of your virtual machine instances across availability zones that you have, and also for the availability sets. Now, when we look at for the scaling of virtual machines, you need to actually scale the manually by doing the Azure monitoring and Azure automation help. With that help, but here virtual machine scale set, it's going to be either auto scale or manual scale. You have the two options in fact, but if we go for auto scale, it does automatically based on the similar monitoring. But here what happens is, here we're going to use a metrics. Let's say the CPU metrics of average of maybe 10 minutes if the CPU is still at 70% utilization, or maybe disk utilization is more for the last 10 minutes, or maybe 30 minutes more than 70%, then you're going to spin up automatically virtual machines with the help of auto scaling. So that kind of things can be configured with the help of virtual machine scale set. So let's jump into the proper demo, and we'll have a look on how to create Azure virtual machine scale set, and then we'll also put some kind of load on one of the virtual machine, and let's see will that really spin up additional virtual machines or not. So hello there, welcome back. In this lecture we're going to learn about Azure virtual machine scale set. To create the virtual machine scale set, you can either search here as Azure virtual machine scale set. Later on, click on add button so that you can create your virtual machine scale set. As a first step, you can add here your resource group. If you don't have, you can create one new one, and then you can fill the basic information. For example, in my case, I'm just filling here the virtual machine name as in my case, maybe I can give as a VM years. So what would happen is, post to this name, it's gonna add a lengthy of other prefix. It just adds the some random number like 001 or something like that, and then it's gonna create a different set of VMs altogether. So I'm just gonna select here VM years, and then the region as ECS, and also for the availability zones I wanted to choose zone 1 and 2, and for the image in this case, I can choose here my existing image as Windows Server as 2019. If you have your own images, you can also select. And if you select that, the limitation is 100. And if you use any of these images which are listed here, which are coming from Marketplace, you can go for 1000 VMs as a scale set can be configured. And now I'm gonna fill the very basic things like the size and the username and the password, all that very basic. So I'm just gonna quickly enter all that information, username and password. If I have anything, I can add my Azure licenses. And coming back to the disks, yes, I wanted to have one additional disk to be added. Let's say I wanted standard SSD of 32 GB. I can choose, and this 32 GB is gonna add as the D drive with read write host cache enabled. And coming back to the networking, which is very important here, I'm gonna actually choose here, if I don't have any of the VNet already created, I'll select one. Otherwise I can create by clicking on a new virtual network and give a meaningful name. And this is where you can choose your subnet, all that. And very important point would be load balancing. And if you do not have any load balancing, then accessing of these virtual machines will be difficult in terms of because these virtual machines definitely you might be creating in terms of considering either back-end or front-end solution. So it's better you will have some kind of as you load balancer or application gateway, you will have it. So in our case, I'm gonna actually demonstrate with the load balancer. So I'm gonna create by following this widget. I don't want to create as a separate NLB first and then attach it. If I do that, I'm actually gonna face an issue. Let's say if I want to scale up, so this VM set or VM scale set, let's say for the VM1 and the VM2, the natting of the different ports automatically doesn't happen. So I'm gonna choose the automatic option for that. I'm gonna actually choose here as a yes. And then the normal information, like for the load balancing name, I can give here by giving a proper name, like I can say here the same IP address or something like that, so that with this specific name I should be able to access from anywhere. If at all I have some kind of web application, I should be able to browse from this URL if I try to open from my browser. So then backend pool, I can give a proper name like a backend pool or something like that as a name, so that I know that the backend pool is gonna create. And coming back to the initial instance count, I can give here. And for the scaling, I'm going to choose actually manual or maybe custom. Let's see, custom. So manual, what happens is just a 1 or 2. So scaling is based on the VMs. Let's say this specific VM when it was created. If the CPU, the first initial count is just the one CPU, one machine, that's one virtual machine, and maximum up to you can scale up to 10 machines to anywhere 1000. So if it's a marketplace, 1000, and if it is your customized image, you can go for up to 600 somewhere. And then the scale out is how that's going to happen is if the CPU threshold is reached to 75% of last 10 minutes continuously, it is staying at 75%, then it's going to spin up one additional virtual machine and wait for some time, maybe another additional 10 minutes, let's see. And if the cooling of this CPU goes down, that's fine. Otherwise, if this virtual machine also getting the newly created virtual machine also getting this similar load, it's going to spin up another virtual machine. So that's how it's going to scale up. So it's going to add 1 + 1, 1 + 1 based on the number which you define here. And coming to the scale down, let's say there was no load, so you can define if the CPU percentage going down to 25%, then what you do is reduce by one virtual machine slowly. So the newly created virtual machine or whatever based on the policy, it's going to actually delete the rest of those similar identical virtual machines. That kind of configuration you can do it. So this is where the scale policy, which comes as the you can delete from the fault domain Azure. Based on that, there are 3 different policies you have. You can do it. We are going to talk in the upcoming lecture. So remaining things are very similar except the health, which you can do it just to monitor the health. So let's create this scale set. So when I click on create, it's going to create in a minute or so. So let's take a minute to pause or fast forward. Maybe, yeah, it's got created now. And now if I go back to this virtual machine scale set, I should be able to see the number of virtual machine scale set at this point of 2. Might we know we added as a 1 initial, so it should be actually ideally 1, but when it was creating, if it found that CPU percentage is spiking, it might be created 1 additional. So that might get automatically deleted even after some time, so it's not that. And to connect it, if you see here, this is a public IP I should be using, but let's say within this instance you might have maybe 10 instances. How do you connect with a single public IP? The reason being, or the idea would be, in the back end actually NLB was connected, right? So you configure the NLB. So for the NLB there is a NAT, and within that automated rules will be created with this public IP. For each of these instances there is additional port will be created, so that port gets mapped with this public IP. So all you have to do is when you open MSTSC, you need to enter this IP address and the port of the NAT from your NLB. That's what you have to do it. And for scale up, again you have an option for the manual as well as the custom scaling. So we have to go for the custom scaling, so that you have you can basically configure 3 different profiles. One would be the default profile, which was created already with in terms of the CPU average with a 75% of the CPU spike, and instance count is increased by 1. That's a scale out. And coming for the scale in, it's gonna actually scale in of one virtual machine. It's gonna cool down. That's a cool down for 25%. That's what it was configured. And the maximum of the virtual machine spike can happen up to maximum 10, and the default count is just the 1, and the minimum is the 1 what it was configured in the default. Let's say you want to have one more also. What would happen? So you have to click on additional scaling plus add within the custom, and then you can go for scaling. So let's say now I want to connect to that instance. What I have to do is I have to go to my NLB and load balancing. That's my NLB, and then inbound NAT. If you see here, I have 2 different virtual machines with a different ports. So with this IP address, the NAT is happening on a port called 5002. If I just click on this specific one, I'll actually come to know what exactly the port, because this is actually coming from a name but not exact the port. So if you see here, this port is mapped to 3389 port as a NATing is happening. So what I'm gonna do is I'll just click on my MSTSC and then I'll enter this IP address with this port, custom port, and I should be able to log in, and I should be also see the virtual machine basically. So I'm gonna enter the port as 50,002, and then I should be able to 5002 the port. I should be able to log in, and definitely it might not connect because you need to configure your NSG. So I'm going to configure the NSG to allow the specific port range. Let's say 20 machines I wanted to provision, so I just wanted to allow, and also the port 3389 just to connection to be happen, but you don't need 3389, just a port is needed, one port. That's a 500012, whatever the 10 machines, if so 10 machines port should be there. So the virtual machine got connected successfully. So what I'm going to do as a next step is, if I see here I have 2 virtual machines, but in the backend pool is connected all that, and if I just expand here the backend pool, I should be able to see the 2 virtual machines. Let's say if the 2 instances are triggered, or maybe 10 of them, then you would see 10 different IPs of the private and different ports on different instances will run from your scale set, because the scale set is using this NLB, and availability zones also automatically sets for you. And now as a next step, I'm gonna actually configure the auto scaling. As we talking earlier, we configure the default one. Now I'm gonna show you, how we can configure other scale sets with other options that you have. So we configure the rules like 75% by default of the CPU time with the 10 minutes of average time. Then it's gonna hike one virtual machine of count. So that's what we have done. Similarly, even the cooldown also we configure for one virtual machine. Now let's have a look on the scale out. If you want, you also have different options like sum of the CPU, percentage, all that options also you have, and that's gonna for entire scale set. So that's fine. I can drag and drop even my CPU percentage, and then the value gets automatically changed here within this matrix threshold. And I can specify the timing, duration of how much time it should be there, the cooling, and also I can increase by the count and the percentage, and also increase count to straightforward to maybe 10 virtual machines or something like that. Even the decrease count also can be configured. So that's about the scale out. Now let's have a look on the scale in. So that's nothing but the reducing side. So let's have a look on. So if the CPU percentage is 25%, that's lesser than the 25%. For last 5 minutes, reduce the count by 1, and that's the instant count is going to be 1 will be reduced. That's how it's going to do. So you can configure very similar these kind of configurations. So that's a default profile. Now we're going to create one more profile by clicking add a scale condition. So this is where you can even rename this. Let's say I want to rename maybe in this case maybe a fixed one or something like that. I can do it, and I need to actually configure here the rules. So the rule is, let's say I want the similar thing I'm going to configure, but I might want it to go for, since it's a fixed, let's say I wanted to go for a date based. So I can give here 80% of the greater than that, and then on a specific time zone I can configure. So that's a scale out, and this is scale in. Once I've done that matrix, I'm going to actually configure the instance limits and time zone. So the time zones, let's say I want to automatically, these settings should happen on maybe within this specific date and time. Let's say this should happen from December month because of the Christmas sales, and then I'm expecting this should happen on this time, maybe this to December to January between so and so time. And that's about the fixed one. Now let's say it's going to be recursive. How do you configure? So for that, I may have one more scale set option, and here also I'm going to create the add rules very similar the way we wanted, and I'm going to give a recurring scale profile this time, and I'm going to add the rule the way I wanted, like average or sum or last, whatever it is, just to give you an idea. You have multiple options for the scale in, scale out, but this is where actually you can configure the repeated on a specific days. Like maybe my web application which was hosted offering maybe a good sales as a discounts, maybe running on a Monday and Fridays, then you might be expecting a load. So in that situation, it's a good to use the repeated based on a specific days or a time. Let's say last months of so and so days, something like that can be configured based on the time zone on all of them. So I'll choose here maybe similar to IST, and then the timing maybe 6 a.m. to maybe 6 p.m. and that's how I can configure. So these are the scaling options. So I'll just go with the default thing. So I'm not gonna save it, so I'll just delete, and I'll show you in the default configuration by changing it, because that's easy for us to demonstrate here at this point of time. We don't need to do multiple things. So here, if you see here 75% and 10 minutes countdown, I did change actually this to 5 minutes. So it's going to monitor 5 minutes of if the CPU is spiked on 75% or more than that. then what it's going to do is it's going to actually increase a count of 1 automatically. So that's the idea. So let's see what we can do is now scale period, also scale out and scale in. So it's going to decrease by 1, and the minimum is 1 virtual machine. So I'm going to save it. So let's see my instances. I have currently 2. It's going to delete 2. If you know why it's going to delete one of them, would be definitely because we said that at least the minimum is the 1. So we have it 2. So maybe it's just spiked up the CPU. That's why it got 2 got created. If the CPU percentage goes down, automatically 1 gets wiped up. So that's interesting. So I will actually go ahead and connect to the virtual machine automatically with my NLB. So I'll just go to the resource and NLB, and I'll just copy the IP address of the virtual machine and the port. So in this case, the port should be the 3, if I'm correct, or 2 or 3. Yeah, that's a machine which I have connected. And I'm going to download a software called Heavy Load, which would actually useful in terms of testing. If you're trying to test the CPU load by putting some kind of stress on the CPU to take a lot of CPU power, this is the best tool. So this got installed now. So I'll just run that tool straightforward. If you see my task manager performance, the current CPU is just below 10%. So when I click on run with a continue, so it says a 3D graphics card is not available. That's fine for us. And you see here the CPU is going to 100% of the CPU spike. So currently it's just a 1 virtual machine what we have. If I refresh also, just a 1, and the time is just a 5 minutes now. So from the last 5 minutes I'm running. I'm still the virtual machine not yet got created. So the last 5 minutes we have been putting the stress on the virtual machine. Still nothing has been created. Now it's just started. The 2 virtual machines got getting created because it's a 6th minute which has happened here. So in any of the point, it's just gonna settle with 1 more virtual machine because we gave it as with only add as a 1 additional. So I'll just also try to connect to that virtual machine, and let me put 1 more time stress on that virtual machine also. So in that situation, what would happen is definitely it should gonna spin up 1 more virtual machine or more than that. So it all depends. So I'll just simply copy paste that heavy load application on this virtual machine, or maybe let's download. And if you see, the hard disk also got connected from the disk management. And what I'll do is I'll simply copy that tool on this virtual machine, and you see here 1 more also getting created because when I actually run on that second virtual machine also, it's been more than 5 minutes or so. So now additional virtual machines got also created here. That's the additional instances we can see, and that's good. So coming back to the disk, so this is a 32 GB disk got created automatically for every machine. And for the operating system, you can see complete details and the user ID. And if you are using any of the on-premises license as a hybrid, you should be. And if you want to change the size of that scale sets, you can do that. Coming back to the configurations, you can do the configuration. If you want to change that to automatically update instances, you can do that. So you have all these options. Even you can check the metrics in terms of the CPU and all that. So this is very common of bleed options that you have with any of the Azure. And that's good. I think we have covered everything within this Azure machine scale set. That's good. So it's still running, and for the cooling period, it's gonna delete. If you see here, it's got deleting because I have stopped the heavy load application. So in a minute, it's gonna actually completely delete all those virtual machines, and it will end up with only 1. Coming back to the scale policies, you also have here the policies that can be followed in order to reduce the virtual machines count. Hi there, welcome back. In this lecture, we are going to learn about Azure Dedicated Host. When we talk about a dedicated host, a dedicated physical host that can be offered from Microsoft Azure so that you can create a different type of Azure virtual machines, let's say maybe Windows or Linux, all that can be created. So that's what we're going to learn. So the Azure virtual machines can be created on a dedicated host. That's nothing but a physical server that can host one or more of your virtual machines, and your server is completely dedicated to your company, and it's not going to share it. And whatever the virtual machines you are going to create, that is completely isolated, because it's going to be a purely a dedicated physical box, and the capacity is not shared with any of other customers. And this host level isolation helps addressing compliance requirements. Let's say if I talk about the compliance, maybe you might have a compliance standard that your company might be storing health information or top secret government data, or maybe some other information that must not be shared with any other infrastructure. In that situation, you are going to actually use the dedicated host, and the pricing is completely different for this dedicated host, because on top of your physical service, you're going to actually create your own a virtual machine. So let's see what are the components that we have when we try to create the dedicated host. So we have three different things we need to know. The first thing would be the dedicated host, which we talked already. It's like a physical server which is going to be provisioned within the Azure data center for you, so that you can create on top of this host a number of virtual machines. So when we talk about the virtual machines, these virtual machines can be deployed on your dedicated host. And last one would be the host group. So host group is nothing but you are actually, when you create a grouping, it will be used a kind of logical grouping, and it will help you in terms of the region, and their availability control can be done with the help of the host group. So when you create the dedicated host, you have to actually first create the logical grouping of something called host group. So we're going to do that all within the demo of this lecture, but let's understand what exactly the dedicated host, how it looks like, the architecture. Let's say you have the Azure data center here, and on top of it you might be getting a physical server, or within this physical server you can spin up as many as virtual machines that are depends on the capacity of your physical server. And if you have more than one or two, definitely you can group them, and you can tie that entire group with something called a host group. And why we do this is so that when we do the host group, maybe let's say you're creating in an East US location, you are dedicating in that location for that specific region. So it's a grouping of logical. Let's say your business application, you want to define some kind of logic group to stick to some region, then you're gonna definitely have to have something, a logical grouping. So that's where the host group would be used. So if you think about what's the major difference with the normal Azure data center virtual machines or Azure VMs with this host dedicated. So within the Azure data center, you have actually a shared virtual infrastructure, or the physical infrastructure would be shared. Let's say this is a physical server of a great capacity physical server. On top of it, maybe you are getting the first virtual machine here, but some other customer might be spinning up and creating another VM. So because you are actually sharing the physical server infrastructure, but whereas a dedicated, it's physical server itself is dedicated for you, no matter whether you are gonna spin up the capacity. Maybe this physical server capacity can be spin up maybe 10 VMs, let's say, and you spin up only 5. It doesn't matter, it's gonna charge for you the based on the physical capacity, definitely, because it's going to be dedicated host for you. Whereas here you are actually charged for the VM capacity. That is also, if it is delocated, you're not going to charge except the storage. But here within the dedicated, you're going to actually charge for the dedicated infrastructure, because you're actually taking everything as a dedicated in this dedicated scenario. So that's all about the dedicated. Let's jump into the quick demo to demonstrate how to create, and then also we can check out the pricing also. So first we will go with the pricing. If you see here, this is a pricing of your dedicated. So within this dedicated pricing page, you can actually choose whether you wanna go for what kind of pricing. Let's say I want to go for USD. So when you create any of the virtual dedicated host, you have to choose what type of the physical server you're going to choose. Let's say you remember that when we talked about creation of the virtual machine, we used to use the DS4, DS3, a kind of VM host series, right? Similar thing here. You need to choose what kind of a physical server that's you're gonna use. That's nothing but a dedicated host. So based on that, the pricing depends. If you see here within this pricing calculator, you see here DSV3 type 2 is gonna charge you anything from 1,200 bucks per month, and again here this is for the 3 years reserved. And if you go for pay as you go model, it's going to charge you 3,000 plus, and the number of available CPUs and the available RAM you're going to list it, and based on that you're going to take that specific dedicated machine. To create dedicated machines, you can actually search from the computing, or you can type as a dedicated, then you would be getting from the marketplace a dedicated host. So when you click on that, this is a wizard, you're gonna get it. So in my case, I have currently the limitation of the pricing, so I cannot demonstrate full demo, but I'm gonna actually give you a deep dive of 45 minutes complete video directly from Microsoft, and just check out that video which was available within this lecture in the resource section. Thank you for watching this. This is the video which I'm talking about. You can check out this specific lecture, and we can go through this lecture. Thank you. How do you want to delete? You want to delete by balancing the fault domain and regions and availability zones, all that, or maybe the old virtual machine which was created, or just the recent VM which was created as an instance. And you can check the run history. So this actually talks about how many times it's a scale up and the scale down was happened, and all that information you can find out here in detailed information. So that's good. And if you are looking for anything to notify for your admins, let's say if the scaling is happening, then you can put alerts. And for the diagnostic to collect the logs to your storage account, all that can be done from here. That's all about this lecture. I hope this entire lecture is useful for you. Thank you for watching this. Hi there, welcome back. In this short lecture, we're going to learn about how best we can encrypt our managed disks which are attached to your virtual machines. It's really important that you must have to encrypt your disks, because these disks are stored somewhere within your Microsoft infrastructure. What if Microsoft infrastructure itself is compromised? Might not happen, definitely, but who knows. Just from our security point of view, we need to encrypt all the data that is already available. So what we can do is we can enable BitLocker to encrypt the entire disk. So for the Windows machines, that's what we can do. And if it is Linux machines, you can go for DM-Crypt, which is a Linux distributors who are going to use these kind of encryptions. So within this demo, what I'm going to do is, if you see here, I have a plain virtual machine which I have created. When I was creating, I do get option called SSE with PMK. So I don't want that to happen. That means at the encryption is happening at the client side, which is from the Microsoft side. But what I wanted is, I wanted it should happen with my own secrets, with my own keys. So for that, what I'm going to do is, I would be actually creating a key vault service, and then I'm going to store my virtual machine. If you see here, there are two disks which are there. I did attach it as an E drive, and if I just click on the manage disk and go to encryption, you can see here the default one which I have selected was, while creating the virtual machine, is the encryption at the rest with the platform managed key. That is really managed by the Microsoft Azure and not by us, so it's a default. So what we wanted is it should managed by a customer. That means we need to encrypt with our own secret key so that it's more secure than the Microsoft. So if I wanted to change it, I definitely do not have the secret encryption key at my own place. So what I can do is I can actually create Azure Key Vault service, and then I can attach here. For doing this, what I'm going to do is I'll show you, how to create here my Key Vault services. So opposed to that, within the extensions, I would be actually getting here disk encryption key specific extension also going to come up. So I'm going to show you that end of this demo. What I'm going to get it as additional when we go for the disk encryption. So for now, what I'm going to do is I'll just quickly go and go and configure and set it up my Key Vault services. So search for the Key Vault services. If you're quite new to the Key Vault services, I have done a couple of demos, not just one demo, because Key Vault is very important in order to secure your other Azure resources. And we did talk a lot in different lectures about the Key Vault, and this is just to integrate the Key Vault services to encrypt your disks for your virtual machines. That's what I'm going to do it. So I'm going to create a Key Vault here as a standard Key Vault service. So I'll just click on that, and I'm going to choose my resource group, disk encryption, and then I'm going to give a name of my Key Vault. So that's the name which I wanted to give it. Let's say encrypt, maybe a disk specific one, and then I'm gonna put strict to is yours, and the tire is a standard tire, and the data it's gonna delete after 90 days. Till that time it's gonna actually save it. And this is very, very important that if you are choosing here for the disk encryption, you must have to select this option. And if you're trying to deploy your virtual machines from ARM template, in fact we have done a demo. If you look at another lecture, there are a demo with respect to the Key Vault services. So you can deploy the virtual machine. The user ID and the password can be stored within your ARM template. Within that situation, you should be actually choosing this checkbox. So the importance of this enabling these checkboxes, you are actually enabling the access policy for your Key Vault. This is going to be additional layer of protection for you. So in our case, I'm going to actually, as your disk encryption, going to enable, and also the ARM and also the virtual machine deployment with directly from the Azure Key Vault services. So I'm going to take these three things here, and coming back to the policy, we have an option to create a policies where with respect of the key selected password policies can be configured. Within this, if you are logged on into your Azure portal and you are going to deploy, so that specific user should have the specific key permission. So in my case, I'm gonna take it even decrypt specific permissions also, and also for the backup and recovery, delete, import, create, all that. So I have selected all of that 16 permissions, key permissions, which I can use it. So I'm going to click on next. So if you want to secure definitely the Key Vault, you might have already learned in the Key Vault lecture, if this Key Vault only should work on a specific private node or maybe specific selected VNets, or it should be available publicly for all the networks. You can choose it. You can limit basically your Key Vault service. So in my case, I'm just choosing the public. That doesn't matter for me for this demo, but you can design it actually. And once you review the tags and the creation, you can click on create, so that it's going to create your Key Vault service. We'll fast forward this video in order to create this. So Key Vault service got created, and within the Key Vault services, if you see secrets or keys, nothing is there, and you can check out there's no keys, there's no secrets. So opposed to that, you would be getting here a secret which is related to the disk encryption, which you would be getting it later point, and also the access policy. This is where you can actually configure if you want, and also you can choose later point if you want to change anything, you can do it. From the access policy for the networking, again you can choose either public or whatever the networks, and the most important here would be the access policy. This is very important because for this demo you need to configure your disk encryption values, and later point the key vault URI. So this is the URI which is very important. So I'm going to copy this specific URI because if we want to say that, hey, you go and store the keys, so we are actually giving the key vault URI. So that's why it's very important. So later point I'm going to actually open up a PowerShell from the Cloud Shell, and if you see here within the shell, actually I'm going to execute two different commands which are important in this case. The first one would be the storing the key vault's value. That's a key vault. I'm going to define here my key vault. So I'm going to getting the key vault name called, this is a key vault name, right? And then the resource group, this is the resource group where it is exist. So I have just given all these values, and this is what does, and here the resource group name. That's it. It's gonna store that key vault specific value. And the second last command which I'm gonna use would be the setting the Azure disk encryption, where my disk encryption is the resource group exist and my VM. So what I have to do is to set this disk encryption, I need to specify my resource group where my VM is there and what's the VM name, your VM01. I'm gonna say that, hey, you go ahead and do the disk encryption key vault with the key vault value, which is the URI, which was saved as this URI value, and then disk encryption vault ID. So this is where it's gonna create under secrets a specific value. So it's gonna ask me, hey, if you're doing this, it's gonna reboot the virtual machine. Are you okay with that? Yeah, definitely, because we are talking about the disk encryption, so it definitely needs to be rebooted. So it's gonna reboot in a minute or so. I'll pause this video for a minute or so to get this entire encryption to be happen in the backend along with the reboot. And now if you see here, it's encryption is successful, and that indicates that this disk is secure. So what does it mean? You cannot attach this disk to another virtual machine and boot up, because now the operating system and the disk and the logic in the behind is completely has a separate pattern, and that's gonna secure your booting and your entire disk information, also whatever the contents inside of your disk. So that's very important here to understand. So let's minimize this Cloud Shell and go to let me first maybe refresh this browser so that I can click on the secrets to show you kind of a secret key it has created. So let me click on secrets, and you see here this is a secret, and the BEK, that's a BitLocker encryption key, and this is enabled at this point of time. And we can copy that secret identifier if you want. If you want to see the secret value what was created by BitLocker, you can have a view, hide secret view to unhide, and that's it. So it got created for us. It looks good, and let's go to the virtual machine and see. So let me go to the resource group and click on that VM01. And the major difference, if you might have noticed, earlier it was just SSE with BMK, now SSE with BMK and AD. So let me go back to the extensions you have as your disk encryption, which was already installed, and in the backend it is actually tied up with the key vault services. So that's how you are actually encrypting your disk. I hope this entire lecture is useful for you. Thank you for watching this.
Hello and welcome back. In this lecture, we're going to learn about the extensions and the configuration management of your virtual machines. As you know, as of now, we have created multiple virtual machines, and we know that how to create the virtual machines. But have you ever think about how can we go for a standardization of those virtual machine settings? When I say settings, we are talking about multiple things like applications. Let's say XYZ application should be automatically available when you create the virtual machine, or maybe antivirus, or it should be automatically taken care by backups, or your application settings. Let's say a specific settings must be configured automatically on your virtual machines. Also your operating system settings, or maybe your application monitoring and your infrastructure monitoring. All these things, how best you can actually go for a configuring the configurations. So this is where it actually helps us the
extensions. As we have talked a little bit in different lectures about the extensions, but in this lecture we're going to actually have a look on the extensions. When we go back to any of the virtual machines and you have the extensions here, when you click on the extensions add, you are getting actually different extensions that can be added. Some of them are actually coming from a third party, some of them are a common things, like you can go for a custom script extension to perform some kind of a script that should be doing automatically, might be a batch or maybe a PowerShell script that you wanted to execute on your virtual machine as soon as it's created, or maybe once it is created, when you're working you wanted to automatically execute this specific script without actually you log into the virtual machine, or you can run some kind of PowerShell scripts also. So when we talk about these kind of extensions, this will make our job little easy when we talk about any of these kind of settings that to be automatically configured. This is where Microsoft introduced extensions, right? So within these extensions there is a dedicated extension called PowerShell DSC, or desired configuration. You see here you have the PowerShell desired configuration. This is nothing but a specific state called desired state, we call it. So within that specific state the virtual machine always should be available. If not found any of the application, or maybe application configuration or monitoring agent or backup is not configured or anything, it's go ahead and it will be automatically doing that. Of course, for that you need to actually create your script that will actually do all these things. So the script language would be PowerShell. So you're going to actually write a normal PowerShell script, but in a standard format called PowerShell desired state configuration, or DSC we call it. So within this format you are going to create it. But let's talk about the real world. In the real world we have different extensions. When I say extensions, these are from different companies like Chiv or Puppet for the automation of any kind of configurations that we talked in the previous slide. All these settings or applications can be fully automated with the Chiv or Puppet, and the major advantage with the Chiv and Puppet would be you can actually do from a single console, whereas with the DSC you have to do it each machine layer, and these two are considered as the enterprise. In fact the DSC also, but we see mostly either Chef or Puppet would be used in our enterprises. Let's also talk about the custom scripts for a minute, about the benefits and the drawbacks. When we go back to virtual machines and the extensions, you can actually use the custom scripts also. This is where actually you are gonna show up the where you have your script. So there's no local domain credentials needed when you actually added your custom scripts, and you can directly use these scripts as it is executing in the backend with the built-in agent which is executing on this specific virtual machines. And the major drawback would be for this would be you must have to enable on at each VM level, and also it needs the internet access if you're using any kind of GitHub or a blob storage for scripts. You need to actually show up them, and these scripts can be actually pulled from your storage account or directly from the GitHub, and these are relatively slow in terms of the execution when we compare it with Chef or Puppet specific configurations. So you have these options. So let's focus more into the DSC. This is a sample DSC script. That's nothing but again a PowerShell based, like you see here this is a configuration which is talking about who is doing or what is doing, and then the node which is going to be a local host, and the features which is going to be installed Windows features called IIS, and they will ensure that whether it is present and the name is web server. So within these features, whether this is a simple PowerShell script that you can easily understand that Windows features, whether IIS nothing but a web server is present or not. So that's what it's gonna monitor, and that's what it's going to be ensured that it will check for the present option. And let's go back
to PowerShell to create this specific VNet. So what I can do is, if you see here, I don't have any VNet here, and I'll simply click on the shell. That's a cloud shell we call it. So if you click on it, you have an option whether you want to use Bash or PowerShell. So I'm going to actually demonstrate with the PowerShell. So if I just click on the PowerShell, if you are trying to create for the first time, click in this cloud shell. In that situation, it's going to create in the backend a storage account within your subscription, and all the required commands that you're executing session specific will stored there. So it's a temporary workspace for you. Since I clicked on creating, so it might take some time because this is the first time what we are trying to do. So it's just successfully creation is successful, and it is requesting a cloud shell. You can extend with this space, like maximize, you can, so that you would be more comfortable. You can type easy for the CLI Azure Cloud, but for in case of Azure PowerShell, then help will tell you about all the commands that you want to do it. You can press escape and press Q to quit. And now it's time for us to execute the command. So I'll just clear the screen of CLS. Now simply I'll just explain this PowerShell command. What we are trying to do, we are going to create a resource group in the WSUS2, and also you see here that's a creation of the resource group. So for the creation of the new resource group, this is the command new az resource group -name and the resource group name. So what I've done is here I have stored the resource group name equivalent. This is the name which I'm going to use, and the location also stored in this variable, which is nothing but WSUS2 location. And later point I'm going to create actual VNet, and if you see here the new AZ virtual network, and I'm going to give the name of this resource group name, which is coming from here RC name, and the location is coming from WSUS, and address specific prefix would be this is nothing but your address space. And later point I need to create my subnet, so I'm going to create here subnet also here, and the later point that actually concludes the complete creation of your VNet, right? So let's start and executing one by one command. So I'll just take the first command and use this value to define your resource group within this variable called origin name, and similarly I'm gonna use the location as WSUS2, and that's again a variable. And now I'm going to create a resource group. In this case it would be new easy resource group is the command, and I'm going to recall from my variable name, that's the value of this, and the location for the location. So if I just hit enter, it's going to create a new resource group, and the creation is successful. So if I just go back to my resource groups, I should be able to refresh here to get the resource. So let's do a quick refresh, and now we can see that the resource group is created successfully in WSUS2. And if you see here, there's no components or no resources which are available within this specific resource group. So I'll just maximize again my PowerShell, and this time I'm going to use a VNet creation complete value. I'm going to store in a VNet 1. So for that I'll just here paste a value, like I'm going to include the specific creation of your VNet information with the resource group name, origin name, and the location that we specified in the value. But this entire command will create a address prefix the command, and it will store that value into this, but it's not yet actually created. Now it's time for us to create the VNet and the subnet. So for that the command would be the add AZ virtual network subnet configuration with your subnet name, whatever the subnet name you want to give here, and your address prefix, that would be your subnet ID. So we have actual subnet actual address space prefix is 10.1, and now out of that I'm going to create 10.1.1.0/24 and my VNet name. So in this case VNet1 is actually stored here, the command, as this entire thing. So I'll just execute this. So I'll simply take this command and from here and simply execute that in my PowerShell, and that would actually create a specific command, would actually create your specific VNet, but it's not at configure the settings. So for that, what I'm going to do is I'm going to actually setting the Azure virtual network configuration of the value which was created here. So it just created the subnet, but it was not actually associated. So I'm going to use here the specific command that would set the entire VNet creation part. This might take some time as you create in your browser. Similarly, it might take some time. So it just got created here. So if I just go back here and do a quick refresh within my resource group, I should be able to see some resources here. Let's quick refresh and you should be able to see here the server VNet 01 which we have created. And if I just go back to this VNet, I should be able to see my address space and also my subnet. That's a subnet 1 what we have created. So this is how it's gonna used, or this is how you can create with the simple commands that can be used to create with the help of PowerShell. I hope this lecture is useful for you. Thank you for watching. Hello and welcome back. In this session, we're going to learn about Azure Virtual Network. In short, we also call as VNet. Let's go back and try to understand about your on-premises network, how it looks like and how it is actually differs, or how it will be in Microsoft Azure network, where we call it as a Azure Virtual Network. So if you look at in your on-premises network or the traditional networks, you might have some of the users and the virtual machines, or maybe a user specific data within this boundary of your network, and also you might consist of some of the servers or SQL database or some other network within this. So we used to sit here within this network, and every traffic which goes out of this will go from the firewall. So that's very similar to this, like it goes from the user data to here, and then this we used to call as a user data. And we also talked about the server infrastructure, which might have a different DMZ zones or maybe a different subnets altogether you have, and you used to isolate the network communication between the user network as well as the server infrastructure, and the all the traffic used to go with your firewall to either internet or to your on-premises network. So let's have a look on very similar infrastructure what you have with the VNet. So VNet is a symbol. If you look at your virtual network, this is a symbol. So within this scope of line, you have a virtual network. So where you have defined a specific address space. So this is the address space you created, and within this you can have a multiple subnets. Let's say if you see here, when you create the VNet for the address space of 10.1.00, that means within this network, you see here this address spaces or the subnets always consist of 10.1, and opposed to that 00, which is from where you can extend. So if you see here, within this specific subnet, you have 10.1.1. So all these resources will have anything starts from 10.1.1. Maybe 11, or maybe this has 10.1.12, or this might have 10.1.200. And when it comes to this service or these virtual machines, you might have a 10.1.2 that maybe 15 or 20, 30 or something like that. You can define your addresses. So technically speaking, whatever we have seen here is we talked about the address space, we talked about the subnets, and also we talked about different resources within the VNet. Now let's try to understand what is virtual network. So Azure VNet or virtual network is a fundamental building block, right, for your private network within Microsoft Azure Cloud. And VNet will enable many type of Azure resources. If you see here, different type of resources, like you have virtual machines, or you have maybe SQL servers or web applications. All these resources can be communicated with each other. And if you see here, within this subnet only it can communicate. By default, that's isolation. We're going to learn in the next slide. But for now, it can, if you want to understand what exactly the virtual network within the Azure specific VNet, so these resources can communicate, and also it can get the internet if the rules are allowed, and it can communicate with each other, and also you can extend this entire VNet and these subnets also to communicate with your on-premises network. That's your traditional networks. So when you compare with the similarity between the traditional network, you don't operate in your own data center. That's the only difference. So, but when you look at the VNet, you can actually add the benefits of Azure infrastructure, such as the scaling, availability, isolation, all that you're gonna get as a benefit for your virtual networks, which we are gonna talk on this. So the first thing is just to understand about the address space that we try to explain here. So address space is you must have to specify an address space when you're trying to create a VNet. So that's your custom private IP address space using a public and private RFC 1918 addresses. So Azure assigns a resources within the VNet a private IP address from the address space that you assign. So for example, if you deploy a virtual machine within this VNet, it will give the address of, for example, here this 10.1.0016, and then the VM will assign an IP address maybe here with the 10.1.1 dot instead of the 0, it can be starts maybe with a 10 or maybe 15 or something like that. So the first three would goes like 0 to 3. That will be reserved actually, so you can't get it. So the starting IP would be anywhere from 4, and this can be 5, this can be 6, and that's about the address space. Now let's understand about the subnets. So as we talked, within this VNet you can have multiple subnets. So subnets basically it will enable you to go for the segment of your virtual network into one or more subnets and allocate a portion of your virtual network address space to each subnet. So you can deploy as your resources within that specific subnet. Just like a traditional network, subnets allows you to segment your VNet address space into your segments that are appropriate for your organization internal network. And if you're looking for the securing part of your subnets, yes, subnets can be secured with your NSG. So that's again additional component that needs to be tied up. So within your NSG, all the traffic. So NSG standard for network security groups. So once we complete this VNet creation, we are going to talk about called NSG or network security groups. So we're going to talk on that. So how the communication should go out, what kind of traffic can only allowed outside or maybe inside, all that rules very similar to the firewall. We can create some of the rules, and that can be assigned for your subnets. So subnets will be part of your NSGs. So that's we're going to talk about it in a minute or so, or maybe in the next lecture. That would be better. Maybe let's have a look on best practices when we try to create virtual networks. So when you're trying to create any of the virtual networks, that's nothing but your address space. So make sure that you shouldn't overlap with other network ranges. That's a basic thing, right? So if you try to create similar address space maybe on your on-premises or maybe on your another network, it will definitely overlap, and it creates or it makes some of the mess, right? So make sure your entire VNet address space does not overlap with your organization's other network ranges. That's a main key point for the best practices. And coming back to the other point, your subnet should not cover the entire address space of VNet. That's a plan ahead of the reserve some of the address spaces for further maybe a future scope. So that makes more sense, that when you introduce more resources you can have some of the address spaces already available. And it also recommend when you have a fewer large VNets than the multiple small VNets. That's a key. And you can secure your VNets by associating the NSGs to the subnets, so that you are controlling all the out and inflow of the traffic. So that's a basic 4 different points for the best practices for the virtual networks. Now let's have a look on it, how the communication would happen in the internet. So all resources within the VNet can communicate outbound from here to outside of the internet, by default enabled. So you don't have to configure anything, but you can communicate inbound to a resource by assigning a public IP address or a public load balancer. You can do all that configurations here. You can place some of the load balancer, and then only the traffic should go out. Or if a specific server needs a public IP, so you assign for your traditional way like a load balancer, and that IP will have a public IP that will always interface the internet. And whatever the traffic is coming, you can have your application gateways will forward, or maybe your load balance will forward the traffic with to the direct resources. So that's how you can communicate. And here the important point would be, your virtual networks will have by default internet enabled. If you don't want, configure your NSGs to block it, or you can limit the network traffic. And or maybe you can introduce NSGs or maybe firewalls, network firewalls, to control the traffic. Now let's understand about the communication within the Azure resources. So you can deploy your virtual machines as we talked, and different type of VNets or application services if you see here, or maybe even the Kubernetes services and virtual machine scale set, and all that can be communicated within your VNet. And if you're thinking about the virtual network service endpoints, you can extend your virtual network private address space and identity of your virtual network to Azure service resources such as the storage account or maybe a SQL database. And over a direct connection service endpoints allows you to securely communicate a critical Azure resources to only the required networks. And also you can do by default these VNet to another VNet, you don't have a communication. So that means if you want to enable a VNet to VNet communication, let's say you have here one VNet with the 10 series, maybe here you might have with 192 series, by default the resources does not communicate. But if at all you want to allow them to communicate, you can go for the VNet peering option. And also you can make your virtual networks to communicate with your on-premises resources by enabling point-to-site virtual machine, and also you can go for the site-to-site VPN, or you can go for the Azure Express route, which will establish your network from your on-premises network to Azure cloud through a express route partner. So this connection is completely private, so the traffic doesn't go over the internet. So there will be a dedicated line will be pulled from your ISP to your Azure services as well as to your on-premises network. So there would be a dedicated line, so the entire communication will go within that pipe is completely private network. So it will not be allowed the public networks, whereas with the site-to-site VPN or maybe point-to-site, it will be over the internet. That means the traffic will go over the public network with encryption tunnel. So maybe you can go for point-to-point, or maybe different VPN protocols will be used to encrypt that traffic. And coming back to the filters, that's nothing but your network traffic to be filtered. As we talked here as of now, like NSG can be assigned here so that the network traffic will go over the network security groups, where the application specific only rules will be allowed, like inbound, outbound traffic. And also you can configure your application security groups also within your NSGs. You can configure even network virtual appliances from the third-party appliances, also from the Azure Marketplace, so that you can secure like Sophos or maybe Checkpoint, different appliances to configure your virtual network appliances. And coming back to the routing, yes, within the VNets you can configure even virtual routes, or the route table can be configured. Even broad gateway protocol, that's a BGP routes, also you can configure if you connect your virtual network to your on-premises network using your VPN gateway or maybe express route, as we talked earlier. You can go and you can configure your routing information also. So these are just the introduction, what I'm trying to explain about all the words that are involved here. Maybe the last one would be the pricing. If you want to learn, the pricing is completely free. You can create as many as VNets. Of course, there's a limitations, so you can check just the VNet limit page, and you can even increase that certain network limits. If you request Microsoft, they would be extending those limits by default. And as we talked, the pricing is completely free. So how the pricing works is basically on the resources that you configure. So if these resources, the outbound or the inbound traffic, based on it will be calculated. So basically creating VNets is a free for you, but the traffic will be charged. So that's how it's gonna charged. So let's go back and check some of the other points. Like we talked about the isolation, and also you can go for private network access for the resources. You can integrate your network with other networks. That's what we talked. And also we talked about VNets, subnets, and also the address space, and you can have your own NSG. That's what we try to explain here. So within this NSG, basically these two subnets can be associated here, so the traffic will go from this NSG. NSG is very similar to your firewall. And if you want to create, you can create the VNet with PowerShell or maybe Azure CLI and also Azure Portal. So these are the options that you have. So let's jump into the demonstration of how to create from Azure Portal, and then we also try to create from the PowerShell. To create Azure Virtual Network, simply go back to either All Services and check it under Networking. You have the VNet, that's a virtual network. Or you can go here and look for VNet. Here also virtual networks will be there. By default it will be pinned here. So simply click on virtual network. So this is the space where you will have your virtual networks. So let's try to create the first virtual network. So by click on add, so this would actually start a new blade. Within this you have total 5 different tabs, so all these tabs to be filled and finally review and create. So the first thing here would be the basic information. That's your subscription. If you have a multiple subscription, you can choose the required subscription. In my case, I have one subscription since I filtered as here. If you want, you can go ahead and do your filtering for your subscriptions. So I'm going to create a new resource. Let's see if I want to create here just for the demo lab example. That's my resource group, and here I can give the instance details. So here I can give a specific name. Let's say if I want to create here inside a region called East US, I might be giving here as my VNet in East US, and will be used for maybe my SQL and my web app service. So I'll just give here as a different description so that I know that this specific VNet will be functional, and this is a VNet and this is in East US location. For my SQLs and web applications it will be used. So that's how I can differentiate. Maybe I can give some more hyphens, and then let's go back to the address space. This is where you have the address space. You see here by default it is talking about the address space. That's what we talked here within this specific slide. Like you have the first one is the address space, right? So once you create within this address space, it's gonna ask for the subnets. So you see here this is the address space, and then it's gonna ask for the subnet. So the by default subnet is the default which has created here a specific subnet. If you just give here one, maybe this would ask for the additional subnet name. Let's say subnet, and here you need to give here 10 series.1.0.0/24, and then it would actually creates that specific subnet. So here for the subnet also you go for a proper naming convention so that you know that what you're trying to create. Let's say if I try to create here the VNet, and inside this I might have to have two subnets. So I can give here this is for subnet 1 maybe, and I may have subnet 2, subnet 3, like that, or I can add here 10.1. specific subnet extension, some name, so that you know what's happening within this subnet name. So you can simply save, and similarly you can create one more subnet if you want. As we talked, within this address space you can have multiple subnets. So that's how it's going to work. And once you have multiple subnets, you can simply create and then review. So if you see here the security also the next point. So if I just click on security, it's going to talk about Bastion host, which is used for the connection for your RDP connection directly from your browser, and DDoS protection by default it will be enabled for the basic. If you want a standard, it's going to paid, and you need to take that DDoS protection plan. But in our case, we are not going to do that. There would be additional lecture how to enable DDoS protection. And coming back to the firewalls, this is where you're gonna actually go ahead and configure Azure firewalls, but we're gonna not configure anything here firewall. So as simple as that, you can give here the address space and the public IP. If you don't have, you can simply create. That would actually create the firewall, but we are not going to do that at this point of time. Later point you can assign all these things. So the first very basic thing would be you first create as your resource group, and then the next point would be the creating your virtual networks, because that's your code layer. That's where you're going to place your resources. So as you place it, you're going to securing with your DDoS, maybe a firewall, or maybe a different protocol communication like NSG configuration, or maybe NLB, application gateway, firewalls. All that comes into the security part. But the basic one would be the creating a virtual network. So once I have done this, I can add the tags. So this is where I can configure my tags. Tags will be very useful in terms of your categorizing your resources when it comes to the when you're trying to view your billing. Let's say I can give here a different name, like maybe this is for my subscription new with the billing information for my HR web application, so that I know that this is what it is trying to do and their value, so that when it comes to the billing, I can drill down and get more information. So I can review, and then if I just click on create, it's going to create the specific subnet. So click on create. That's going to create in a minute. The VNet creation is completed successfully, and you can click here to go to that specific resource. And in future, if you want to use this similar template, that's an ARM template, you can download the specific template and you can create your VNet. And if I just go back to my VNet here, virtual networks, I should have now a specific VNet. Within this VNet, when I try to look at here for my NSGs or address space, all that will be here. So you see here, this is my address space and my subnet, which I have created just the one. In future, you want to extend to create one more subnet, you can create here one more subnet. And that would actually create one more subnet. Let's say I want to create maybe subnet 2 example. Simply use this. And if you want to go for NATing, you can go for the NATing gateway. All that, simply click on OK. That would actually create one more subnet here. And later point, if you want to change your you see here the subnet 2 has created. Later point, you want to change anything with the DDoS protection from basic to standard, you can do that. And firewall configurations, you can do it by adding the firewall. That says your firewall, it's a separate component. And also you can go for the security center specific, any of the alerts that are available to remediate or maybe vulnerable your VNet. Then you would get here all the security alerts. And coming back to the peering, if you have one more VNet, you can go ahead and peer that specific VNet from here, which we are going to do it later point. And also the service points you can configure here, and the private endpoint, all that configurations can be configured from here. And if you want to delete this specific VNet, simple, you can go ahead and delete it like this, or here from here the delete button. But if you try to create any of the virtual machine, for example, let's say I want to create a virtual machine, what would happen is, so I can reuse the specific VNet. Let's say I'm just giving here demo VM. I'm not much concentrating on the VM creation part. And if you see here, I just gave the basic information I filled, but as soon as I click on the disks, I'm not going to concentrate on that. But when I go to the network, I can choose here now the VNet. If I have any of the VNet, let's say I have my VNet called which we created earlier, that can be used. And I have now here the two subnets that we created, one with the subnet 1, other one would be the subnet 2. So I can place the specific resource within that specific address space. So what would happen is, so we create this a VNet and we are creating actually this first virtual machine here. Maybe you can also create your storage account or maybe your SQL server or your web applications, and you can place within that subnets which are associated with your VNet. That's how it's going to useful for your VNet. I'll just cancel this just to demonstrate this for you. Let's try to delete this. How to delete? So I can go ahead here and delete this specific VNet, and it has deleted. In fact, so that's good. And any of the resources before you delete, you must have to deassociate. Otherwise, it will not allow you to delete it because it will associate with some of the virtual networks. Hello and welcome back. In this short lecture, we're going to learn how to create Azure Virtual Network with Cloud Shell, especially from the CLI command. So this is going to be purely a lab based, so get ready for that. So as a first step, what we do is we try to create our resource group with the CLI commands. It's a easy group create command we're going to use. And also we're going to create a AZ network VNet create. And later point, we are going to delete the created resource group also, so that we can clean up the entire lab what we have done. So let's begin with that. So just click on the Cloud Shell. This is the Cloud Shell icon. So I'm going to click here the Cloud Shell. So this time it's going to ask me to choose either Bash or PowerShell. So you can switch to Bash because this lab is purely based on the CLI command. So the first command I'm going to use is the AZ group create with the name called my resource group name with the location ECS2. So that's a command. It's going to create my resource group within my Azure portal. So if I just go back to my resource groups and if I just do a quick refresh, it should be able to come. And if I just go down, you see here my resource group is available now. And within that resource group, there are no other objects are available because the resource group is a top level and which contains all other object or Azure resources. The second command which I'm going to use would be definitely a command called AZ network VNet create. So I'll just paste that command here and I can explain here. AZ network, that's a network which is VNet create with a group name called my resource group. So within this my resource group, it's gonna create a VNet called my VNet. That's a name what we have given here. So this is the name of the VNet group. It should be created automatically now. So if I just go back to the Azure portal, and you see here the address space, this is the address space only will be available, but there are no default subnets, right? So we're going to create the subnets. That's another command, but let's go back to the Azure portal and see what we have so far. So we should have the VNet name. So if I just quickly do the refresh here, so I should have my VNet. That's a VNet, and it's created in ECS2. And interestingly, address space is available, but subnets are not available. So for that, I'm going to actually run another command within the CLI. So the command should be here AZ network. Again, VNet create with my resource group, but this time I'm going to use the my VNet address prefix with my actual address prefix which we have given, which is a 10.0.0.0/16, and to the next line here, and my subnet name is my subnet. That's a name what we have given, but now I'm gonna here give the additional prefix for the subnet prefix as 10.0.0.0/24. So that's a one subnet I'm going to create within my main address space of the prefix. So once I execute this command, it has created. It's going to create actually in a minute or so. In fact, it has just created. And if you see here, this is my address prefix. That's good. And also my VNet name, which is my VNet in this case, and my address prefix, which is my nothing but my subnet here, right? And that's my subnet that has created successfully. So now if I just go back to the same page and do a quick refresh, this would actually show me my subnet information with 10.0.0/24. So that's how it's going to work. And if you wanted to delete any of these resource groups, you can do that, and that would be a cleanup step. Like you can go ahead and do the AZ group delete and give the resource group name and with a confirmation yes or no. So that would take maybe a minute or so to create to delete automatically. All the required resources will be completely remote, and if you just go back to that resource group, there will not be any entries of any of the Azure services will not be available. And if you want to create one more time, you can create with the same resource group. So let's wait for a second. Check the resources of this lecture where you have this, all the commands has been already given, and you can use those commands to create this entire lab. And now it's successfully created, deleted. And now if I just go to my resource group and do a quick refresh, this time that has been automatically taken out. I hope this lecture is useful for you. Thank you for watching this.
Hi there, welcome to Network Security Group Demo Lab. Within this demonstration, we are going to create network security groups and also the access list to block, and also we will explore the default rules for the inbound and outbound traffic to flow. So I have here a virtual machine which is already created in the region South India region, and this virtual machine does not have any NSG. If you just go back to networking, you will find out here there's no rules. That's inbound and outbound rules has been not added anything. That indicates that there is no connected to any of the network security groups. So what we are going to do is, what does it means is it will allow all the traffic to this virtual machine regardless maybe hackers attack or maybe RDP port or ping, everything will allow. So I just have done the RDP to this machine, and also I have enabled the firewall ping, that's ICMP ping also along with the SMB. These two are the ICMP specific. So if I try to ping, I'm also getting the response. As soon as I disable these rules, if you see here, I actually lost the ping specific communication. That indicates that actually this entire virtual machine is now currently protected with the help of only Windows firewall, not from the network security groups. So in other way, you are actually allowing everything to this virtual machine. So it's a connected to a public IP. That means it's too dangerous that um, any hacker or anybody can try to do the access for this virtual machine. So how best we can protect is that comes when you are trying to design your networking with the help of your virtual networks and network security groups. So in this case, there is no network card for this virtual machine is connected to any network security group. So we're going to create a network security group here. So I'll just select network security group and click on add. This is gonna take you to a small wizard where you can create your network security group. So be sure that your virtual machine, wherever it is there only you should be actually creating your network security group. So I'm gonna actually create in the region South India. I'll select and then I'll just create by giving a good meaningful name. So I'll just give here as my demo NSG with alpha resource for my subnet, maybe subnet 1, and then you can apply any of the tags if you want and then click on review and create it. So this might take a minute or so, and once it is ready I will resume the video. Now the network security group has been created. Either you can click to go to resource or type your network security group and you'll get this icon, and go back here and search for the network security group that you have just created. In this case, demo NSG alpha subnet 1. So I'm going to apply for my subnet. That's how I gave the name. So if you see here, there are default inbound security rules and outbound security rules were created. So these two rules are coming from under settings, inbound security and outbound security. And if you want to delete any of these default rules, and you cannot delete, instead actually you can create a rule to override these default rules. Let's say if you see incoming, you are actually blocking everything here, right, and you're not allowing any kind of traffic, and whereas for the outgoing you are actually allowing everything from the VNet as the allow traffic. If you want to block it, you need to create a rule instead of you delete, because you cannot delete. These are default rules, so you would be creating the required rules. So I'm going to actually not to touch anything now for the default. Instead I want to associate this NSG with my virtual machine 1. So for that I'll just go to network interfaces and I'll have a look on it where I can assign. As we talked in the previous lecture or in the overview section, we talked that NSGs can be associated with either network interfaces. So these network interfaces will associate with the virtual machine definitely. So that means it is directly associated to a VM, right? And other option is it can associate with the subnet. So you can choose here a subnet that you wanted to associate. So only the two way you can integrate network security groups for your VMs or maybe for your entire subnet. When you apply for entire subnet, you're gonna assign these rules, that's the inbound and outbound rules, completely for all the resources that are part of your subnet. So as a first step, I'm going to try with the network interfaces. So I'll click on add, associate, and you see here I do have here alpha resource, that's a VM0111265. If I just open in a new tab and portal.azure.com, you see here my virtual machine, that's a test virtual machine, has the network card. That's if I just go to the networking, you see here that's a network interface is associated. So be sure that that's a VM01265. I'm going to assign here VM01265. I'm going to associate this. So as soon as I do that, it's going to block actually even the ping also, because now you have associated the NSG. So this might take a minute or so, and if I just go back to the VM in the meantime, And if I just do a quick refresh, because if you see here, there's no inbound and outbound rules. But if I just do a quick refresh for my VM network, that's a virtual network, for my network interface, it is showing now inbound and outbound. Oh, and also it says that network security group, this is the network security group, is attached to the interface, and it's going to process the rules. So you see here the ping is completely blocked for this specific machine. Earlier it used to allow, and also RDP is already, since we have already connected, we were able to connect it. I mean, the connection was established. But if I just close this and try to do a MSTSC to that virtual machine, I think this is a IP 212, yes. So if I try to do, it says that the port is not allowed, so you cannot do a connection established to this virtual machine for the port 3389. Even if I just try to give here explicitly the port 3389 also, it's not gonna work. I'm sorry, that's a one extra 3389. It's not gonna allow us. And if you see here, we got an error now saying that RDP connection because the port is not enabled ultimately. And for that, what I have to do is I have to create a rule. So either I can do it directly from this specific VM specific, or if I try to do it from my network security group level, it's one and the same, because in the backend it's going to create in the network security group. So I'm going to create here for the inbound rules. So I'll just have to be create in the inbound because the traffic is coming inside to the virtual machine. So I'll just click on add, and source you can specify here on a specific public IP or a specific application security group. So such a way you can configure it. So in my case, anywhere I'm just giving, so source port range is 3389 and the destination is 3389, or source port anything, let them come from any port, but the destination is 3389, then only allow. And you can choose either it's a TCP, UDP or ICMP protocol, and then the priority. So in my case, I don't want to start with the 100 because I might need some more numbers, so I'll just give here as maybe 1000 priority for my port here with the name 3389. So simply add, and that would actually create a rule, and it says that hey, you are actually allowing from the public, so it's a warning symbol. And if I try to do the again, once it is created the rule, if I try to do the RDP, it will allow me in a minute or so. So it's gonna asking me the password, so that means it's actually reflecting the rule, so that's why it's coming. But if I try to see, still the ping is not gonna work. So I may have to create one more rule if I want to try to ping. So what I have to do is I'll just go ahead and create one more rule in the incoming from anywhere. The source is any port, but it should be a TCP IP specific ICMP protocol. So I'll simply say here ping response and click on add. That's it. So in a minute or so, here also once the rule is created, it might take a minute or so to reflect, and ICMP protocol should be allowed in any moment. And the ping is coming up now. That's good. So this is how you're gonna allow for the incoming. How about outbound? When I say outbound, you see here from the virtual machine, if I want to communicate outside the internet traffic, let's say I want maybe I'm getting maybe paying google.com, let's say, so I'm getting the response. So if I want to block everything, what I can do is I should be able to create the required rule, because if you see here, it's actually the first rule itself allowing everything, every action that is coming from your virtual network to your virtual network destination anywhere, and also to the internet also allowed. So if you just block it, very similar kind of rule you to create and then block it, then this is going to block it. So that's how you can create inbound and outbound rules. Let's try to create one more network security group, and we will assign for the subnet layer and try to do the
allowing maybe at the subnet level, but blocking will try at the virtual machine network layer. We talked about this at the NSG from the subnet layer. Also, we would like to create this time at the virtual machine level. So currently it is assigned at the VM level, but not at the subnet level. So I'm going to do that in a minute. So I'll just click on create new security group. That's NSG. I'm choosing the resource group, giving a meaningful name, choosing the proper region, and that's create. Now the new security group has been created. So let's go to the network security groups. You should be able to see this is the subnet one, and also you might have another one, NSG VNet subnet demo. So this is the one which we wanted to apply for the subnet layer. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to associate with the subnet level. So you need to know your subnet. So in my case, if I just go back to other tab within this tab, if you see here under networking, I have here my VNet, that's a virtual network, and the subnet name. So the VNet is alpha-VNet and the subnet is default. So that's a subnet which I'm going to assign. So I'll just go back here for the association and click on subnet and click on associate and select the resource group. In this case it's the alpha VNet, and then that's my virtual network, and I'm going to associate the subnet as the default. Click OK. That's it. It has associated now. So what happens is if you look at here the default rules, as per it's going to block everything including the RDP. So in other way, you are actually here blocking everything even though you are allowing here. So ideally what should happen, if you see here, the ping response has been blocked because even the RDP also will gets blocked once we again reinitiate the RDP. The reason being our rules which is at the subnet level is completely blocking even though you are allowing here. So the first level itself it will be blocked, and here the traffic will be again filtered based on the rule, but the traffic is not even reaching here because you're blocking at the subnet level. So that's how it's going to work. I hope this entire demonstration is useful for you. Also, when you try to create a virtual machine, by default it will ask you to create the network security group. So let's try to fill the create virtual machine wizard and see how this is gonna work. Actually, if you see here, I'm just giving VM2 as the demo purpose. I'm taking either you take it the Linux or Windows, it remains the same as the network security group. So I'll just choose these things and I'll go back to the disks and then networking. If you see here, it's gonna ask for me, do you want to choose the existing VNet? If so, that's fine. Otherwise it's going to create a new VNet with a different subnet, and this is where it's going to ask you to look for the network security group. So it's going to create the network security group automatically for you by taking this box. So in the earlier demo, actually I have taken as the without the network security group. That's where I begin. That's why it does not have any network security group. But by default, when you try to create, it's going to create this with the basic or standard. You can choose and you can configure the required network security groups, and then it would give you a default network security groups rules, like the three, that's a 65,000 and 65,001 and 65,500 rules. These three rules gets created. The last three rules will be created here in the incoming as well as for the outbound. Also the three rules will be gets created when you create a wizard based virtual machine, either with the basic or standard. So that's how it's gonna work. I hope as I said, this will be useful for you. Thank you for watching this. Hi there, welcome back. Welcome to this lecture on network security group. or in short we also call as NSG. And within this lecture we're going to learn about what exactly NSG are, and network security group, and how we're going to use this network security group in order to secure your Azure resources, especially virtual networks as well as your virtual machines. So let's have a definition of what exactly virtual network security group. So with the help of network security group within Microsoft, there is a way to activate a rule. So within this you are actually going to create a rules for inbound and outbound, and you will make sure that only that rule matches will be allowed within your network. So in other way, you are actually creating a access control list for inbound as well as the outbound of your traffic. So where you're going to apply this entire network security groups are, you're going to apply at the top of your virtual networks. That's nothing but your subnet layer, or maybe you can apply at VM level. So what happens is whatever is going to come inside or outside, it must match the rules, or in other words, access control list. Let's say if a protocol is there, and that protocol, if it is matching that specific port, and if it is coming from a source, it will validate the source as well as the destination and the action. So this is where it's going to use the network security group. If you can remember or go back and what we understand about virtual networks in the previous lectures, or the concept of the virtual network is you will have the address pool. Within that you can have multiple subnets. So every subnet can have different Azure resources. That's what we learned within the Azure virtual networks. Now it's time for us to understand more about the network security groups. So if you read entire this definition, how we are going to apply is, you can actually apply the NSG at your subnet level, that is here, or maybe here, like you have maybe a 10.1.1.0 subnet, and you might have maybe another subnet like 10.1.2.0/24. Within this subnet you can assign. So what would happen is, let's see, from 10.1.1.0/24 subnet, if a machine has to go out and communicate, that's outbound. And if a traffic is coming from outside to inside of this virtual machine, so that's called incoming. So it must have to follow the rules, or it must have to meet all the access control list, or ACL or ACL. It must to have some rule that should be matched. Otherwise, if you see here, the default rule is deny. If it is not matching any of these, it's going to deny. So that's what happens. Even similarly here also. But if you see, interestingly, here on outbound port, everything is going out is allowed. So from here you are allowing all your users to go and talk and go and browse any website, or maybe go and try to talk with any resource, maybe either internal or maybe external to the public internet. So that's the outbound. But whereas the incoming, anything from the outside of your virtual network, that's like maybe you might have another VNet or maybe internet. From internet, it's trying to come inside of your subnet. You're actually blocking, and you're allowing only specific port. Let's say if you're trying to do RDP from your public IP machine, which is maybe you're sitting on your home and you're trying to connect to this virtual machine on a public IP. If the RDP port, because the RDP is works on a specific port, definitely that protocol, so that's a 3389. So if that rule is matching here for the incoming, then only it will allow, otherwise it will block. So that's how it's going to work. We are gonna have a look on how to create this NSGs in a minute or so, but for now, this is the concept I wanted to explain to you.
By any chance, if you're trying to get into a confused state of routing, that's not the case, because routing is something always open for every machine and it can go and communicate. But in this case, it's like your main door, where whether you want to allow that specific protocol or communication inside your either subnet or to maybe a virtual machine, that can be configured. But whereas the routing is like a path, or whether you want to go by what direction, maybe you want to go over the public route or maybe a private route, that's completely different when you try to compare with the routing. So do not compare with the routing, and routing is completely different than the security side. Virtual network resources can be fully secured with the help of network security group. And also you might have a question like, can I apply one at subnet layer and another NSG maybe at virtual machine level? Yes, you can do that. So what happens is it will check for it just put all those your incoming and outgoing policies within the list, and it will check for whatever the policy is taking highest priority. With the blocking policy gets always applied. Let's say you're actually here allowing RDP protocol, that means from outside to inside, to do the RDP, and if a machine is trying, for example this machine, since you applied RDP protocol enable at the subnet layer, for all these three machines it should work the RDP protocol. Let's say this is the first machine. If I try to connect to the RDP, it will work, because at the NSG level I have allowed the exception with the protocol called RDP. Maybe here, let's say if I just create it here with the RDP protocol, it will allow me because this NSG is applicable for entire subnet layer. So within the subnet you have different resources, and let's say if one machine also have a NSG assigned as a dedicated, and where you are actually blocking maybe just for the security purpose. So in that situation, what happens is if you try to RDP till the subnet layer, it's fine, but when it comes and try to reach to this machine, it's going to block, because whatever the rules are taking here is going to take the precedence, because you have a deny option, not the allow option. So might be here allowed, but here it is denied. So that's how it's gonna work. So yes, you can do configuration at the subnet layer as well as the virtual machine layer. So if you think about what happens when we try to configure to the virtual machine, it's nothing but it's gonna actually associate with the virtual network card. So all about the network card. That's why I mentioned here the network card. So it will assign for your network card. So NSGs will assign either for the network card or to the your subnets. So that's how it's gonna work. So we are gonna try with the demo in the next lecture. Thank you for watching this. We'll catch you in the next lecture. Hi there, welcome to Network Security Group Demo Lab. Within this demonstration, we are going to create network security groups and also the access list to block, and also we will explore the default rules for the inbound and outbound traffic to flow. So I have here a virtual machine which is already created in the region South India region, and this virtual machine does not have any NSG. If you just go back to networking, you will find out here there's no rules. That's inbound and outbound rules has been not added anything. That indicates that there is no connected to any of the network security groups. So what we are going to do, what does it means is it will allow the all the traffic to this virtual machine regardless maybe hackers attack or maybe RDP port or ping, everything will allow. So I just have done the RDP to this machine, and also I have enabled the firewall ping, that's ICMP ping also along with the SMB. These two are the ICMP specific. So if I try to ping, I'm also getting the response. As soon as I disable these rules, if you see here, I actually lost the ping specific communication. That indicates that actually this entire virtual machine is now currently protected with the help of only Windows firewall, not from the network security groups. So in other way, you are actually allowing everything to this virtual machine. So it's a connected to a public IP. That means it's too dangerous that um, any hacker or anybody can try to do the access for this virtual machine. So how best we can protect is that comes when you are trying to design your networking with the help of your virtual networks and network security groups. So in this case, there is no network card for this virtual machine is connected to any network security group. So we're going to create a network security group here. So I'll just select network security group and click on add. This is gonna take you to a small wizard where you can create your network security group. So be sure that your virtual machine, wherever it is there only you should be actually creating your network security group. So I'm gonna actually create in the region South India. I'll select and then I'll just create by giving a good meaningful name. So I'll just give here as my demo NSG with alpha resource for my subnet, maybe subnet 1, and then you can apply any of the tags if you want and then click on review and create it. So this might take a minute or so, and once it is ready I will resume the video. Now the network security group has been created. Either you can click to go to resource or type here network security group and you'll get this icon, and go back here and search for the network security group that you have just created. In this case, demo NSG alpha subnet 1. So I'm going to apply for my subnet. That's how I gave the name. So if you see here, there are default inbound security rules and outbound security rules were created. So these two rules are coming from under settings, inbound security and outbound security. And if you want to delete any of these default rules, and you cannot delete, instead actually you can create a rule to override these default rules. Let's say if you see incoming, you are actually blocking everything here, right, and you're not allowing any kind of traffic, and whereas for the outgoing you are actually allowing everything from the VNet as the allow traffic. If you want to block it, you need to create a rule instead of you delete, because you cannot delete. These are default rules, so you would be creating the required rules. So I'm going to actually not to touch anything now for the default. Instead I want to associate this NSG with my virtual machine 1. So for that I'll just go to network interfaces and I'll have a look on it where I can assign. As we talked in the previous lecture or in the overview section, we talked that NSGs can be associated with either network interfaces. So these network interfaces will associate with the virtual machine definitely. So that means it is directly associated to a VM, right? And other option is it can associate with the subnet. So you can choose here a subnet that you wanted to associate. So only the two way you can integrate network security groups for your VMs or maybe for your entire subnet. When you apply for entire subnet, you're gonna assign these rules, that's the inbound and outbound rules, completely for all the resources that are part of your subnet. So as a first step, I'm going to try with the network interfaces. So I'll click on add, associate, and you see here I do have here alpha resource, that's a VM01125. If I just open in a new tab and portal.azure.com, you see here my virtual machine, that's a test virtual machine, has the network card. That's if I just go to the networking, you see here that's a network interface is associated. So be sure that that's a VM01265. I'm going to assign here VM01265. I'm going to associate this. So as soon as I do that, it's going to block actually even the ping also, because now you have associated the NSG. So this might take a minute or so, and if I just go back to the VM in the meantime, And if I just do a quick refresh, because if you see here, there's no inbound and outbound rules. But if I just do a quick refresh for my VM network, that's a virtual network, for my network interface, it is showing now inbound and outbound. Oh, and also it says that network security group, this is the network security group, is attached to the interface, and it's going to process the rules. So you see here the ping is completely blocked for this specific machine. Earlier it used to allow, and also RDP is already, since we have already connected, we were able to connect it. I mean, the connection was established. But if I just close this and try to do a MSTSC to that virtual machine, I think this is a IP 212, yes. So if I try to do, it says that the port is not allowed, so you cannot do a connection established to this virtual machine for the port 3389. Even if I just try to give here explicitly the port 3389 also, it's not gonna work. I'm sorry, that's a one extra 3389. It's not gonna allow us. And if you see here, we got an error now saying that RDP connection because the port is not enabled ultimately. And for that, what I have to do is I have to create a rule. So either I can do it directly from this specific VM specific, or if I try to do it from my network security group level, it's one and the same, because in the backend it's going to create in the network security group. So I'm going to create here for the inbound rules. So I'll just have to be create in the inbound because the traffic is coming inside to the virtual machine. So I'll just click on add, and source you can specify here on a specific public IP or a specific application security group. So such a way you can configure. So in my case, anywhere I'm just giving, so source port range is 3389 and the destination is 3389, or source port anything, let them come from any port, but the destination is 3389, then only allow. And you can choose either it's a TCP, UDP or ICMP protocol, and then the priority. So in my case, I don't want to start with the 100 because I might need some more numbers, so I'll just give here as maybe a 1000 priority for my port here with the name 3389. So simply add, and that would actually create a rule, and it says that hey, you are actually allowing from the public, so it's a warning symbol. And if I try to do the again, once it is created the rule, if I try to do the RDP, it will allow me in a minute or so. So it's gonna asking me the password, so that means it's actually reflecting the rule, so that's how it's coming. But if I try to see, still the ping is not gonna work. So I may have to create one more rule if I want to try to ping. So what I have to do is I'll just go ahead and create one more rule in the incoming from anywhere. The source is any port, but it should be a TCP IP specific ICMP protocol. So I'll simply say here ping response and click on add. That's it. So in a minute or so, here also once the rule is created, it might take a minute or so to reflect, and ICMP protocol should be allowed in any moment. And the ping is coming up now. That's good. So this is how you're gonna allow for the incoming. How about outbound? When I say outbound, you see here from the virtual machine, if I want to communicate outside the internet traffic, let's say I want maybe I'm getting paying google.com, let's say, so I'm getting the response. So if I want to block everything, what I can do is I should be able to create the required rule, because if you see here, it's actually the first rule itself allowing everything, every action that is coming from your virtual network to your virtual network destination anywhere, and also to the internet also allowed. So if you just block it, very similar kind of rule you to create and then block it, then this is going to block it. So that's how you can create inbound and outbound rules. Let's try to create one more network security group, and we will assign for the subnet layer and try to do the
allowing maybe at the subnet level, but blocking will try at the virtual machine network layer. We talked about this at the NSG from the subnet layer. Also, we would like to create this time at the virtual machine level. So currently it is assigned at the VM level, but not at the subnet level. So I'm going to do that in a minute. So I'll just click on create new security group. That's NSG. I'm choosing the resource group, giving a meaningful name, choosing the proper region, and that's create. Now the new security group has been created. So let's go to the network security groups. You should be able to see this is the subnet one, and also you might have another one, NSG VNet subnet demo. So this is the one which we wanted to apply for the subnet layer. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to associate with the subnet level. So you need to know your subnet. So in my case, if I just go back to other tab within this tab, if you see here under networking, I have here my VNet, that's a virtual network, and the subnet name. So the VNet is alpha-VNet and the subnet is default. So that's a subnet which I'm going to assign. So I'll just go back here for the association and click on subnet and click on associate and select the resource group. In this case it's the alpha VNet, and then that's my virtual network, and I'm going to associate the subnet as the default. Click OK. That's it. It has associated now. So what happens is if you look at here the default rules, as per it's going to block everything including the RDP. So in other way, you are actually here blocking everything even though you are allowing here. So ideally what should happen, if you see here, the ping response has been blocked because even the RDP also will gets blocked once we again reinitiate the RDP. The reason being our rules which is at the subnet level is completely blocking even though you are allowing here. So the first level itself, it will be blocked, and here the traffic will be again filtered based on the rule, but the traffic is not even reaching here because you're blocking at the subnet level. So that's how it's going to work. I hope this entire demonstration is useful for you. Also, when you try to create a virtual machine, by default it will ask you to create the network security group. So let's try to fill the create virtual machine wizard and see how this is gonna work. Actually, if you see here, I'm just giving VM2 as the demo purpose. I'm taking either you take it the Linux or Windows, it remains the same as the network security group. So I'll just choose these things and I'll go back to the disks and then networking. If you see here, it's gonna ask for me, do you want to choose the existing VNet? If so, that's fine. Otherwise it's going to create a new VNet with a different subnet, and this is where it's going to ask you to look for the network security group. So it's going to create the network security group automatically for you by taking this box. So in the earlier demo, actually I have taken as the without the network security group. That's where I begin. That's why it does not have any network security group. But by default, when you try to create, it's going to create this with the basic or standard. You can choose and you can configure the required network security groups, and then it would give you a default network security groups rules, like the three, that's a 65,000 and 65,001 and 65,500 rules. These three rules gets created. The last three rules will be created here in the incoming as well as for the outbound. Also the three rules will be gets created when you create a wizard based virtual machine, either with the basic or standard. So that's how it's gonna work. I hope as I said, this will be useful for you. Thank you for watching this. Hi there, welcome back. In this short lecture, we are going to learn about network security group creation with Azure CLI. And if you see here in my resource group called Alpha, there are only two NSGs currently. So I'm going to create a new NSG in a minute with the help of Cloud Shell. So if I just click on the Cloud Shell, either I can choose with the PowerShell or Bash. In this case, I'm going to try with everything with the Bash. So I'll just give here a commands az network NSG create, and the group name is that's a resource group name is alpha, so alpha, and my network security group is, I just wanted to give the name as my NSG, maybe CLI demo. And if I click on hit enter, it's going to create the network security group with the name of my NSG CLI demo. So we'll wait for a minute, and this has been successfully created. So if you see in the complete actions what happened, it has default rules has been created, all the default rules. Let's say we were explained within the Azure portal demo, like LO for the VM networks, inbound outbound rules has been automatically created. And if I just go back to console and do a quick refresh, I should be able to get my NSG CLI demo. And thus is the default groups that has been created even. So within this command, the important points would be the -G as well as the -N. That's nothing but G for the resource group name, N as the network security group name. So these two are mandatory. Let's say if you notice, these were created within the West 2 region, but I don't want that region. Maybe I want it in a South India region. What I'll be doing is executing another command just to region with the South India. So if you see here, the command is like G as a group, resource group, and the name for the NSG is very similar to, like, I have given here South India, my NSG CLI demo, and the location is I'm specifying as the LS South India. So if I just hit enter, it's going to create a new NSG with the name of here, if you see here within this region which is South India. So I'll just refresh and see, and South India specific within this region, this new NSG has been created and the default rules are there already. So that's good. And let's try to give the same information by listing out what are the rules has been created within this. So for that, I'm actually giving the command as the AZ network NSG show with my resource group called alpha. My network security group name is whatever the security group name here, in this case South India, that's S India, my NSG CLI demo, and I'm querying to default security rules that are there, and I'm trying to output into a table format. So if I just hit enter, I'm gonna get here the output as the inbound outbound information. So this is how you can view it from the CLI. And if you see here, these are the same default rules that are coming out. If you just try to see here the inbound rules, which are 3 of them. So if I just go here and filter with the inbound 1, 2, 3, so 3 rules, and the outbound also 3 rules were there, which is perfectly coming as the output into the table format. Now what if you want to create a new rule within the Azure CLI? So for that, there's a command like you're going to use the very similar, but you are going to add here as the create option. So I'll just paste it here, and you see here the AZ network NSG rule create, that's a command in my resource group called alpha with my NSG name as SINT, my NSG client CLI demo, and the rule for LORDP, that's a rule name, and the priority 500 which I'm giving. Source address prefixes as internet, and destination port is 3389, and access is I'm allowing, and the protocol is TCP, description LORDP. So if I just hit enter, it should actually create a rule within this NSG group called SINT.
ND. So I'll just wait for a second here, and it just got created. And if you see here, it just created everything. And I'll go back to inbound security rules, and I'll just click on refresh. In fact, it got refreshed, and in fact it's showing as the LORTP rule, which is created with the priority of 500. And you see here the description also added. This is how you're going to create if you want to add any of the rule to your existing. And the command is for the create is a completely different command, is a network NSG rule create. This is going to create, and if you want to list out AZ network NSG show, and that's gonna list out all the specific NSGs as well as the rules also, it can be listed. And for the cleanup, simply you can use the AZ network with the NSG delete. So I'll just paste that same command like AZ network NSG delete, and give here your resource group name, that's in my case alpha, and my NSG name as S India, whatever the name it is here. So simply click enter. So it's going to delete in a minute, so that this entire NSG, whatever it has there here, this is gonna go off in a minute or so. So it's still running the action, and it has completed. So if I just go back to my network security groups, and if I do a quick refresh, this will go off. One more time, a refresh. Maybe it takes some time to show you in the GUI. This time it has gone. So this is how it's gonna work. And if you want to work with your Azure CLI, make sure that you just go ahead and visit this specific web page, which has all the command line options. So like delete or create, everything. Just go to Azure CLI references, or within the network Azure network security group, and delete or maybe create or complete overview how to work. Like you can list out, you can create a rule, you can list the rules. All that kind of useful commands are available directly from this Microsoft documentation, and this would be your reference for any further learning. I hope this lecture is useful for you. Thank you for watching this.
Hello and welcome back. In this short lecture, we're going to learn about how to work with PowerShell for network security groups. So I'm going to work from the Cloud Shell. So I'll simply click on here and switch to PowerShell instead of the Bash. And once it is authenticated, I'm going to work on this. Let's say from the portal, if you see here, I have 3 different network security groups are available. How would I list it? So the first command, what I'm going to do is get Azure security groups, and I'm going to list them in the completely select with the name location format. So if you see here, I have multiple things. So I have multiple NSGs. In fact, in the Azure portal, what I've done is I actually filtered with this. So without this, I would be getting more NSGs. So that's what I got the output here in a table format. I wanted to filter a specific NSG and find out what kind of rules. For example, maybe if I take it here somewhere, some of the NSG, let's say for the subnet one. So what I'm going to do is I'll just paste the command line for the getting Azure RM network security group with the name of which is matching demo NSG alpha subnet one with a resource group name called alpha. So from this alpha resource group, this NSG, I'm gonna get all the properties. So if you see here, it has different allo traffic rules, all that has been created and it is available. So these are the default rules, and you can see here the port 3389 also enabled. And if I just click on this specific one and go back to inbound rules 3389, and the ping also available, and I should be able to see here all that information here, ping response, all that. So that's how it's going to work, the command line. So we use the get Azure RM network security group with the security group name with the followed by a resource group name. If you want to create a new security group, all you have to do is use the command called new Azure RM network security group and give the network security group, like in my case I'm just giving test NSG3 and my resource group called alpha, and the location is South India. That's it. It's going to create in a minute. So if I just go back to my Azure portal and here, and if I just filter with just wanted to filter with alpha because we are trying to create within the alpha. So you see here within this it's gonna come up. If I just try to do a refresh, it will be in a minute or so it will come. In fact, in the backend it has already created. All the thing is like it has to show up within the Azure portal. So I'll just do a quick refresh and see test NSG3 is coming from the South India region, and this is how you're going to create with the command called new Azure RM network security group with the name, and you just have to give the name, like here my test NSG name is test NSG3 and my resource group name alpha. So that's how you're going to create the specific NSG with all the default rules, and this information you can clearly visible that it is actually creating all the inbound 3 rules and the outbound rules. Everything is the default, but if you see here it's not associated with any of the network interfaces nor subnets because we didn't mention that. Now it's time for us to create some filtering rule for allowing maybe let's say a protocol of 443 for a web server. So how do you do that? So for that what we are trying to do is we will be creating a variable, and that variable will contain the specific command called getting the your security group called test NSG3 from your resource group. So once I executed that, it's going to store that value, and then I'm gonna run an additional command from the NSG, that's the variable. So this is a getting value, and on top of it what I'm trying to do is I'm actually adding Azure resource group allowing with HTTPS protocol description to allow and access the protocol TCP direction inbound. Priority should be the one which is just a priority 1210, that's 1000, and from the internet, and again destination would be destination address. So if I just enter this command, it's going to actually create a rule that will matching with the priority of 1210. So if you see here, this is the 1210. I'm allowing traffic for 443 from my NSG. So you can check out this, the rule has been created. So I'll just open up and refresh test NSG3 with the inbound rule, so which is talking about the priority of 1210, which is allowing HTTPS traffic. So that's how you're gonna work, and even the description also come up. So this is the command which you would be using to create the setting the Azure security group role. To remove an NSG, we can use the command for remove -Azure RM network security group and give your resource group as well as your NSG name. That would actually delete everything. So in my case, I'm just deleting with the confirmation. That will delete this entire NSG. If I just go ahead and refresh, that will go off in a minute. So it's gone. That's how you're gonna actually delete it. To deassociate an NSG that is already associated, for example, if you see here, I have a virtual machine with the VM01, and this virtual machine also have NSG configured called NSG VNet1. So let's give a try to how we can deassociate with the PowerShell. So I'll just open up my PowerShell once again, and I'm going to execute the command, the required command.
As a first step, I will store the values within vnet variable from my alpha and the alpha vnet, which is, this is my vnet, which is got created. So here, if you see here, this is a network card and this is a vnet called alpha hyphen vnet. So I'm just trying to store this value with the get virtual network resource id, it's called alpha, and the name of my vnet, and followed by, now I wanted to have my subnet. So as we talked, within this we have the default as the subnet. So let's store that value also. For that, again, I'm going to store in a command called with a variable called subnet. I'm going to store there as a default name, and now it's time for me to set it to the null. So I'll simply use a command called again, for this also I'm going to store here to the null value, and the final command is you can set Azure RM virtual network with virtual network hyphen vnet. So vnet has this, so, and that has been already valued, so I'll just click on that. So that's gonna set my value to none. So in a minute it has created. If you see, if I just go back here and do a quick refresh, so this will go off completely virtual network and subnet, and all the ports will be open for this VM. So the commands has been executed. So let's do a quick refresh and reload this page to see what happens. So you see here, this is completely not coming anything because it has a deassociated the entire subnet. So these commands that we used were completely deassociated with our existing subnet. So if I just go back to my subnet of this vnet also, the subnet is not associated. And now how we can associate it for the subnet. So now we are going to associate with the PowerShell. To associate, we will be using very similar commands that we used by storing the vnet value in a variable for our resource name, that's the alpha resource group, as well as our virtual network. And now it's time for us to store the subnet value. So we can store the subnet value also, and the subnet name is default for alpha vnet. And next step would be to associate. For that, we are actually storing the NSG. So this is my NSG network security group, which we wanted to work on, like nsg-vnet-subnet demo. That's what we wanted to give a try. So I can simply store that value here. And the next step would be to associate. So we would be using the similar command like earlier what we used to store that instead of the null value. This time we are actually using this NSG. That's nothing but your NSG -vnet subnet demo, and click on enter. And now I'm going to execute the final command, that's setting the virtual machine with the specific vnet which we wanted to associate with our network security group. So it has run successfully. If you get an error, maybe authorization or some kind of an error, that might be related to if you just open for a long time but you didn't pasted the values, you might get some kind of an error stating maybe the session has timed out or something like that. So if I just go back to the same NSG, and if I just go back to subnets, this time it will be associated with the default subnet, which is coming from your virtual network alpha vnet. That's what we have done with these commands. If you really want to learn more about Azure PowerShell, just go to the specific URL, which I'm going to paste it here, and this has every information that really needed. Let's say if you want to work with some kind of tutorial for the creation of the VM, or maybe a Cloud Shell specific, how to connect, all that very useful information is already available within this specific URL, and please try to use as a reference for any kind of PowerShell documentation or PowerShell commands that you wanted to use, because it's really hard for everyone to remember everything. So when you wanted more documentation, just go ahead and read this and then work around it. Let's say for this lab, what we can do is, for the reference purpose, I can just go here for my references. And if you're referring for the Azure CLI, this is where you have to go. And in my case, for this lecture, it's going to be Azure PowerShell. So just click on that PowerShell and just look for again the reference one more time, so that you get the actual reference this time. If you see here, and within this, we are referring to the networking. So let's say just go to networking, and you have all the network specific commands, and out of that we were trying to work with a command called remove example. So just go to the remove specific, like remove NAT or remove network interface, or maybe a remove Azure RM. So that's an additional command that maybe you might be using. So it all depends what command you are actually trying to reference here. Let's say we try to use maybe a remove Azure RM network. So if I don't get it, I'll simply go here and filter that specific command and simply search for that. So I get it here, the proper reference from the, so if I just click on that, it's going to take it to the same reference document within this. So you see here under references, we were going back to the networking, and within that networking I do have here the commands. So that's how it's going to work. And just always go and refer this documentation, and these are the commands. Always keep on updating. That would be good, always to refer them and use the syntax, how to use even the examples, all that, and based on that you can use it. I hope this entire lecture is useful for you. Thank you for watching this. Hi there, welcome to this lesson on augmented security roles. So within this lesson we are going to chat about how we can simplify our job when we are working with network security groups or with the virtual network security. So we are going to focus on a couple of things within this lesson, and we would start with the service tags as a first step, and then we will jump into application security groups, or in short ASG. So like NSG, we call it here ASG, that's the application security group. And it's really something that easier to understand when we see within the Microsoft Azure portal with some example. So let's focus with our augmented security rules that are simplifying our network security rules. As I mentioned, we are actually trying to make our job easier, and we do so by defining security rules that are actually corresponded to the real world scenarios and solutions. Like if you take it example, within this example, like let's say you have a virtual network, and within this VNet you have two different subnets and different Azure resources within these subnets. And let's say in the left side you have some of the web servers as a grouped, and you have placed all of them in a specific subnet, or maybe think that if you have a separate VNet also, you just place there. And similarly you can also have in the right side of this where you have a storage account, a SQL server, and some of the VMs in the web application. So what I wanted to represent here is a different Azure services are provisioned within your virtual network. Now let's try to understand about the real world problems, like how you can correlate or how you can create your network security group rules that actually point to only for the storage account or storage services, for the maybe just for the file or maybe blob services, or how Microsoft really make this can be easy for you. Well, there's an easiest way for doing all these. That's nothing but start using the tags. So if you remember here, we were trying to talk about the tags, that's the service tags. So we can apply these service tags, and we refer these service tags within your Microsoft Virtual Network Security Groups or NSGs.
you can configure the service tags so that you can easily group up irrelevant services. Let's say just to talk at the specific virtual machine with only a specific storage account within a region, or to a specific application security group. So you can configure that. We didn't talk about the application security group at this point of time, but let's say specific services or specific things only will be allowed to communicate by default, because Microsoft has given a default asset tags. So let's jump into the Azure portal and see what I'm actually trying to talk about, the service tags. If I just go back to any of the network security group that we can take it, in this case I just wanted to filter my demo NSG, and if I just go back here and try to add a rule within this NSG, and you see here here the source is a service stack. You can also provide IP address where you can say that only this specific CIDR or maybe a subnet range or a public IP that only can be allowed to access for the rule. That's fine, but now we are talking about the service tag. So when you have a service tag, let's say Microsoft has come up with a default service tags, right? You just refer the service tags or the default tags which are identify a type of category. Let's say if you just want to allow only internet, Microsoft has made that for you. And if you want to access only for maybe storage account, let's say if you have anywhere here let's say storage, so within the storage you have an option like whether you wanted to allow for Canada Central region storage accounts only, or such things can be easily configured. So I wanted to just allow for the maybe South India example storage, and I simply configured that with a source port maybe anywhere, any kind of port, and the destination to my specific VNet only, or maybe to my applications which are in the specific IP address range, or maybe to my application security groups, which we are going to talk in a minute or so, because we don't have any application groups yet created. But this is also, you have an option here, so you can choose the required configuration. So what happens is, with the service tag, you have a built-in service tags for almost all kind of Azure services, starting from the internet to virtual network or load balancer, storage, and SQL, Key Vault, and backup, Cosmos DB. So there are really multiple Azure services. You can explicitly configure the required rule so that it will just go and communicate with that specific communication where it is enabled. So that way it becomes easy for you to go ahead and configure the rules. Instead, you create a rule explicitly within the network security group, so you can configure in this way. It's a logical way of doing and easiest way of doing. So let's go ahead and create a specific rule. If you see, we are trying to do it on inbound, so we don't want to do that. In fact, what we wanted is, we wanted our virtual machines to go ahead and communicate with a specific storage account which is in maybe a South India region. So what I will do is, I'll simply go to outbound security rules and I'll click on add. Before I just create here, if you see here, everything is outbound is allowed. Instead, I can create a rule to just to block my internet. So what I'm going to do is, I'm going to configure in the destination with the service tag with the internet. I'm going to block all the ports that are not needed. Let's say it can be an or 443 or 80 or 21 or whatever it is, just trying to access the internet. Let's block it. That's what I'm trying to create here, a rule. So I'll just click on save. It's gonna create the specific rule, and as a next step, I can create another rule to override the specific rule, because it is 100 position. So I'm going to create a 99 position maybe with a destination like I'll say source can be your anywhere, or maybe your virtual network source, and then my destination is service tag, and this time I wanted to play with the storage account, so I'll just choose here storage. In your case, if it is a SQL, then you can choose the SQL path services based on your region, and in my case, maybe if I just wanted to choose for only storage account for my South India region, then in that situation it's just allowed. And destination port range, anything just for storage account, it's gonna allow. And the priority, I'm just configuring 1 for storage account. Click on add, and if you look at here, it's actually working after the block rule. It is gonna create because the top priority is the 100. So I might have to change to a different priority, because if you look at the traffic, the way it comes is it's going to block everything. And but if you want to just to allow only this has to become as an up. So I'll just make this as the 101. That's good. But this I wanted to make it as 102, so that this becomes as the highest priority, the storage account rule. So it's gonna allow, and post to that, apart from that, everything gets as the blocked automatically. So that's how it's gonna work. So you can work with your storage account from this virtual machine if at all this is associated with any of the network cards, or maybe to a subnet. In our case, we have not it associated, but in case if this specific network security group is associated with any of the subnet, then, or maybe to a network card, it's gonna work to allow only these outbound traffic. Let's say internet gonna block, but the storage for the South India region will be allowed to storage.south India. So that's how it's gonna work.
Hello and welcome back. In this lecture, you will be learning about application security group. This is application security group, very similar to the NSG, but it is on top of NSG. The reason being is you can control even micro segment level of security within your network layer. And this application security group is completely follows your business logic. Let me explain what exactly application security group at the high level first. So application security groups will allow you to configure your network security at the natural extension of any application structure. Let's say when I say natural application structure, let's take one example, as you may have your web servers, application servers. So these applications will be coming as a front end from here as a web server, and similarly these applications will have to communicate with database server as a backend. So front end would be your web servers, middleware would be your applications, and here the database. So that's your backend. So now this is your business logic. What happens is, if you want to design with a network security group, not with ASG, I'm talking about network security group layer, you may have to end up with creating a separate set of NSGs at each layer of your business logic, and at the end you would be end up with lot of overloaded with the network security group creation as well as the rules creation, and at the end to monitor and to check the logs, it would be a really difficult job, honestly. So that's where the application security groups comes into the picture. What happens is either you have multiple NSGs or you have a single NSG. It doesn't matter. What it matters is it should be on a same VNet. The servers should be in the same VNet. So as you know that if the machines are in the same VNet, they are free to communicate with each other. But if you want to isolate in a situation like web server can talk with application as well as the database server, but the database server shouldn't talk with web servers because they might be exposed to internet. So in that situation, what we do is we create application security group and we would assign here. So what we do is we will create application security group and we assign on top of these computers. Let's say the first application
security group or an ASG would be on your web service, and the same one will also be allowed here. That means both can communicate with each other. But when it comes to DBs, since it does not have any ASG, it cannot communicate with these two of the categories. That's where what we do is we create one more ASG, and just for the application service as well as for the DB service. That's where both can communicate. But since the first category is not available for the web service ASG, it cannot communicate. We are going to do that in a practical in a minute or so. For now, let's understand what exactly NSG. So I told that network security microsegmentation is nothing but your application security group. That's where it is more focused, and it is more focused on your business logic of your applications and the service logic, not on any of the IP traffic or IP address filtering or any other rule settings. And it can implement very granular security controls to improve your isolation of your workloads, like as I said, front end and back end and the middle servers, all that way, and it will protect them individually. At the same time, if a breach occurs, that would be very limited. It doesn't spread to other servers. So what exactly application security group? By this time you should be understanding that application security group enables you to configure your network security in a natural your business logic or your application structure, and that will allow you to group your virtual machines. And once you group those virtual machines, you can define your network security policies based on those virtual machines groups. Let's take one more final scenario to better understand so how it looks like. So in the previous design, that is, this is the design, what we have done is we have a network, that's a VNet. On top of it, this VNet, this is a dots one is a VNet. On top of it, you have a NSG configured, and also you have different servers within this VNet, like web servers, application, and database servers. So definitely NSG will have different rules. But if you see here, normally in NSG you might be configured like IP address or any of the source kind of thing. But here what happened is, if you see, the application's destination is web servers. That means web servers is the application security group name. So that means these three servers are falls under, what we have done is we have grouped it. When we grouped it and we labeled as web servers, so that's the name here what we have given for this ASG name. So it can communicate on a port 80 and 443. That's good. And if you see here, for the app servers, both can communicate here. That's a web service as well as the app service. But there's no communication between DB servers and web servers. So there's no rule in your NSG, so they cannot communicate. That's a design. So let's also look at the other design. This is a more complex design, but easy to understand. So you do have here the web servers and also application servers and database servers. So what you're going to try to do is once you have grouped it, the first step is to group all the required virtual machines to one of the ASG group. So in this case, it's the web servers. So that means within these three, you can communicate, even though they are in the same VNet. Normally all these machines should able to communicate, but when you group it, so this becomes as one other a special kind of container. Maybe I can use maybe a container kind of word, where this becomes as a micro level of your network segmentation. Within this the communication would happen, but it doesn't go out. So when you want to communicate with these application servers, you have to group another one like app servers and then enable the communication. So you are explicitly saying that web server to app servers can communicate. Like that, you can make a group of different groups for the application security group, as well as the NSG specific firewall specific rules can be created, like inbound and outbound rules. So that way you're fully isolating within the same VNet. So let's jump into limitations, what you cannot do, what you can do. Here, per subscription, you can go for 3000 ASGs, and you cannot go more than that. That's a limitation from Microsoft Azure. And you can specify one application security group as the source, but you can't have multiple source. In this case, like, you have a web server one. This is another group what they have created, right? Web server. So you can create here web server one, but you cannot have web server 1 and 2 in the source or maybe in the destination. So that's the this bullet point. And coming back to the other bullet point, you cannot have this VNet, for example, all these machines, I mean this ASGs applicable within the same VNet. Let's say you have maybe more than one VNet. In that situation, you cannot assign this ASG for different VNets. So it should be on the same VNet, all these group of servers. Also, it should be having, if a machine has a two network cards or more than one, both should be assigned for the same subnets. That's the same VNet. Otherwise, it doesn't work. That's a limitation because it's more about your application logic defined, so it should follow that steps. That being said, we will jump into demo. For this demonstration purpose, I will be using total 4 different servers, and just to explain at the high level, the server 1, the web server 1, web server 2 and web server 4 are in the same subnet you have. That means the same VNet. And when it comes to the server 3, this is completely different VNet, and you cannot communicate. So what we try to do is we will be trying to connect, or we will be trying to enable RDP protocol on these servers, how best we can isolate. So the isolation purpose, what we do here in this lab, we will be configuring these servers as a group of servers, and then we apply with the NSG help, we will be separating them with the protocol wise. So let's jump into the demonstration. These servers, so if I just click on server, web server 1, you see you may have to make a note kind of thing, like you see here just a port called 3389 with the priority of 300 from source as any. So once we have created application security group, we would be changing that value. So we would be creating the application security group from actually application security group. Here when we click on here, you have an option to create. So before doing that, I just wanted to show all these, how these are available. So if you see, even the web server 01 is the NSG one for the both the servers. You can make a note on that. So you have the same web server 01 for the server 2 also. Search here within the Microsoft Azure All Services for the application security group, and then you would be able to get this group name, and then just click on it. And later point, you can simply click on add button to create a new application security group and choose the right subscription, and the resource group is the same resource group which I'm using. It's always recommended to use the same, and I'm giving here the name for the instance name, and the same region also I'm choosing where my resources are exist. And you see here, this is very clean, and there's nothing much inputs here. It is asking similar to a resource group kind of simple input is asking, and once we submitted this, it will create the deployment. Once it's created, I can go back to the required resource. So within this resource, I can see there's no much configuration that I can do here because we don't see anything except the audit log. So this is the one which we can see later point if needed, but for now there's nothing much here. And you also have your move option, so we don't have anything to do now with the move. And this application security group specific things will be configured on group of your servers. That means you have to go to each virtual machine and add the application group name as a tag. So what we do as a next step, I'll go back to dashboard, virtual machines, and then I'll go to one of the server. You see here web server 1. So all I have to do is from the web server 1, I'm grouping to that just created application security group. I'll just click on here to configure, and if I just drop down here, I can see my ASG, my application security group. So I just have selected that and saved. Same thing, I have to do it for my web server 2. So once this saved, yes, it got saved. Let's go to web server 2, networking, and you see here again application security group. I have to configure here as that drop down list my application security group 2. So now what happened is web server 1 and 2 are become as one group for that's part of one kind of container, as I explained in the as part of the demo. So now I'm going back to the server 4. Server 4 is again I wanted to make the same thing like application security group, but you see here if I just add this, it will not be a good demo, so I don't want to add it here, but I can show you here what's happening for the server 4 and the server 3 and server 3 and server 1 and 2. So 1 to 4, the servers are associated with the same NSG group. This is the NSG group, as well as you can see here their IP address 4, 5, 6, like server 4, server 2, server 1, all are assigned to one NSG. So the demo would be from the server 1 and server 2, we should be able to do the RDP from our local machine with the RDP protocol. What we do is we should be able to connect to 192 but not to the server 4. That's a demo. So when you try to connect here for the server 4, it shouldn't work. So to do that, we have to what we have done is we made these two servers as a group, but we did not add this server as a group to our ASG. So our ASG is grouped here with the two servers. So that means the communication is enabled for these two, not internally. When I'm talking about the protocol wise, that means at NSG level. So as a next step, what I have to do is I have to go to the NSG and do a configuration that saying that ASG to anything coming from the outside to the destination of ASG, I can set kind of rule. So that's the next part which I'm going to do it now. So let's go to since we have seen all this, let's go to inbound rules and see this. I'll just open this NSG, which is my NSG for the 3 servers, and I'll open this port. So I wanted to play with this for this demo 3389 port. So source can be anywhere, that's fine, but my destination I wanted to choose here. As you can normally what happens is you would normally all these days you might be ending up to configure with the IP addresses, but this may not be a good solution because if your business logic or your application logic is completely different, you cannot go for the micro level of network segmentation. So that's where this application security groups comes into the picture, and I have to choose here application security group. Once I've chosen this, in the destination I can choose my ASG group name. That means my the group of 2 servers from anywhere will only go and will be enabled for this protocol, that is 3389 protocol, and I can give the description if I want, but I can just wanted to save it. So now what happened is I should be able to communicate from my local machine for these group of 2 servers which are in this ASG group. So this ASG group is grouped of 2 servers, so that should work. So ideally the server 4 shouldn't work. The reason being it's not part of your ASG, right? So now what we're going to do, we'll just refresh maybe, and you can see destination as ASG. Now I'm in top of my server. I'll just try to connect from the Azure portal. and show you. Just download the file, connect. So this is a server one, so I should be able to connect. I'll just give my password and it gets connected. That's good and interesting. It got connected. And then I'll just connect to server 2, similar thing. So for the server 1, server 2 both works because they are part of ASG group, same ASG group, whereas the server 4 is not part of the ASG group. So let's connect with the giving the user ID and password. I can sign out again because the logon process is completed successfully. Now it's time to test for the server 4. This server 4 shouldn't connect because it's not part of ASG group. So just connect. So it takes some time and it will throw an error saying you cannot connect it. So maybe it's a good time for you to show even with the telnet command whether this port is open or not at the NSG layer. So it successfully said that you cannot connect. So our demo is successful at this point of time. Now I'll just take this IP address and go to command prompt and do a telnet to that IP on a port called 3389. That's a port which we configured in our NSG. You see, it took some time and it got failed. So it's failed to open the port. So that's the configuration for the application security group. I hope this is useful for you. If I wanted to enable for server 4, I'll just go to the server 4 networking. I do the same thing, just I'll go to the application security group and simply have to select my ASG group name. That's it. Now if I just do the Azure telnet, it should work. That's how it's going to work. So pretty simple that it actually follows your application structures. So whatever the logic you have, you wanted to isolate your some of the front and back end servers, you can do it very well. Now let's type the port. It got connected. That means I should be able to now do the RDP. That concludes our demo and how to use this application security group. I hope this is useful for you. Thank you for watching this. Hi there, welcome back. In this short lecture, we're going to learn about how we can provide internet access to Azure resources. By default, for all the VNets, that's the virtual networks that you create, will have the internet. That means you're open to have the internet connectivity for your Azure VMs or Azure resources. And if at all you don't want, you can actually create some kind of security policies from the network security group, or maybe traffic route can be done, or maybe a firewall level filtering can be done. So when we create the VNet, within that VNet, the resources will have the private IP that becomes as the SNAT with the help of the public IP. So they go with some public IP and they get the access. So that's how it's going to work. And if you want to restrict, as we talked earlier, for the outbound connectivity to be restricted, you can do it with the user routes or traffic filtering, or with the firewalls or NSGs. That all can be done. And also for the inbound connectivity, you can use without SNAT, can be configured with a directly public IP. That means instead of go with a private IP and then that converts to a public IP with the conversion of SNAT, that's a source NAT. Instead of that, you can also assign the public IP so that communication can be established automatically. And this would be the typical design that we can talk about it. For example, let's say a user coming from outside. So what we can do is we can place a network load balancer which will have a look on, and it will actually validate the traffic, because this will have the public IP for outside, and from there it can be assigned with the network virtual appliances. The traffic can go, so that's very similar to your firewalls which you normally have your on premises. So that's where the traffic again will be one layer of filtering can be happen. On top of it, you can also have your NSGs, and then you can also send this traffic to the application uh, gateways or another layer of network load balancer, and from there it will route to the your VM. So these are a typical design that you can design so that you would actually give the internet access. I hope this short lecture will be useful for you too in terms of understanding how internet access can be provided for your Azure resources. Thank you for watching this.
Hello and welcome back. In this lecture, we're going to learn about Azure Virtual Network Peering. So peering will allow you to connect from one network to another network. So let's say we have a question about how we can allow traffic between two virtual networks. By default, the VNets from one VNet to another VNet, the communication is fully blocked. That means it will be a completely in isolated networks. So how you can allow, if you can think about this, within Microsoft there are two possible options. The first one would be the Azure VPN gateways, so where you configure a VPN connectivity from your one network to another network, and then the traffic can be routed. So this will be very useful in terms of if you are trying to enable communication from your on-premises to one of the virtual network, then the Azure VPN gateways will be used. So we are going to learn in this lecture about Azure VNet peering. So let's understand about with the definition side, what's the major difference between VPN gateways and the VNet peering. So the major difference is like the traffic will go over the internet. That means it's the public network. So we will be using some kind of encryption method because we wanted to connect to our on-premises network. So then we are going to use Azure VPN gateways. Whereas with the VNet peering, so anything, it can be from one region to another region or within the same region, the VNets can be peered. So and the traffic will be within Microsoft Azure network, because the VNets are part of your Azure network, right? So from the same Microsoft network, the traffic is routing, or the traffic is reaching from one end to another end. So that's why you can expect very low latency and high bandwidth connectivity between these your VNets by having the VNet peering. So that's the advantage. So the major advantage I can say here, even the region wise, different regions also can be peered. So let's have a look on a simple understanding of these statements. You have a VNet here with the 10.0.0.0/16 with a few of the VMs. And also you have another VNet within your subscription, or maybe a different subscription or different region altogether. So here I talked about the different region, different subscription. Still you can do the VNet to VNet peering, and here different IP addresses like here 10.1.0.0/24. So by default these two cannot communicate, even though they are part of Azure virtual networks. So what you can do is, when you do something called virtual network peering, it will enable you to seamlessly connect with two of these networks, so that these virtual machines can communicate with these machines, and similarly these virtual machines can be configured or can be communicated with these class 16 specific IP address range machines also. So by default it doesn't happen this, so you need to configure the virtual network peering. So that's the major advantage. And if you look at the support type, as we talked earlier, you can go for virtual network peering even globally across different Azure regions, or across different subscriptions also, if at all you have the permissions. And having the benefits, if you look at the benefits, the first one would be definitely the low latency and high bandwidth connectivity between your resources in a different virtual networks. And also you will have the ability for your resources in one virtual network
to communicate with other resources in a different virtual network. That's the main idea of virtual network peering. And definitely this supports the ARM, that's Azure Resource Manager, to Classic also, but nobody uses these days Classic deployment model, so this point may be ignored. But ARM is fully supported, and you can do configuration with CLI, PowerShell, and Portal, this entire configuration. And there's no downtime for configuring this Azure virtual network peering. So if we look at other type of designs like hub and spoke type model, if you look at here, what happens is you have a spoke 1 virtual network, you also have the spoke 2 virtual network. These are the two different virtual networks. So what you can do is you can have one more network called hub network, for example. So these two networks can be paired with another network, and these networks will have some kind of maybe a subnet gateway. So what happens is with the subnet gateway, you have a VPN connectivity, like site-to-site VPN connectivity, or maybe a point-to-site kind of connectivity, so that what would happen is all the traffic will reach here. From here to your on-premises network can be send the traffic. So in another way, at the high level, all the machines can communicate with each other since we have the VPN gateways here. So that's the advantage. So that's the highest design what we can talk. So let's jump into a quick demo. Before we jump into the demonstration, I wanted to enforce that this is what we are going to create within our lab configuration. So what I'm going to do is I'll be creating two resource groups called RG1, that's a resource group 1, and another resource group 2. And within this resource group, I'll create a virtual network here called RG1 VNet1, and also another virtual network in the RG2, that's a resource group 2, RG2 VNet2. So these are the two different VNets. So what would happen is by default you will not have the communication enabled. So what we do is within this VNet, we'll create a VM called VM01, also VM02, and we log into these VMs and we'll try to ping with each other. In fact, we will disable we will enable the ICMP protocol within the Windows firewall of these two operating systems. Then we do the ping. So when we do the ping request time dot will come by default from each other. So when we perform the VNet to VNet peering, that's from this VNet to this VNet, it's nothing but your virtual network here, RG1 to RG2. While configuring, you have the option of the two-way or one-way also. So we do the two-way so that once the peering happens, actually the traffic will be allowed and the ping response will come automatically. That's what we are going to perform within this lab. So here one virtual machine we will configure with the 10.0.04, other one will be with maybe 10.1.04. So and these are the resources which I'm going to perform within the Azure portal. So please check out the next lecture on this specific demo. Thank you. Hello and welcome back. In this specific demo, we are going to try with Azure Virtual Network peering from VNet1 to VNet2. So let's jump into a quick demo. Before we jump into the demonstration, I wanted to enforce that this is what we are going to create within our lab configuration. So what I'm going to do is I'll be creating two resource groups called RG1, that's a resource group 1, and another resource group 2. And within this resource group, I'll create a virtual network here called RG1 VNet1, and also another virtual network in the RG2, that's a resource group 2, RG2 VNet2. So these are the two different VNets. So what would happen is by default you will not have the communication enabled. So what we do is within this VNets, we'll create a VM called VM01, also VM02, and we log into these VMs and we'll try to ping with each other. In fact, we will disable we will enable the ICMP protocol within the Windows firewall of these two operating systems. Then we do the ping. So when we do the ping request time dot will come by default from each other. So when we perform the VNet to VNet peering, that's from this VNet to this VNet. It's nothing but your virtual network here, RG1 to RG2. While configuring, you have the option of the two-way or one-way also. So we do the two-way so that once the peering happens, actually the traffic will be allowed and the ping response will come automatically. That's what we are gonna perform within this lab. So here one virtual machine we will configure with the 10.0.04, other one will be with maybe 10.1.04. So and these are the resources which I'm going to perform within the Azure portal.
That being said, let's jump into Azure portal and create a new resource group called RG1 within my subscription called new, and I'll stick to ECS, create, and go back to again resource group, create RG2 this time, create the resource group, create, it's going to validate. Now we have the two resource groups. Let's go to RG1 and create a VNet. So I'll just go to networks from all services, choose virtual network, and I'm going to give the same resource group, that's RG1, and the name of my VNet is RG1 VNet1, and a default subnet name is I'm specifying as the VNet subnet 1, and then that should actually okay. So if you see here the default things which I have taken and created the VNet 1. Now by using this VNet, I should be able to create a virtual machine later point. So if I just go and do a quick refresh, I should be able to see the VNet, and you can see the address space and the subnet that has been created successfully. Now within this RG1, now I'm going to create a virtual machine with the Windows operating system. So I'll just give the very basic information here, like a VM01, that's a paddy-01, 0VM1, and my user ID and the password. These are the very basic things, right? So once I have given these things, nothing in the disks, but in the networking, I'm going to choose the one which we have created earlier. So you created RG1 VNet and also RG1 VNet 1 subnet 1. All that information we will be taking, and I don't need actually here all these things in the management. Maybe you can ignore. Oops, I think I missed out here something like storage account information, but let's come back to that after giving the tags. So I'll just remove these OS guest diagnostic. I don't want this, so I'll just turn off the boot diagnostics and the tags given properly. And if you see here the pricing and other details and the VNet RG1P demo, that's a tag name which I have given, so which will be useful later point in terms of the billing when we try to look at. So now the VM got created successfully. It's time for us to create another VM with a new VNet also. If you see, that's a 01 which we have discussed within our demo. So that's the name of our VNet which we created. Now it's time for us to create one more virtual machine, but this time I'm going to choose RG2 resource group, and I'll choose the default values. As I said, it doesn't matter for me, just to verify. But in the networking, I'm going to choose here a new network. That's a new virtual network I'm going to create. So click on create new and give here a meaningful name, that like RG2 VNet 2. And instead of the default subnet name, I'm gonna give very similar standard like RG2 VNet 2 subnet 2. So that's what I'm gonna give here, just one place 2, and that's it. So the other things are the very common, like you create for the management, like I don't want boot diagnostics. And tags, yes, I wanted to give very similar tag format so that it will be useful for me in terms of the billing information. I know that what's taking the charges. That's it. So these are the very key information. So what we have done so far is we created a VNet in RG1, also RG2 another VNet, and we also have in RG1 a VM, and also in RG2 also we have another VM. So two VMs are there. Now it's time for us to have a look on our VNets. So if you see here, RG2 VNet and VNet 2, both the subnets and all the information is very clearly mentioned here. Now it's time for us to connect to these two virtual machines. I'll
quickly connect these two virtual machines, and also disable in the backend the ICMP protocol enable rule. So these are the two machines, so that when I start a ping, so it will not be blocked actually. So in your case, if you want to disable firewall, you can do it, or enable only ICMP traffic between these two VMs. That's from the Windows firewall configuration. So I'm just showing you here config information, and simply that's a configuration what we have done. So I'll just ping to 10.0.0.4 as well as in the reverse side to my 10.1.0.4, and you see here it's request time dot. So that tells about the communication is not done. Now it's time for us to do the quick demo on VNet peering. So from my virtual networks, I'll just go to the peering under settings, and you have an add option. This is where you're going to click on add and give a meaningful name. So here I'm just giving peering from RG1 VNet to RG2 VNet. So that's the proper name I should be giving. And if you see here in the PPT, we did talk about the resource manager and the classic specific one, where you can choose the model you wanted to deploy. So in our case, we are using the RG2, which is in our resource group. So I'll just choose the default as the resource manager model. And since it is RG2, I have to rename to this proper name here. And that should be RG2. And for the name of the peering from the RG2, that's a resource group 2 to RG1, that's a two sides. So we talked about one to here, say let's say RG1 1 to here. And similarly, if you are wanted to communicate from the RG2 to 1, you need to configure these specific settings. So we are going to give the naming format here for this, and later point I can enable here whether I wanted to configure RG1 to RG2 or RG2 to RG1. So you need to give here the name, but you can disable whether you don't want the configuration or you want a configuration. So this talks about the peering either one side or two sides. So that's the advantage where you can choose here. So you don't need to again redo the complete work. Simply you can enable this checkbox or this button, so that it will enable from RG2 to RG1. Similarly from RG1 to RG2, this is gonna work. And so I give the proper naming here, and later point I can also forward the traffic from RG2 to RG1 with a forward traffic settings, which I don't have here. So I've given the proper naming convention, I feel, and I'll just go to the down section where I talk about. So you have here the configuration for the forwarding, also the VPN transit. So let's say these two VNets are wanted to go and communicate with your on-premises network. That's a checkbox you're going to enable, actually VPN gateway specific settings, but we don't have that. So as we enable, let's start these virtual machines on the screen to bring and have a look on it. So in the backend it has successfully created, looks like. So in any minute we will see the complete ping request with a response. So you see here the reply is coming up, and also from other virtual machine also coming. So that tells about two-way communication is now enabled, because we have taken that two buttons enabled from RG1 to RG2 as well as RG2 to RG1. And if I just go and have a look on my peering specific settings, this talks about if you want to disable from the RG1 to RG2 or RG2 RG1. So these are the settings you can configure. And I hope this lecture is useful for you. Thank you for watching this. Hi there, thank you for joining me for this lesson on VNet to VNet connectivity using VPN gateways. So where we are going to have a chat about a couple of design considerations followed by a quick demo. First thing first, we know that we can use our VNet peering to create a connection between two different isolated virtual networks, if they are maybe in a cross subscription or cross region and so on. But what we can do
is we can also connect these two different networks, not just with the VNet peering. We can also introduce something called VPN gateway, a software appliance device which will be provisioned within Microsoft Azure portal. This might take 45 minutes when you provision actually to fully functional state to come. And when you enable this specific component called a VPN gateway, it's a software appliance, I would say. When you configure this VPN gateway, it also needs to have a specific gateway subnet, so that that's going to be a special subnet called gateway subnet. So you need to create that gateway subnet before you actually enable this VPN gateway, and that must be associated within your VNet. And followed by, when you introduce this VPN gateway within your subnet or within your virtual network, it's actually going to ask you to have a public IP, because these are originally designed for your on-premises network to connect, or a completely globally different regions can be established the connection. So you need to give the public IP. If not, you may have to choose one of the public IP to be created within Azure portal and give that, and also post to the provisioning, which might take 45 minutes time. And post to that, you need to configure with a shade key. So a shade key is a passcode kind of shade characters. The same characters also other end VPN device. It can be a physical device, or it can be again same VPN as your device, that also should have the same key, so that both can communicate. So what we're going to do is, within the lab, we are going to create here a separate VNet and also a separate gateway subnet, and then we introduce the VPN gateway. So while we are doing the VPN gateway, we get a public IP. That's a primary public IP. Of course, you can also have the secondary public IP also if you need it. And once we have done this configuration, we also go for other region. Here also we will create a different VNet and a different subnet for a gateway specific subnet, and then we introduce the VPN gateway. And while configuring this VPN gateway, it will ask you to choose the public IP. We will use that public IP, and then we will ask to provision the VPN gateway. So while we provisioning, it might take 45 minutes, and that gets fully integrated with your VNet. So if any communication should happen from here, that's a 10 series to maybe to a different series of this network, what would happen is you need to have establish a connection between VPN gateways. To connect this, you need to have a shared password key, so that it would actually connect with each other by using that shared passcode. And if that matches, it will establish a connection. So the connection is fully encrypted with the IPsec protocols. So that's called VPN tunnel in other way. So whatever the communication would happen from this network to here would be completely encrypted. The same thing, that's the thing which we are going to do in the lab. Before we jump into the lab, as we talked in the previous, or maybe in the next upcoming one of the theoretical lecture, what we're going to do is we are actually comparing why we need to go for VNet peering, why not for VPN gateway. So the ideal answer would be, if you have a regulatory standards that needs to be go in a transitive routing and it must be encrypted, then you would go for VNet to VNet and VNet to VNet connectivity. And if you don't need any encryption and you need a low latency and everything should go within the Microsoft Azure network backend network communication, then you would go for VNet peering. Otherwise, you would be going for the VPN gateway, and there are different charges that would be applicable for the VPN gateway, because it's going to be software appliance that will be a dedicated configuration will be assigned for you. So let's jump into how it looks like in the portal. So within the portal, when you're trying to create a connection with the help of your VPN gateway, so within the VPN gateway you have three different options. You see here you have an option for VNet to VNet configuration. So with the VPN gateway, you can do the site to site VPN. that's nothing but your VNet to VNet, or you can use a site-to-site IPsec tunnel based. That's nothing but you have your on-premises network and you want to configure your Azure network with your on-premises, then you would go for site-to-site. And if at all you have express route, you would be using the service provider details and all that plans. You would be going for the express route. And let's also have a consideration of highest design, how this can be designed and how it's going to be very, very useful in terms of the network design. If you see here, I have a subscription 1, subscription 2, subscription 1 also here. So within this subscription, I have East US and West US. Both regions have a different subnets. These can be communicated by enabling VNet to VNet peering or VNet to VNet connectivity. But if you have on-premises network, you can configure site-to-site VPN tunnel. As I said here, you have an option to configure within this VPN gateway. When you introduce this VPN gateway, when you're configuring, you have an option called site-to-site configuration. So when you use the site-to-site configuration, this side, let's say on your on-premises, definitely you don't have Azure appliance, because we talked about VPN gateways as software appliance. So in this situation, on your on-premises, you might have a VPN device, that's the physical device, maybe Semantics or maybe Checkpoint or maybe Sophos, all these devices which will enable you for the VPN connectivity, or maybe for that matter maybe a Windows server which will enable your VPN connectivity. So whatever the device you have here, that must be supported this VPN gateway. So this VPN gateway, whatever it is there, so it has a supported list of devices that can be used on your on-premises network. So if you have a VPN device, if that's not supported, you cannot establish a connection between your VPN gateway that's in Azure Cloud to your on-premises for site-to-site VPN connection. Otherwise, on most of the VPN devices, it's supported, but you can check the documentation before you actually configure. And if the device is supported, you can establish a connection called site-to-site VPN. So whatever the users sitting here, that they can access any of the resources which are available across your Azure network if you have a connection is established. So the users no need to do a specific VPN tunnel to establish to the Azure network. Instead, one specific device is all the time it will be dedicatedly connected. So the connection will route from this VPN device. So that's how it's going to work. So let's have a look on it, how and what we're going to do in the next lecture with a complete lab. So first what I'm going to do is I have a subscription called subscription 1, and also 2 regions I have taken, one from the west region, other one from the east region. I'm going to create a resource with a VNet called VNet RG. That's a resource specific VNet name, that's a East US,